Myra Ansari. Wave News at 3 is next.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
If you've been outside today, you know the wind is insane. Take a look here at one of our SkyTrack cameras. This is pointed at the airport. It's from the south side, and you can see that thing is shaking up and down in some of that wind. JCPS has decided to cancel all activities this week as we now enter a long stretch of alert days. But we want to thank you for joining us here for Wave News at 3. I'm Brian Schlonsky. Myra is off. Our storm tracking team has been telling us about this weather for days now. For anyone who's heading out tonight, you're going to want to make sure that you keep your hands 10 and 2 on that steering wheel with all that strong wind that's whipping outside. We want to get over now to meteorologist Brian Good. He has your alert day forecast and where this whole thing is headed. Be good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It hasn't even arrived yet. It's just the idea the wind way in advance of it has arrived, and it's already caused some issues with some tree damage in the area, and this strong wind field will continue. Now, here's the entire timeline. We've been showing this all week long to get you guys ready for the different phases of these alert days. With the wind today, then the severe weather episodes, and then the general flooding threat we'll have over the next few days. We are now right here entering the wind part here about 2 to 3 hours ago. Again, we've gusted at times around 50 miles per hour just 3 times in the past 30 minutes alone. So very, very strong winds. This is a live look in New Albany. I know ominous looking clouds. We don't have any thunderstorms in the area right now. These are just clouds flying overhead. But boy, that wind field is strong. You can see the clouds behind the flagpoles. The flags get your attention. But look how fast they are moving right above our heads. 39 is the most recent gust at Ali, 32 at Bardstown, 37 Frankfort, Lexington 41. Just saw Indianapolis hit 60 about 5 minutes ago for a wind gust. 81 outside, very, very warm. Didn't quite make it to the record yet. Looks like 83 maybe our high today, but still very warm, just hard to enjoy type of day because of the wind we've had. Some showers have been popping around Du Bois County and Perry County. These are not severe. We'll be monitoring these carefully. There is a chance they could grow into smaller supercells this evening. If so, they could kick off the severe threat a little early. Right now, they're not to that level at all. We'll be watching it. Otherwise, the main line's back here into Missouri. They're already producing a tornado warning in northern areas of Arkansas. This will be the line that will congeal together. A tornado watch is likely going to be issued very soon for West Kentucky into Memphis to get ready for that first round of storms approaching from our west. We are expecting, other than the isolated chance this evening, the main window of storms to arrive around 9 to 10 o'clock in Indiana, along I-65, including Louisville, in the 11 o'clock to midnight window, and then it'll get stuck in our southern counties all night long tonight. More on that. And rain totals. We got to talk about that. And we will coming up in a few more minutes, Brian.
Yeah, one thing after another. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Be good. Well, Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency ahead of the first round of severe storms.
With these types of risks, if you're living in a mobile home, find somebody to go stay with. If you don't have a basement, consider finding somebody to stay with tonight. We're really concerned about people's safety, especially in the overnight, because when storms or tornadoes hit while people are asleep, that's sadly when we've lost the most people.
One tool that can help keep your family safe is the Wave Weather app. It'll alert you about any tornado watches or warnings in your area so that you have time to get to your safe space. It is free to download in the App Store. Back with you now on Wave News at 3. Time to check back in on your forecast. We want to take another look at this SkyTrack camera pointing towards the airport from the south side. You can see the wind really shaking the camera. There it goes. It's something we are following as we head into the first of our 4 back-to-back alert days. Meteorologist Brian Good standing in front of another SkyTrack camera that tells the story. And Be Good, we're kind of waiting on everything, but the wind it looks like it's arrived anyways.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is all a precursor to the event itself, or the severe thunderstorm threat as we did this evening. This wind field is because of the warm front that came through around 7 o'clock this morning. This is moisture being added into the atmosphere and a rapid rise in temperature. We've had a 30-degree climb from this morning into this afternoon into the 80s, and you can see the sky looks quite angry, doesn't it? Yeah, no thunderstorms in the area right now, but you can certainly tell that something is brewing as we head into this evening. It's getting the attention of a lot of folks, I'm sure. 39 is the latest gust at Ali. We've hit 50 miles per hour 3 times in the last last hour, right around 40 miles per hour. It's been a general theme in many spots, but in some cases, including down in Bardstown, trees have been actually uprooted because of the strong winds. So please be careful. This is not severe thunderstorm winds, but it still can cause some problems and some power outages too. So the wind advisory for this particular threat will go until 1 a.m., but we're going to be transitioning to thunderstorm mode anyway this evening and won't be as much of a factor there. But 81 degrees in Louisville now, made it to 83 so far. Paris 7s in Shelbyville, all the way to Hardinsburg. We have some downpours that are trying to pop. No lightning being detected out of these, but they are in an environment, especially just west of Jasper. That's where the atmosphere really becomes prime for severe weather. But even on our western side here of wave country, we need to watch some of these cells that could try to root and gain a little bit of height to them. So far, the wind is ripping them off on the top, and that's keeping them relatively tame. So we'll be monitoring that. But right now, a few spotty showers developing in southern Indiana. Back to the west, you get into a much more active setup in the radar. They're about to issue a tornado watch around portions of Paducah here very soon to get you through the evening, would not include any of our counties yet. But I do think they'll have watches kind of filling up and down this line. Tornado warnings are out in a few spots in the Ozarks into central areas of Missouri. Tornado watch is out just west of where the new one will be here very soon. That includes St. Louis down into Arkansas. For us, other than the isolated development this evening, the main show will be that line that I showed you, Missouri. When it advances to the east, it will get much more organized and develop what we call Boeing segments in it as it moves in. Let me show you what I mean by that. Here is Futurecast showing through 6 o'clock. A couple of those downpours try to pop and move by rapidly to the north and east. A few more. Now, these are the ones that certainly can become severe and even produce isolated tornadoes if they indeed form in west central Kentucky, like some of the high-res data we're looking at is trending toward. They would rapidly form and then get to the point where they just crash right into the main line at the same time. A lot of collision happening there. That can lead to several areas where you get a lot of spinning that can develop in southern areas of Indiana and western Kentucky. This is at 10:30. Louisville at this point still waiting for the majority of the line and storms to approach. Once it moves in, now you see where you get this line that develops here across Indiana around Madison into Louisville and a Boeing segment in central Kentucky. It may not look exactly like this, but I think it has a good handle on the idea of these little Boeing segments. When they bow out, you can get your hurricane force winds in a straight line fashion, and you can also get spin up tornadoes in that mix as well. Hail is possible, some of these, but as we head into the overnight, the hail threat will diminish. The flooding threat takes over because now the line puts the brakes on and eases into southern Kentucky and gets stuck. And the rest of us were out of the severe weather as far as thunderstorm action, but we'll now need to watch for flash flooding that will start to take over. So when we look at our threats for tonight, tornado threat is quite elevated, one of the higher levels we've had. The straight line wind potential is off the scale at the moment. Hail is up there, and then of course flooding is up there, but that will continue to climb. In fact, flood watches are out for the entire setup, not just for tonight, but for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Grand total on rainfall, we're still looking at about 8, maybe up to 10 or 11 inches. I don't know if we'll get to the 12-inch mark. Let's hope not, but it's still 8 inches on the bare low end of the scale. There is not a good thing. It would be historic for us, so we need to watch this carefully. It still looks like the higher totals will be in West Kentucky, but look how much of the area is at least a half a foot. All of you watching at least a half a foot of rain as a grand total by Sunday, and that would normally get headlines even if that was just the rainfall forecast. But again, we're expecting potentially double than that. Now, as we head into Thursday, the severe threat looks to be more so into the evening hours. Once again, similar to the timing for tonight. Friday's risk looks more daytime, and then as we into Saturday, it's Saturday afternoon and night that we'll have to face severe weather. But they can all produce rounds of flash flooding, and river flooding will be an issue. We'll get rid of the system on Sunday, and we get cold. Temperatures struggling to the 40s for highs by next Tuesday. It's a busy setup. We'll cover it in much more detail again coming up in just a few minutes. But first, a quick break as Wave News at 3 is back after the.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
Hold on to your hats. A wind advisory remains in place. We've seen 50-mile-per-hour winds in the Louisville area, sending streetlights swaying. It's the first of 4 back-to-back alert days. Thank you for joining us here for Wave News at 4. I'm Dawn G. Governor Beshear has declared a state of emergency as we brace for a round of severe storms, followed by the potential of historic flooding. The Wave Storm Tracking Team flagged these alert days several days ago, almost a week ago. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Kevin Hurnett with what we can expect heading in tonight. Kevin?
Yeah, this is going to be a doozy that moves our way, and really this will last last for some time. Now, there will be breaks, but each day holds a severe chance and heavy rain, which will promote the flooding potential. You'll see the alert days between now and late Saturday. The severe storm threat with the heavy rain. Anytime we have the severe threat, we're going to be faced with wind, hail, and the tornado threat. The chance highest for that is later tonight, and then that may be followed by historic flooding in some cases. Our current temperature is 82. It is warm, being fed in from the south on these strong southerly winds. We have the wind advisory until 1 a.m. tonight. Current wind speeds in Louisville, 38 miles per hour. Lebanon at 40. Lexington, 48. So we do have some strong winds coming in. No storms around the area. In fact, these are all gradient winds, meaning they're coming in from the south. We see a few blips trying to show on the radar, but we expect really not much on the radar until later tonight. And our storms are already lined up to the west of us. A number of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings ahead of the cold front that will be moving in. This tornado watch comes right up to the edge of our viewing area in Perry County. That's a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation on the tornado watch. I suspect we'll see additional watches get issued across our area as the evening goes on. It's a rare high-risk area across West Kentucky, the Boot Hill of Missouri, western Tennessee, and far eastern Arkansas. For us, storm chances ramp up later tonight after that 9-10 o'clock time frame. And that's when we'll see our greater storm chances push through during the overnight hours, along with some heavy rain. Dawn, you have to have a way to get the warnings. The Wave Weather app is one way. NOAA Weather Radio. Make sure, especially for nighttime storms, you have a way to be alerted. We're going to talk more about the alert day for today and those ahead coming up in just a few.
Okay, like Kevin said, you have to be able to know what's going on with that severe weather chance hitting overnight. Now it's time to make sure you're prepared and know where you're to go if a tornado warning is issued. Do you have your plan together? For most people, that's your basement or an interior bathroom on the lowest level of your home. But people who live in mobile homes or maybe upper floor apartments may want to consider another place to stay. Bullitt County officials are setting up 5 schools that'll serve as shelters tonight and over the coming days. They brought in cots, snacks, and water. Officials have shared information on social media to get the word out, saying now is the time to act.
My words of warning to him is to get shelter, because in 1997 we had an historic event where literally the only dry place in the city of Shepherdsville was right here where we're standing now, and at the Bullitt Central High School. This one is supposed to surpass that, so take shelter, pay attention to it.
Pay attention to it. Wave News reporter Kirsten Foote will have more on the storm preparations happening now, coming up on Wave News at 5 and 6. You can find a full list of shelters across our area available on our website. We tried to make it easy on wave3.com. Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency as parts of Kentucky are under a rare high severe weather risk.
Tornadoes are expected. And I know that's tough to hear, but they are expected throughout Kentucky. But most concerned about the area of western Kentucky that has gotten hit far too much, as well as a wider area of western Kentucky.
Governor Beshear is urging all Kentuckians to find a safe place to stay tonight. We're going to tell you that. He's already activated the Kentucky Emergency Operations Center, and the National Guard is on standby, ready to respond to any storm damage. Another reminder, you can stay ahead of the Wave Country weather when you download our Wave Weather app. Our storm tracking team gives you a heads up before any weather changes. It's free to download. It's easy to download. You can also check our 24-hour Wave Weather Now stream on both the app and on our website at wave3.com. It is a Wave Weather Alert Day. We hope you already have your plans just in case that weather is very severe tonight. We have Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett that is outside. The wind is already whipping up. I can hear that wind moving across your mic, Kevin. Hopefully everybody has a plan of what they would do if severe weather comes in their neighborhood to their home.
Let's jump to it. Some folks may not have a plan. You have to have one on days like today. Our temperature 82, winds out of the east-southeast. We've had 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts today and no thunderstorms to be found. That strong southerly wind is sweeping in a lot of moisture, so that means we're going to have heavy rain with the storms. It's also bringing in the warmth, and both of those are fuel for the severe storms that will develop ahead of the cold front that's advancing our way. On the allergy report today, we have in the medium category the tree pollen could go into the high range by tomorrow, and it's just that time of year. A lot of things budding out. Let's get to the alert days. For tonight, we've got it between 8 p.m. and tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You have to be weather aware at that time. If you have plans that take you into the mid-evening hours, 8 or 9 o'clock, you should be okay. But those storms will be advancing after that. So make sure you start to buckle down and have a plan, a place to go to if there's severe weather, a place to turn to. We're going to be on throughout the evening on all of our digital platforms. What do we expect? Severe storms that have the potential. It's not a guarantee. Not everybody gets severe weather. Can't say everybody won't be under a warning at some point, but wind, hail, and tornadoes are all on the table, along with flash flooding tonight. You can see that moderate area. Again, we were in the enhanced, upgraded to the moderate. That stretches even to a high-risk zone back out across western Kentucky. That's the bullseye. So when we look at the timeline between now and about 8 o'clock, sure, it's windy, but it's mainly dry. Get the preparations done now. That line of severe storms will arrive late tonight. We're talking about after 8 or 9 o'clock, most likely closer to 11 here in Louisville, and continue pushing to our south and east. By early tomorrow morning, 5 or 6 a.m., it should be out of here. And then we still have some heavy rain to contend with for tomorrow and again on Friday and Saturday. Make sure you have the Wave Weather app. You can scroll down, watch live, look at the radar. You have the NOAA Weather Radio. If you have one, programmable for you. Yeah, you can do that where it just interrupts your county. Yeah, it's the first line of defense for severe weather. Make sure your devices are charged, so if your power goes out, you can still watch Wave Weather Now, Louisville's only 24/7 live stream. And you'll also notice those outdoor sirens are for outdoor use. I mentioned Wave Weather Now because we're always on it. We're proud of this. It's always streaming with relative and valuable weather information. And when we're in emergency weather, we're on live, so you can get that real-time information. So that's our streaming channel. You can find it on Roku, Apple TV, Fire Stick, Wave3.com, both the Wave News and Wave Weather apps. Scroll down, watch live. Easy to do. That's going to be a valuable tool for you tonight. All right, let's talk the weather. We've got 80s, 70s. It's very warm for this time of year. The thunderstorms are already on the map. Look at the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornadoes ahead of the cold front. The tornado watches have been lined up to our west. Those will get extended as the night goes on. This was where they were considering a watch, and you can see they've already put that in place. So that was the discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The moderate risk coming into our area, the high risk, a rare high risk area across West Kentucky, Western Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas. That is the target zone, and we're super close to it. So our storms moving across the northwest part of the viewing area between 8 and midnight. Here in Louisville between 10 and 2. That's 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Moving to our south after midnight into the early morning hours. Just showing it graphically, you can see the severe threat ramps up along with the heavy rain threat. We're looking at a high wind threat, a fairly high tornado, hail, and flooding threat. Those are pretty much pegged out. Behind this, we have several days of even strong to severe storms and a lot of water. It's why a flood watch is in place. Could wind up with 8 to 12 inches of rain by the time all is said and done. That means between now and Sunday. 38-mile-per-hour wind gust right now. Temperatures stay mild tonight. Severe weather, the alert day in place, 64. Tomorrow comes in with another chance of stronger storms later in the day. A high temperature of 67. Alert days for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Finally, a little calmer into early next week. Cooler, too. Highs in the 50s and 40s. What a stretch of weather moving in. We'll be here to keep you informed. Dawn? We'll take a quick break. Dawn will be back with more Wave News after this.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
It is not a cliche. You will need to hold on to your hats today with the strong wind gusts we're seeing. This is an alert day. Some of our team lost a few caps while outside today. It's all because of that wind. Then you see this video whipping through, swinging traffic lights, the trees there blowing as well. The footage was taken on Dixie Highway in South Louisville. And just steps away from our studio, more strong winds seen here, rustling the trees in downtown Louisville. Now's the perfect time to make sure that your outside furniture is secured and it doesn't end up down the street. We have seen wind speeds get up to at least 50 miles per hour already this evening. Storm tracking team has alerted us to this stretch of severe weather days. They did so well in advance. That alert allows all of us time to prepare for what's to come. While it's wind that we've been dealing with so far, rounds of rain will begin rolling in later on tonight. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett is joining us now with the timing of all of this. Kevin?
Brian, it's that first alert that's so important. We know you need it so you can better protect and prepare. You'll see that between now and late Saturday, we have several rounds of severe storms. The more robust will likely be what comes in tonight. That will be accompanied with persistent heavy rain that takes us through that period as well. Tonight, wind, hail, and tornadoes all on the table, along with the potential for flash flooding. We are in that moderate risk for severe storms across the Louisville area and points back to the west. East of us, the enhanced, both of those 3 and 4 out of the scale of 5. That rare 5, the high risk, is already in place across West Kentucky and western Tennessee. Only a couple of those issued from the Storm Prediction Center a year. We have the slight risk tomorrow along and south of Interstate 64. And you'll notice the marginal risk for Friday back to a slight risk on Saturday. That's the daily risk of severe that you see. So we're where the red line is. We have the wind moving through now. Very strong, 50-plus mile-per-hour gust. Severe threat increases late this evening into the overnight, passing the midnight hour. Tomorrow during the evening, another severe chance ending just after midnight. Same story as we go into Friday night, early Saturday, and then again late Saturday into Sunday. And then the flooding threat. Each of these severe chances accompanied with very heavy rain. 82, that's our current temperature. The wind advisory is in place until 1 o'clock tonight. We've seen strong winds already, still have gusts to 43 in Louisville. That's among the strongest around at this point. We've seen breaks in the clouds, giving us some sunshine, adding more instability. Development already taking place along the frontal boundary and back toward the Memphis area, where we have a number of tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings, even near St. Louis, up into central parts of Illinois. That is moving in our direction. Enhanced, moderate, high, those are the risk categories in play for tonight across the Commonwealth. The best chance for us to see those stronger storms will be after 8, 9 o'clock, moving closer to the midnight hour and just beyond. Brian, the alert day for today may contain the most robust storms, but certainly concerns continue into Saturday. More on those coming up in just a few.
Yeah, and Kevin, we are already receiving reports of damage in our area, and that's just due to the strong wind gusts. These photos were sent to us by a viewer. They show how that wind knocked over parts of this chimney. This is a home in the Beachmont neighborhood. That part fell down on the homeowner's deck. It even knocked off their grill. This is important. The homeowner says thankfully there was a firehouse just around the corner. They were able to flag down a couple of firemen there and help them lift the grill. The reason this was important, the grill had rested on the ignite button for that propane. And the threat of severe weather.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
High winds already causing problems around our viewing area. You are taking a live look now at an area near Iroquois Park, and you can see this large tree fell on top of a car, crushing it again in the Iroquois Park area. We have an update now from police on the driver who was trapped in that car for a while, but crews were able to get that person out, and they tell us they're going to be okay. Those gusts only going to get stronger, turning into severe storms in the next several hours. You are watching Wave News at 6. I'm Brian Schlonsky. Myra is off today. We are on the first of our 4 back-to-back alert days, and now is the time to make sure that your family is ready. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett joining us now to walk us through tonight's severe weather threat. Kevin.
Yeah, we've got it, Brian. Our whole team is here, by the way, and we'll be here through the night tonight. And we've got our schedules over the next few days to make sure we've got you covered through the alert days that you pointed out. Now through late Saturday, the weather stays active off and on, so it's not a continuous push, but we will see periods of severe storms and persistent heavy rainfall that will yield some very massive flooding for some, both in the form of flash flooding and then eventually river flooding. Tonight, the main concern is wind, hail, and tornado threats. We already have the wind. We pointed that out. You saw what it did with knocking the tree down, most likely by that 50+ mile-per-hour gust we've had, now at 41. And yes, those are strong winds out of the south, bringing in plenty of moisture and warmth. Dew points are in the 60s. Fuel for the storms that develop tonight. We have the moderate risk. That's 4 out of 5. That rare 5, by the way, is across West Kentucky, western parts of Tennessee, eastern Arkansas. That'll be the bullseye for the most robust storms. But even in the moderate risk, those are fairly rare for us. We have a tornado watch. It includes 1 county of ours. That's Lawrence County, Indiana, up around Mitchell and Bedford. This watch will get expanded as the evening wears on. We'll notice the calm right now. Take us through about 8, 9, maybe even 10 o'clock. But then the thunderstorms that you see back out to the west with severe and down to our south tornado that is lifting to the north and all moving to the east. So that is our storm maker for later on tonight. The timing of that would bring it in probably after the mid-evening time frame, after 10 p.m., probably closer to midnight for Louisville, and then continuing just after midnight in areas to our south on into early tomorrow morning. You still have a few hours. Now would be a good time to prepare. Make sure you have the Wave Weather app. We'll be on that all evening long. You scroll down, tap Watch Now. A NOAA Weather Radio if you can find one. And by all means, keep those devices charged so if the power goes out, you're ready to watch us. Brian, we'll talk about the rest of the alert day stretch coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Kevin, we'll see. All right, we are back with you now. Wave News at 6. Checking in on our alert day forecast. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett here to do just that. And Kevin, it's got to be alarming, at least at some level, that we're already seeing some of the damage from the winds before the storm is even here.
Yeah, right. That's the deal. I mean, you get 40, 50 mile-per-hour winds can cause problems even without thunderstorms. And boy, we've seen that. Cameras, all 10 of the ones we have around, we're eyeing the sky and we're seeing the winds right now really shake those cameras. What we'll notice over the next few days will be a daily severe chance, though today holds the greatest severe chance. And each of those severe chances bring heavy rain to the area, and that's why flooding looks to be really problematic. So our alert day for today, between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's the window of time we're most concerned with. Severe storms pose the greatest problem. Wind, hail, and tornadoes. We're watching those closely already on the maps. They will be moving in, and not everybody gets the severe weather, but several people will. Flash flooding is also possible. We are in a moderate risk of severe weather. The enhanced risk areas to our east, and yes, there is a rare high risk area. I'll show you that on the map. That's across West Kentucky. They're sort of in the bullseye for this, but moderate risk, nothing to sneeze at. Here's how it unfolds on the maps tonight. You can see some of those storms lifting up from the south while they sweep in from the west. It's that collision that will also create some rotation. So I suspect we're going to have a number of tornado warnings across parts of central Kentucky, maybe even into southern Indiana. That will move through by early tomorrow morning and exit, only to see more storms develop later tomorrow afternoon with repetitive risk for severe weather though probably not as intense as tonight, and then also some heavy rain. So looking at the timing for us here in Louisville, probably close to the midnight hour, sometime in our viewing area as early as 9, 10 o'clock, and then increasing as the night wears on, eventually decreasing down by early tomorrow morning. A lot of folks looking at the next few days. Obviously today we have the moderate and enhanced risk. Tomorrow, slight risk to our south. Marginal risk on Friday, another slight risk on Saturday. In addition to these risk areas, the heavy rain will cause flooding problems for many. All right, let me get you outside. I'll show you what to see. And it's a cloudy sky for some, partly sunny elsewhere. Clouds will increase and storm chances ramp up as the night wears on. We're in the 60s for overnight lows. Those strong winds have pushed our temperature into the 80s today, 83. They've also transported in plenty of moisture. These are dew point values in the 60s. The fuel needed for those storms tonight, and it's there. 41 for our current wind speed here in Louisville. That's 41 miles per hour. The wind advisory is in place across all of our counties until 1 a.m. By that point, storms will continue to move through the area. This is the current view. Notice the break in the cloud cover. These are the storms we're watching across western parts of Tennessee. These will be lifting to the north, so it's a race against time. As those lift to the north, the ones back to the west will be moving off to the east. So it's that collision that we'll be watching across our area where we could have some problems. That's the moderate risk. That rare high risk is a little farther to the west. Here's what to expect as we go through the overnight. The tornado watches are already out for some back to the west. Those will get extended across our area as the night wears on. Anywhere between 8 and midnight, I suspect we'll see storms back to the west and south between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Anywhere along the parkways up through the Louisville area, moving off to our south and east after midnight. That's the timeline. How will you know what's going on? If there are tornado warnings, we'll be on right here on Wave. Outside of the tornado warnings, we're going to be on our streaming channel. It's Wave Weather Now. It's Louisville's only 24/7 weather live stream, and it's among the top in the country. Our current temperature is 83, wind gust at 41. Our high today, the current reading. Not a record, but close. Be weather aware tonight. 64 for the overnight low. Tomorrow's high, not as warm, but still above average. We'll see a few light showers early, heavier storms late, 67. The alert days are stacked up. We could see anywhere between 8 to 12 inches of rain between now and early Sunday. Be prepared. We're back with more Wave News after this.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
That intense wind we've been feeling all day is about to shift into potentially historic rainfall. You can see the wall of rain inching into the radar there. Our storm tracking team says it's not going to stop for quite a few days. Good evening, and thank you for joining us here for Wave News at 7. I'm Dawn G. JCPS has canceled all extracurricular activities this week as we now enter a long stretch of alert days. Let's get right to meteorologist Ryan Hoke with the latest on this weather.
Don, I want to start with the severe weather threat this evening. That is the most pressing part currently of the alert days we have lined up through late Saturday. Of course, the rainfall is going to become more and more of a problem over time here. You'll note that we are in the middle of the wind threat right now. We've already had some of those 40-plus mile-per-hour gusts, a tree down on a car, of course, in southwest Louisville there. The severe weather part of this equation does start to kick in, especially after 10 p.m. this evening, but it could be as early as 8 o'clock for some of our friends and neighbors, especially a little closer to, say, Breckenridge and Grayson counties. So between 8 p.m. and midnight, areas north and west of Louisville have the severe weather threat. Here in the city and areas along I-71 and I-65 and the Western Kentucky and Bluegrass Parkways, this will be between 10 and 2 a.m., 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. tonight. Here in Louisville, this could get really intense on either side of midnight here by about an hour. It's not looking good. And then after midnight or so, that'll start to shift down toward just south and east of Bardstown. Between midnight and 6 a.m., especially around 2, 3, 4 a.m. down there is when you guys could pick up some of the worst of your storms. The highest threat of severe weather is in Louisville along I-71 and north and west of there. That's where we have this rare 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather. We haven't seen one of these since May of 2024 here. Some intense tornadoes are possible. Large hail, very heavy rain also on the docket. Wind is a 5 out of 5. This is about the worst wind scenario we could have here and about the second worst tornado scenario you could have in our area in a given severe weather event like this. It's warm. Plenty of heat energy for these storms. Currently 82 degrees. Winds gusting to 31 miles per hour here in Louisville. I do want to show you what's going on to our west. We've got a line of storms with tornado warnings all over parts of southern Illinois and then supercell thunderstorms in Tennessee. Those will move up and toward our area by 10 p.m. tonight. This line of storms will eat that line of supercell storms down to our south. These will merge right over Louisville and could enhance the tornado potential considerably, even for the city of Louisville. We're concerned about that. The rare high risk of severe weather is out to our west. We are in that moderate risk, and of course the tornado threat's pretty high. 15% significant tornadoes of EF2 or greater are possible as this front begins to move toward us. So for the overnight hours, it's a 100% chance of thunderstorms by the time we get to 2 o'clock in the morning here. So around midnight. And cover your head with helmet, pillows, etc. A mobile home, as the governor said earlier in this newscast, is not a safe place to be during a tornado warning. Evacuate mobile homes during a tornado warning for your location. Go to a place with a basement or a storm shelter. Even a business down the street might let you in there for a few minutes as the storm passes. All right, let's get you outside right now. We'll show you that Elizabethtown SkyTrack camera view with the clouds continuing to increase here. It is warm. It's humid. 82 with a dew point of 61. That's like early June weather, all right? We've got 83 for the high today. 50 was the low temperature this morning. You can already see the tornado warnings out to our west in Illinois. This tornado watch is coming soon as the threat for damaging winds and tornadoes, even here in the Louisville area, will increase this evening. You can see the supercell storms to our south, the big old line of severe weather out to our west with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. These two guys are going to merge right over the Louisville area. And again, that may enhance our tornado threat here locally along I-65. I don't like what I'm seeing in the data, nor in some of the radar imagery we're seeing this evening. You see, of course, with the cold front out to our west there, the tornado watch has just been issued. This does include looking at the counties right now, this may not include, it does include Louisville, and it goes until 2 a.m. and it includes quite a few of our counties. You're seeing that now scrolling at the bottom of your screen with that updated information. Of course, the high risk of severe weather out to our west, a 5 out of 5, marginal, of course, well to our east. We're in that moderate risk here in wave country for the most part. Wind advisory till 1 a.m. The flood watch is in effect. Severe weather a lock overnight tonight. It is going to happen. Be prepared. 10-day earliest alert shows us rain, rain, rain. And in fact, this rain gets so bad at times, especially as we head toward our Friday and late on our Saturday here with repeated rounds of rainfall here, that we could see upwards of, we're talking 8 to 12 inches of rain in some areas, a foot plus over parts of western Kentucky. And of course, we just mentioned that tornado watch on TV there. You're seeing it right now at the bottom of your screen. We'll be right back with Wave News at 7 after this.
The first day of our 4-day wave weather alert tornado watch now going on. It's odd because the crazy rain or whatever, bad weather hasn't started yet, right? Or in some areas, has it started?
Yeah, so we are 100% clear right now in our 34 counties. The problem is, after about 9, 10 o'clock this evening, we won't be, and that's when the storms are going to be moving in.
And I hate night storms. You all please pay attention and have a way either to be alerted or stay up.
Take this seriously.
Yeah,
it is that important. You know, we've got a lot of folks asking us on our Wave Weather Facebook page about what to do if you're in a certain situation, if you don't have a basement, if you are in a mobile home. Look, if you don't have a basement, it's the center of your home at the lowest level away from doors and windows. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate the mobile home in a tornado warning. Get to a place with a basement, maybe a nearby business, a church, a storm shelter, anywhere but a mobile home in a tornado warning, please. All right? Tonight, we've got the Wave Weather Alert Day. This alert day continues through late Saturday as repeated rounds of strong to severe storms and heavy rain will be moving through. This is the tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. Includes all but 4 of our counties here. Just about everybody within the sound of my voice now within the grasp of that tornado watch here. This is the timing. After 8 p.m., so after about the next 10 minutes or so, we will be on guard for severe weather. There are some severe storms in southern Kentucky already starting to make a run towards Grayson Mason County, for instance. We'll show you that on the radar here in just a moment. But this line of severe storms and even some supercell storms are possible, especially in Louisville closer to 11 p.m., midnight, and then exiting our southern Kentucky communities by 6 a.m. Heavy rain continues, though, tomorrow morning with some flooding already starting to take place, and that flooding will intensify over the coming days here. With all of this active weather, some of the most active we've seen in quite some time here, you need a way to get live, updated severe weather coverage. Wave Weather Now is Louisville's only 24/7 local weather live stream. We have curated this thing from the ground up for the last 3 years. We're going to be live on it during the 8 o'clock hour this evening in about, say, 25 minutes or so. Kevin Harted, myself, Brian Good, we're all going to be pitching in, and we'll be live on our live stream. If a tornado warning is issued, which I would imagine is a very likely prospect for our 34 counties, then we will be here on Wave News on the television side. But severe thunderstorm warnings and anything less than a tornado warning will be handled on our live stream. And of course, these live streams will also be active during tornado warnings. So if you've got the Wave Now app for Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, just put it on Wave Weather Now, and that's all you need to do this evening. You can do that on your phone with the Wave Weather app. Just tap Watch Live. And of course, any web browser like on a tablet or a laptop here, wave3.com/weather now. It's your hub for severe weather coverage here for the 34 counties that we serve in the Louisville metro area. So what you need to do is have the Wave Weather app and, of course, that 24/7 Wave Weather Now live stream. We've got NOAA weather radios as a very high item on the list here that you need to have with fresh batteries. Make sure it's programmed, too. And charge your electronic devices, phones, things like hearing aids, anything that you're going to need over the next day or so if you get without power. Charge that up right now. And please, for the love of all that is holy, do not depend on tornado sirens. These are not designed to be heard indoors. We heard from emergency management officials earlier in this newscast that these are not designed for alerting you to a tornado inside your home. That's what a NOAA weather radio and the Wave Weather app can do for you. Please do not depend on tornado sirens. I've had conversations this week about that with folks who had misconceptions. All right, let's get you outside right now. With our Jeffersonville SkyTrack camera, it's currently 82 degrees outside, and of course, we're coming off of an 83-degree day. Bowling Green's getting ready to get hit by severe weather. You can see the western side of Warren County already under a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings already now in eastern parts of southern Illinois. This is going to unfold rapidly. Once we get toward 9, 10 o'clock this evening, the wheels come off the bus. This is going to be trouble. We've got supercells to our south. We've got a horrendous line of severe weather out to our west. These two guys are going to come together right in the Louisville metro area, right along I-65 based on the latest data trends here. That would enhance the tornado risk for us here locally along I-65 and in the Louisville metro area. Please take this seriously. Stay up with this evening, all right? As this cold front moves through, it will mean business. It will stall out over us and give us the repeated rounds of rain. You can already see that they've had several tornado reports out to our west from Arkansas to Missouri and lots of tree damage and high wind reports as well. This system, of course, bringing a rare high risk of severe weather to parts of the Mississippi River Valley. For us, it's a moderate risk for about 2/3 of our area. Overnight tonight, severe thunderstorms through about 6 a.m. Temperatures steady in the 60s. We'll be in the 60s tomorrow with some lighter rain early. More severe storms are possible tomorrow afternoon and evening. Not good, right? 10-day earliest alert shows us, of course, those alert days stacked up Thursday, Friday, Saturday. As we indicated earlier in this half hour, we could see 8 to 12 inches of rain in some areas by Sunday morning. We're back with Wave News at 7:30 after this.
All right, we are breaking back in with live coverage of the tornado warning that we were talking about, and you can see that this tornado warning is for that storm we were watching as it approaches the Jasper and Huntingburg area, starting to take a little bit of a right turn, which would take it into that populace. Let's get the details on this for folks in Du Bois County. This does affect Huntingburg. This does affect Jasper. This is about 21,000 people in the proximity of this warning across Du Bois County, and that warning will go until 10:30 tonight. We've been tracking this storm since it was all the way back in southwest Indiana, and even before that, it has maintained not only its rotation and the hook, but it has intensified over the course of the last few radar scans that we've been talking about. We can clearly see the hook on that storm not far from the Lockhart area. Let me zoom into that. We're going to get you some towns in the path of this. We're all analyzing this one storm because it is the one that we were talking about that would first affect our viewing area. This is what will be the beginning of a long night of tracking these storms across the area. This will likely not be the only tornado warning that is issued tonight. When we look at this, we can see the rotation, both from the reflectivity and the inflow into the storm, and also on that rotation where we're noting the winds toward and away from the radar. We're constantly looking to see if we have any debris being lofted into that to actually see if we have a tornado on the ground, and that has not been the case at this point. Now, I was on the phone earlier today with the emergency manager out of Du Bois County. They're ready for these. They have storm spotters. They are prepared and ready for these storms to move through. Brian, when we talk about rotation like this, the radar is a key source, but boy, we've seen already today from Indianapolis through Jonesboro back to Memphis, it's the spotters on the ground that are really helping out.
Yeah, exactly. And they are trained, and that's important to know. Trained spotters, that's an important setup in this scenario to make sure that we have trained eyes on the ground, because it's really hard to really see what's going on. In many cases, you got to wait till damage comes in. But for a lot of these spotters in Indiana, lightning is really their tool they're using when the sky lights up to be able to tell what's happening, because you can't just look at a low-hanging cloud and determine that's a tornado. You got to determine if it's actually rotating. And certainly when it comes to a lowering base there, and that looks to be the case around Lockhart, that's heading toward between Jasper and Huntingburg is the way we've determined this right now. It depends on if it stays at a fairly tight circulation. I will say it eased a bit here, the most recent scan, just a tad. We'll wait and see what happens with it as it heads off to the east and can tighten back up again. But we'll see how that evolves, if it can move a little more to the right. Otherwise, I think right now, if you are obviously in Du Bois County and Jasper, between there, certainly there in Huntingburg, get into the lowest level of your home. We've said this many times in tornado drills especially, but certainly in this case, get in the lowest level. It's priority number one. Second, get away from the windows, get away from any exterior wall. Get into a room that's in the middle of the home, doesn't have any outside walls touching the outside world. Bathrooms are always great. Your hall closet is great as well. And just get down and hang tight. You can turn up the TV really loud or take your phone with you, and you can watch us on streaming on the Wave Weather app, and we'll keep you updated as we evolve for the next few minutes. And let's hope it stays aloft, because again, Kevin's right. No confirmation of anything that's on the ground here.
These storms are moving fast. This one's moving at 45 miles an hour, but we have other storms just north of us moving closer to 70 miles per hour. When we look at this radar view, and you'll see the scope of our team. We're all here working, by the way. Brian's doing that deep analysis into some of the rotation or debris that we have. I'm kind of taking the wider view, at least until we get multiple tornado warnings. When we go to our home view, the one warning that we have isn't even into Du Bois County just yet, but it will approach, and near the Jasper area would be a good target zone. Those thunderstorms go all the way to the north, and if we pan the radar down, you're going to see severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings north of Indianapolis. Those are moving closer to 70 miles per hour. Obviously, it's this whole line that still has to move through the viewing area, including Louisville. Timing here would put it sometime just after 11 o'clock. So that's what we're waiting on. Our winds are at 40 miles an hour in Louisville, but as we zoom in to the storm that has the tornado warning, this is Du Bois County. It is our furthest west county, or furthest western county. You can see a little bit of hail possible with that storm on the northern side, and then the hook, and this is the inflow into the storm. If we were to have a tornado, this is where it would be, just north of the Lockhart area. So let's take a look at the velocity on this to see if that matches up. When we look, remember right there, and that is exactly where the radar shows. And again, it's not super tight where we have bright greens and bright reds right beside each other, but it is tight enough to notice that there is a push of wind with this, and the latest scans of this have it turning a little more right, which would take it very close to Jasper, perhaps even Huntingburg. So somewhere between, if you're in Millersville, if you're in Huntingburg, Jasper up 231, you need to be on guard for this approaching storm. By the way, for folks that are watching our Wave programming, or you were watching Chicago Night, we have been on the air since about 8:15 streaming on our live weather stream, Wave Weather Now. We continue that stream, but because of the tornado warning for the viewing area, we're on our main channel. So that's where we are in this. I know this storm isn't affecting everybody, but the storms that are out to the west will be moving through, so it's likely we're going to be on for an extended period of time. If the warning subsides, we'll get you back, though. Notice our gust, and we'll stay on the stream. Our gust at 40 miles per hour with, again, the couplet still showing north of Lockhart, tracking that storm just about to cross the county line. We've measured wind speeds in some areas already today without the thunderstorms, 40, 50 miles per hour. We have 50-mile-per-hour winds here in Louisville, currently at 40. Other places out near the storms have also been coming in with extreme winds, some as high as 60 to 80 mile per hour. And that's where we're going to start to see that damage take place. This is the only tornado warning and, frankly, the only severe thunderstorm that we have within our viewing area. When we look at what's going on across the 34 counties that we serve, and I'll just put the radar back on, you're going to notice that's the only warning, but the storms are moving closer. And the severe thunderstorms exist all the way down into parts of Texas, for that matter. A number of tornado warnings are embedded within that line that's moving in our direction. So that is the storm that has our attention. It's the one we were looking at during that commercial break, and we knew as it was tightening that the warning would likely be issued. So we had to jump back on, and that is what we're watching. And this storm will take some time to move through. Next in line would be Orange County, perhaps then Washington, if that holds together. We're starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings farther to the north. That's near Indianapolis coming in. We have had today no severe weather in our viewing area, but we have had some damage and we have had some power outages simply because of the strong winds that we've had. Let's go over to Brian Good with now our first flash flood warning coming out back along that line. Brian.
Yeah, that's back toward areas near the Wabash, just northwest of Evansville. You see it flashing right in through there as you head along the Wabash. Got reports here. This is coming from the emergency manager into western Kentucky in Ballard County. Apparently, the report there from emergency managers is the damage is catastrophic in Ballard County with several injuries and a lot of debris all over the place. So again, this is in Ballard County, West Kentucky. This is the first serious report we've seen so far out of any of these storms, I believe today, has been now out of Ballard County, Kentucky. So this is relatively new. It just happened a few moments ago as far as the report. We'll keep you updated on that for anyone who has friends or family there in West Kentucky. Kevin, one thing we'll be watching with this line, you mentioned that flash flood warning. We'll be watching that, but let me take off the warnings and kind of loop this for a second. I want you guys to see how this is evolving. You go back about an hour and watch how the line works its way to the east. Can you see the areas that are starting to bow out? That's what we're watching for as you get into around Evansville and then also around Paducah. Both of these areas have had reports of damage that have taken place. This one's a little more serious on its damage history versus the one in Evansville, but both of them will likely maintain as they drift to the east and track right into our western counties here west of I-65. Will this impact us into wave country full on? Will this hit Louisville? Will this hit Bullitt County? Will this hit Bardstown? I know everyone's asking, well, what would this look like into the coming hours? That's a really good question because we know that once it heads east and gets to the I-65 corridor, the brakes get applied. The storm line itself begins to slow down, and we're trying to figure out still how much that wind will still be around at that point. But we know that if you're west of 65, Kevin, there's no doubt you're going to have the impact of these two Boeing segments move your way. As far as what happens east, that's something we'll have to take hour by hour. You know, we're just looking at some of the winds coming out near the Anderson, Indiana area as you work your way just north of Indianapolis. 87-mile-per-hour winds up there in a few, at least in one location, Lapel, I believe, was the name of the town. So some of these winds are incredible, and you don't have to have a tornado warning to have massive severe. And that's going to be coming in on the heels of those Boeing segments that Brian just mentioned. There's one approaching the Evansville area. Obviously, this storm has been a front runner along that line, and that's why it's able to feed off of the environment that's flowing into it. So I'm going to zoom in just a little more, and then we'll sort of analyze this tornado warning that's over the Du Bois County area. Again, still showing some hail possibly reaching the ground. That would just be crossing over into the far northwestern quadrant of Du Bois County, well north and west of Jasper, so really not a factor in the viewing area. Huntingburg to Jasper, you take 231. This would be where we have the rotation. You can see sort of the hook showing up on the reflectivity. We go to our base, and let's just look at the relative velocity. Again, we're looking for that rotation right there. It's sort of broad at this point, but it's there, and it's moving now across the county line. This is going to take it very close to Jasper. It's going to move it through northern Du Bois County, probably moving through Du Bois, and could impact parts of western Orange County if it holds together. There's really no reason to believe this may not hold together because it's been
a tornado-warned storm for the past couple of hours. It's been ongoing since it was in far southwest Indiana, really southern Illinois, moving to the north and east. That storm in particular is moving at about 45 miles per hour. Ryan Hoke's going to put a track on that storm so we know some of the timing and towns in the path of that coming up here in just a second. We'll take a wider view and point out that here in Louisville, because so many folks are concerned with what's happening here, that while we have nothing taking place right now, see what's stacked up back out to the west, and in particular out toward Evansville. New tornado warnings coming out there. That will be moving in. Now, it looks like this will continue tracking in our direction and arrive here probably around or just after 11 o'clock tonight. Going to see some wind and rain on the forward side of that, and then the actual storm itself will be pushing closer in. Brian, I see you're communicating with the National Weather Service. What are they saying?
Well, we're getting reports from Indiana State Police out of the Jasper Post that at least when it was in Pike County, they believe it was on the ground. They're warning everyone in Du Bois County this is one that's on the ground. Now, we're trying to get all that confirmed because that's when the circulation was a bit tighter when it was rolling through Pike right at this point near Lockhart. But whether or not that's still the case, I'm unsure of, because right now the radar doesn't really look that way. But it's certainly possible because it is getting a little bit more of a messier look to it. But we're trying to get that confirmed because sometimes these circulations can form and then reform and dissipate and come back again. So that's something I take a minute by minute. As soon as we get confirmation of that, we'll pass it along.
All right. Yeah, we've been tracking that. Again, tough to say whether it's on the ground or not based on radar. At this point, the debris tracker that we have doesn't show any debris being lofted at this point. Some folks wanting to know those towns, when it's going to impact you. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
All right, Kevin. Yeah, we've got the track here on these storms. Louisville, about 11:15 or so. This has been real stable over about the past hour. Putting the timeline tracker on here. Scottsburg, about 10:49. Seymour, 10:34 this evening. Bardstown, 11:35. Shepherdsville, 11:21. Tell City, about 9:19 here. I want to point out something. It's 82 degrees right now in Louisville. This is pure untapped thunderstorm energy that we have over us now. We've already had some wind damage today. The latest wind damage report from just the winds out ahead of the storms, not even associated with that, is in St. Matthews. This happened only about 15 minutes ago. Trees down, blocking the street there. Non-thunderstorm wind damage there. That right along Shelbyville Road in St. Matthews, guys. So we're getting these damage reports even before the storms arrive.
Yeah, that's wild, and we've had a number of those already today. Thank you. When we look at the radar view that we have, we are focused back to the west. The tornado warning is in Du Bois County. We continue to see that now expand across all of northern Du Bois. So that is the storm that we were watching. That is the one that Brian was talking about, mentioning that this warning will now continue capable of producing a tornado near Jasper. So they're not saying one is on the ground. The forward speed has picked up just a bit. It's now moving at 50 miles per hour. So let's put the velocity on. Again, when we look there, we see a little bit of broad rotation, not far from Jasper, pocket of heavy wind moving in. Let's see if we can just put a little bit of a track on that as we look sort of a close-up view. This is moving off to the north and east. Let's just track that, moving close to there. That would put it in Du Bois around 10:16, so within the next 16 minutes. Crystal at 10:21, Lost River coming in at 10:25. So those would be a few places. It's moving right over Ireland now. The good news is areas back to the west of us are watching what's happening. Plenty of fuel for these storms. The tornado watch in place until 2 a.m. for some, 4 a.m. for others to our east, but already just now moving into the western part of the viewing area. The thunderstorms with the one lone warning, that is the tornado warning, the first of what will likely be many through the rest of the overnight for us because it's just now approaching for Du Bois County. As we look at that storm, again, it's not the only storm we have around. There are now storms up in parts of Lawrence County and Orange County, but this is the only severe storm that we have. And you can see it's losing a little bit of its characteristic on the reflectivity reflectivity that we look at. But as we look at the velocity, again, we're looking to see, and it's tightening up just a bit more, and you can see they're expanding that warning just a bit, and that's the reason why. So this is that flux that Brian was mentioning, where they sort of ramp up, then they may ease back, then they ramp up again. Well, that happens as the cycling of the storms take place, and this is where we would have the greatest rotation. It is in extreme northwestern parts of Du Bois County. It is near Jasper. It's going to move just north of Jasper, crossing 231. That, if it holds together, would ride right along the county border that takes it up toward Lost River and Du Bois, likely swinging it into the northern and maybe northwestern parts of Orange County, north of Patoka Lake. Doesn't mean Patoka will not see wind, but the greatest part of this rotation is now moving off to the north and northeast at about 60 miles per hour. That is the storm that we're watching because it's in the viewing area. Other storms that will be approaching are farther to the west out toward Evansville, and Brian has his eye on those. Brian?
Yeah, well, this is looking at the wind field still. It seems kind of image you're looking at, but just a little bit more to the southwest of Du Bois County. Here is Evansville itself. This is Vanderburgh County. There are 3 circulations here. 1, 2, and 3 on the edge of a Boeing segment that is moving through Vanderburgh County. So 3 possible tornadoes that could be developing, very brief ones, but still can cause some damage there. So that's a very wild setup to see. This is an area that just had a supercell move through there. So typically when you got supercells, they don't do a whole lot to reset the atmosphere like rain-cooled air like you would with a squall line. This is a little different. So even as the supercell went by, the air is still primed to allow for further development. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is not only for our friends here in Evansville, we're watching you guys as well, but that storm will be tracking nearly in the exact same path as that supercell did, Kevin. So that would put it on the path toward Pike and eventually heading into Du Bois County if it holds together, but that's certainly next in line.
All right, and for folks watching at home, we have not only the whole weather team deployed, but we've got a number of reporters that are out. We'll obviously send them a little closer to these storms as they are moving in, but in a safe fashion. It's never really safe to chase storms at night, so don't think about that. That is not wise to do unless you're a professional. You'll notice that the rotation that we have is somewhat broad. It's moving north of Jasper. It's going to cross 231. Should move farther to the north and east, eventually toward Du Bois and Lost River. May eventually make its way up to 150 by the time all is said and done. When we look at this, the reflectivity is one, the velocity is another, the correlation coefficient is another. This gives us an idea of where we may have debris that's been lofted in. We're really looking for the whites and blues to show up in the area of the couplet, and we don't see that. So that's good news. Earlier, Indiana State Police reporting that this may have been a tornado on the ground, and that was a question we posed to the Weather Service. They're saying they're not seeing it in any of the data, and this would be that data that they look at, and indeed we're not seeing it, at least in this scan. Certainly bears watching because, as Brian mentioned, it can come and go as the time wears on. So when we look at velocity, that would be one area that we're tracking. I'm just going to drag the radar down as we zoom in just a bit to that greatest rotation on that, moving again right through Ireland, just north of there, through Hayesville, pretty much crossing over at this point as it works its way across 231. So strong winds for sure. We can see that. That's going to impact Portersville, Ireland, Jasper, probably getting very strong winds out of this. The tightest of that rotation moving toward Hayesville, could get close to Kellerville as it moves off to the north and east, 60 mile per hour on its forward direction. Back to the reflectivity that we have, and then I'll take you to the home view. We go radar and then back to the home view. So much happening up around Indianapolis. We're starting to see a number of reports coming in of hail and damage. Wind speeds there have exceeded 80 miles per hour in some cases. Warnings for us only include the tornado warnings for northern Du Bois County, our far western county, and then additional warnings stacked up back toward Evansville. New warnings coming out for the Evansville metro area. New tornado warnings for far west Kentucky, too. And at this point, when we look farther to the north for our friends just up the road near Indianapolis, wrong button. Let's go to the home view. clear that out. And then let me pan the radar down for us, and we'll take a closer view. Indy still seeing on the north side and now northeast side, that Boeing segment producing the 80+ mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east. The only warning that we have in our viewing area is the tornado warning, and again, that is for the Jasper area, so that would include northern Du Bois County. That is moving across the county line, soon to probably move out at some point of Du Bois County within the next 15-20 minutes, and probably still impact parts of western Orange County, not too far from US 150. Brian, what do you have?
Tracking the markers we got here, Kevin, for the wind shear is the best way to really track any type of wind damage. It's certainly a circulation that we need to monitor for any tornado potential. And you can certainly see the effects of that Boeing segment with those little notches that are moving through the Evansville area. It actually is getting a little more organized, a little more potent as it's crossing Vanderburgh County. So this looks to be where it's really ramping up here. We'll see what happens if it continues that track. You follow my hand, it should keep going. That would put it on the northwest side on Perry County and maybe southern Du Bois County and far western Crawford. If it were to hold that path, maybe a northern side even of Hancock County in Kentucky. But we'll monitor that. That's one that really has our eye at the moment. The one that produced at least some rotation there into Pike County in Indiana, moved into Du Bois. Not as strong of a signature there, as we're monitoring that as it's moving north out of Du Bois here very soon, but could reemerge again back into southwestern Lawrence and northwestern Orange, as Kevin's been talking about. And you can see that powerful storm that moved through Indianapolis, leaving a trail behind there, right, of very intense winds moving across central areas of Indiana. So at the moment, as far as a lot of you watching, we're watching Du Bois County. We're going to be monitoring that cell, but right now we are not seeing anything overly alarming, and we do not have any reports of damage from that cell moving out of Du Bois. But this one right here is one that does have our attention around Evansville to see how this is going to hold together as it tracks to the northeast, because there's not much in its way. And now that it's kind of still in the show, wind fields are getting stronger above its head. All the ingredients are laid out. We're warm here. We're in the 80s. We've got dew points nearing 70 right now, not too far away from Brandenburg, just to the west, which is remarkable to see that on the second day of April. And so the fuel's sitting here. Now it's whether or not the storms fully take advantage of that, but our gut feeling right now is that they will.
We take a look at Jasper. Just south of there is the small community of Huntingburg. We've got winds coming out of there right now at 52 miles per hour. So that's Huntingburg right there. The core of that storm is north. So Huntingburg, core of the storm north. That will continue moving off to the north and east. We have spotters that are in that area from the Du Bois County Emergency Management. And at this point, indicating nothing severe to report, which is good news.
They actually, Indianapolis said, by the way, on that Du Bois storm, that they're going to, the reason why they issued the tornado warning to southern Martin County is because of its history, not so much of anything alarming right now, but they're just taking precautions.
Okay, and again, we're in Du Bois County, then you get into Martin County, so tracking that storm and being overly cautious. I will mention the rainfall rate coming out of the northern part of that storm, 2 inches of rain an hour, so heavy rainfall. We've lost the hail probably out of that storm as it moves through, but with that, we will continue to see it push to the east. So 150 just off to the north of Lost River would be a place to watch. You're looking at 2 separate tornado warnings, but for the same storm as it moves off to the east, 60 mile per hour. Lightning count's been up with all of these storms, so as they move in later tonight, they are going to be loud. Louisville arrival time somewhere between 11:30. This system will be pushing in with a lot of wind and a lot of rain, and that's going to be the case over the next few days. So hunker down, get used to hearing our voices. We'll be here to pass along any relative warnings that need to be passed along. At this point, the only warning we have is the one that's across Du Bois County, but notice they're stacked up. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just in this view, not counting the 2 that we have. So that's 7 that will be pushing in our direction. A lot of heavy rain. Look at our temperature, 82. Just a precursor to say, wow, it's 10:10 in the evening. We're still at 82. Not a record high today, but close. And we're still close to that, even at 10 o'clock at night. This is going to be a tremendous amount of energy that these storms have the opportunity to tap into as they move eastbound and push closer to us. When we go to our velocity, and let me put the storm relative velocity on, and let's just take a little bit of a radar tour as we zoom in. Again, noting first, you can see the rotation sharply showing up with that storm right on the county border from Martin County to Du Bois County. That's passing now the Rutherford area. So it's moving just almost out of Du Bois County. And that will only be temporary because it's going to move back into Orange County. So that would be the one tornado warning that we have. That's going to track it, follow my hand through Lost River, working its way right across 150 and push it into western Orange County. So at some point we will likely see if the rotation holds, a new tornado warning that would continue this storm into western Orange County. We've got a lot of folks that have been communicating with us via social media, and because we're on all of our streams, including our live stream and Louisville's only 24/7 streaming weather channel, Wave Weather Now, and all of our digital platforms. We've been taking some of your questions there. Ryan Hoke's keeping up with that, and let's get ready to chime into Ryan to see if any folks are seeing anything other than what we are communicating with the emergency managers about, where we've had no damage reports out of Du Bois County at this point. But Ryan, any new information coming in on your side of things?
Yeah, we've been watching all the comments coming in. You know, we've got over 8,500 folks currently on our social streams and thousands more on Wave Weather Now, our 24/7 weather live stream here. And so far, folks are just concerned about the storms trying to move toward Louisville here. Haven't seen any damage reports other than the trees that have been coming down because of the gradient winds that we've had today here. A lot of folks asking about the timing. Of course, here for Louisville's, we were talking about just a little bit ago, about 11 p.m. this evening is when those storms will be moving into the Louisville area. So lots of questions about individual counties, individual locations here. So we'll continue to monitor that to see if there's any sort of developments there. Kathy says that she's seeing a little bit of lightning right now in Trimble County. If you're watching us on social media, you're seeing that at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on Wave Weather Now or on our television side of things, we can read that to you here, Kevin. So we'll continue to monitor that.
All right, we appreciate that. Everybody's reports are helpful. We always say there's nothing better than the ground truth, and that's a set of eyes where we have the weather actually happening. When we go back and look at the rotation, this storm still in the northern part of Du Bois County. This is still producing quite a pocket of wind and possibly rotating, which is why we see those signatures, the reds away from the radar, greens toward the radar. So we have that rotation showing up, passing Rutherford, moving toward Lost River, eventually crossing over 150, and that takes it into then western Orange County. And that will be, again, concern for us as we continue moving this storm off to the east. It's moving at 60 miles an hour, so it's a pretty good clip, though it's not the fastest. We've had some of these storms moving over 70 miles per hour today, and this is just one of several storms that we have our eyes on across the area. Let's go over to Brian Good. He's watching additional storms as they pass by, especially off to the west. Brian?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a messy look there. Let me switch back to a normal view so you guys can see what I'm looking at. And I don't have the warnings displayed. We're monitoring that. Don't worry. It's just that I want you guys to fully see what's happening here. We can already tell that the line itself is slowing down. The forward momentum on this is not as fast as what it was back in Missouri. But notice the expansion of the rain that is happening here. A lot of what we call stratiform rain is developing on either side of the line. So this is becoming a very heavy rainmaker as well. It's going to be much more of a challenge now to really pick out some of these surges of wind as we get much more of a heavier rain setup that's certainly developing the northern part of the line. You're going to see this entire line right here moving across Indiana, Kentucky. You'll see it begin to tilt and pretty much become horizontal and parallel to I-64. That process is next. The bottom part of this is basically going to stop in the next, I would say, 90 minutes. The top part will keep floating down and then end up sinking down into central Kentucky. That will take another 7 hours for that whole process to happen. So until that begins a more dramatic tilt, we're going to still see these storms feed right on the southern end of this and right in ahead of that line, right into areas along Evansville, west central, south central Kentucky, and right perhaps into Louisville, because we have not had any rain-cooled air. We're still primed. Kevin mentioned how warm it was. We've got plenty of fuel for these storms to feed on. Now, that amount of fuel is decreasing by every hour because we're beyond sunset, right? So, but there's still enough that we'll see how much it will keep these storms going. But right now, these things are like locomotives. They will keep chugging along until they fully just run out of gas, or they run out of their tailpipes so they can breathe and they end up falling apart. So that's something we'll be monitoring there. But those Boeing segments, Kevin, this is not what you want to see on the radar, because that's really more of a straight line wind scenario more than anything. I know tornadoes are scary. Everyone gets focused on that, I understand. But the straight line wind in this kind of case here can do more damage over a larger area, sometimes county-wide. And that's a kind of threat we got to watch out for.
Yeah, and let's have a little conversation here talking about as this tilt happens, that holds the rain in one particular area longer than others, and that can yield to flash flooding and perhaps flash flood emergencies that may have to be issued overnight tonight. Yeah, Weather Service, we had a conference call earlier. They were like, hey, you know what? We're probably going to have to issue several flash flood emergencies, which are very, very rare to see those get issued. And Louisville's had probably 2, I think, since I've been here, Kevin, you probably have seen maybe 3 or 4 that may have come out. So they're very rare when they happen, but that's when it becomes an extreme life-threatening situation when you get to that level. And we may run into that case because this heavy rain band, I'm telling you right now, central and southern Kentucky, easily is going to be 4, maybe 4.5 inches of rain tonight. You guys are really going to get walloped. Now, it's still going to rain heavily as it is now in southern Indiana. I'm still thinking 1 to 2, maybe 3 will fall in Indiana and the Louisville Metro. But our southern counties is where that band is going to linger the longest. And I really don't want you guys to let your guard down tonight, especially around the Green River, Rough River area, even parts of northwest of Lake Cumberland. Just be aware. If you have any friends or family that are doing any type of camping, perhaps, spring break, I'm not sure what the kids do these days, but whatever they're doing there across central Kentucky, if they're out at some campground, and we had some that were Otter Creek, I believe, Kevin, from the storms on Sunday night. So just give them a call. Make sure that hopefully they're aware of what's coming our way. But this is a very dangerous setup for the overnight. Take the wind and the tornado off to the side. You're right, that flash flooding is something we have to watch carefully. Yeah, that'll be a progress that happens throughout time. So this will be probably early in the morning hours, 3, 4 o'clock time frame where we really start to see those rain totals add up. We're still watching this velocity moving across the northern parts of Du Bois County, Martin County, eventually crossing back into Orange County. It's gotten a little broader, as you can see, moving from Rutherford over to Lost River, so we don't have that one defined spot. As Brian pointed out, sometimes within these lines we get these backward C's or the Boeing segments, and that can be a push of wind that encompasses a much larger area than just one particular point. So the damage can be even greater with straight line wind events, especially along a line like we're looking at. Keep pointing out that temperature at 82. That's pretty wild. Du Bois, again, seeing the potential for new tornadic development there. So we've got that warning that will still stay in place, I believe, for Du Bois County. And again, they're reissuing for Du Bois. The Huntingburg's weather station, 52-mile-per-hour winds. Louisville Airport now at 51. So you'll see this number update in just a second. Just west of Gentryville, it looks like, in Ferdinand. Looks like that's where some issues are developing there as you get into Du Bois, into parts of Perry. Okay, so again, a new tornado warning is now out for Du Bois County. We'll take you to that. You can see what that looks like. This does include parts of Perry County. This is Ferdinand, Huntingburg. This is the storm moving in, again. Just west of Holiday World. Yes, just west of Holiday World. That will be pushing in until 10:45 on that warning for Du Bois County. When we look at the velocity on that, hopefully we can see it a little easier on what we're looking at. Back out to the west again, the couplet's probably sitting just a bit back. That is expected to move through, and you can see the very strong push of wind moving in. Several of the tornado warnings overlapping, and that's what we're going to deal with through the rest of the overnight hours. A number of warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning just came out, a massive one to encompass a good chunk of the western part of the area, it looks like. Yeah, let's go to that. I'll point out this, and we mentioned this earlier too. If you're watching our live stream, we said what would likely happen because of all of the embedded wind threats. We'd likely get a big blanketed area of severe, and embedded within the severe would be the tornado warnings that come out. Notice that this warning that includes a number of counties, including Du Bois, Harrison, Orange, and Perry, and those cities included would be Huntingburg, Jasper, Tell City. That comes with a considerable tag. That's wind speed 70 mile per hour possible, and the tornado possible tag on that as well. So, and it's moving at 75. And that's just incredible. So we do have that forward speed at 75. Listen, the speed of the storm is important because the wind can't be a lot less than the speed of the storm, right? If something's moving at you at that speed, velocity tells us that, well, it's likely going to produce winds near that level. So these will produce some massive winds across this zone as we track these storms in. Notice the new tornado warning coming right up to Perry County, likely get extended. Let me just point out that as most of these are now moving to the east and northeast, Louisville is still very much in the path of seeing these storms arrive, probably within the hour, maybe just slightly past the hour. So that would be 11:20. I'd say between 11:15 and 11:45 is a good zone for us here in the Louisville area. Obviously getting closer to us before that happens. And the warnings are coming out well in advance, which is why this severe thunderstorm warning comes right up to Metro Louisville. This just goes to the point that we've said all week long is you have to have a plan. You have to be prepared. We're going to have severe weather, multi-days of it, but today will likely be the strongest or most robust severe threat. But even so, the flooding issues over the next few days will cause problems for some as well. So we have a number of things we're dealing with here. First, let me just go back and I'll zoom in. I'll recenter up my radar for us. We'll go to the home view just to point out where this is in relation. I'm going to put the radar back on for a second. And with that, you can see Louisville still dry. Starting to see that rain get a little closer. All of the actions now moving into the western part. We have tornado warnings lined up all along that zone of our western counties from Lawrence to Orange, now including Du Bois, and then it's right up against Perry County. So next in line would be a number of tornado warnings through that zone. I'm going to zoom in a little closer on this. This is a wall of wind that is pushing in, and as we zoom into, I'll try to encompass all of the tornado warnings here, and including those that go all the way down past Santa Claus into Perry County. New tornado warnings coming out for Orange County. Yeah. So you can see that. That's with that storm we were tracking northern Du Bois. We said that would happen as it got close to 150. So now let's take a look. Let me just get the details on that and we'll come back. So we go to the tornado warning. And with that, you're going to see the details pop up on the expiration time for that. It's 10:45 on the expiration. This is radar indicated. This includes West Baden Springs. So if you're over in French Lick, in that area, this includes you, Orangeville and Orleans in the path of that storm. Small hail not out of the question with that as this storm is moving again to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So now we have a number of tornado warnings stacked up. We're looking at the reflectivity. That gives us an idea of the heavy rain, possible hail. Haven't had a whole lot of hail reports, frankly. Let's take a look at the velocity. We're looking for little pockets or couplets. There's that larger area of a couplet that the reasoning behind the push for the tornado warning for Orange County. That's moving out of Martin County into northwestern Orange. So if you're north and west of Paoli along 150, that would be a place of concern. And then we get to the south, we have Jasper and Du Bois, tornado warning issued there. Now you're probably thinking, well, I don't see any type of couplet there. Brian is tracking this because this is a large push of wind, most likely, that's coming through with possibly hurricane force winds, Brian.
Yeah, so let's track that. So as we track the wind field, it's moved. Here's Evansville. Here's Louisville right here, Louisville Metro. We got Du Bois County. Here is Corydon, just west of Louisville. So if this line holds on its current track, heading east faster than most of you travel on the interstates at 75 miles per hour.
Lawrence County tornado warning.
Okay. Lawrence County, and again, that would put it in
Jackson.
That would put in English, Indiana, this Boeing segment at about 52 minutes after the hour. Louisville right now is slated for 11:19. We'll see if that holds, Kevin, there.
All right, so much, again, unfolding quickly because of the track of these storms. The latest tornado warning coming out is for the northern part of our viewing area, and you can see that's just an extension of the warnings that pre-existed. So Jackson, Lawrence, and Martin all included in this. Again, you see Bedford here. That's the Lawrence County part of that. We get up into a very small part of Jackson. That's just to the south and west of Medora and Freetown. So we're nowhere close to Seymour, at least not yet. The storm will likely continue its movement as it crosses US 50. That warning will be in place until 11 o'clock. Remember, if you've been watching us for a while, I said, wow, we're in for a night here. This is going to take hours. Well, we're at 10:25. We started our coverage 2 hours ago on our weather stream. Had to break into Chicago Fire, and we've been on since with nonstop weather information for those folks in Du Bois County, but now it's extending farther to the east, moving into parts of Jackson, Lawrence, Orange County, and then Perry County is probably next in line. Let me show you again the wider view. This is that northern edge. This is the couplet we're watching. Get your bearings together. There's Paoli. This is Orange County. That storm is moving right across 150 and just across the very northwestern part of Orange County. So if you have family or friends there, that's a zone that you have to pay close attention to. One past Jasper would take us to Du Bois. And then as we work our way down past Santa Claus, Indiana, we're still looking along that line to find additional pockets of heavy wind. And boy, you can see some of those pockets of wind. They pop up quickly and sometimes they dissipate fairly quickly as well as these storms pass by. So with that, what we're looking for, and I see Brian has his in motion, and sometimes that's a little easier to show. Let me just pull this up. This backward C shape in the wind, that is a push of wind coming right into Gentryville, right along 231. That would move toward Ferdinand as well as you work your way right up 64. So that's a zone. Ryan, if we haven't given the storm tracker any idea of where to go, we should probably safely have that in a position to be hunkered down as these storms get closer to the metro, so we can at least see it from a safe vantage point. With that, you see these blues show up inside of that. That is very powerful wind, not far from Boone and Hart. That's just outside of the viewing area. This is Perry County. That is moving toward that region. So that would be one area that we have to watch as well. Wind gusts have been strong throughout the day today. They continue to be on the strong side, still at 40 miles an hour here in Louisville. When we look at the radar, it's tough to see with a lot of the warnings laid on over top.
That's what I'm having to do is clear those off because you can't see and analyze very well.
Yeah, I know. That's why I keep looking at your radar because it's so much easier. In fact, let's go over Max 2. Just punch that up, and Brian and I will have this conversation because we can see the rotation clearer moving across southern parts of Lawrence County, and that is where we have the greatest probably rotation. But boy, the strongest push of wind across a large area is right along 64.
You got it. I mean, you kind of roll this back so you kind of animate this. Now, here's what's interesting about the one moving into Lawrence County. This is the one right here. Keep an eye on that right there, that area of green. This is a supercell that did damage in Paducah, Kentucky, and has maintained its structure, which is what is concerning the Weather Service when they maintain like that. And look at the last couple frames. It goes right. So they're watching the structure carefully as it wobbles its way into the southeast now, Martin County. It's right at the triple point of Orange, Lawrence, and Martin counties. It looks like it's going to settle, though, just south of Bedford will be its track. So Orange County, the good news is you're not going to be in a tornado warning status for too long for this particular storm. However, now we have to get ready for this mess, which is part straight line wind moving toward eventually into Santa Claus, Indiana. In fact, it's hitting Santa Claus, Indiana now, I believe, at Holiday World. Eventually, you head right into Perry County. But the northern part of that, let me clear off my scribbles. This is the part we got to watch that's moving back into Du Bois that is going to be a concern for any brief tornado that could develop there. So we'll be watching that carefully as it moves out of Pike into Du Bois County. And then we'll watch for the straight line wind potential that is raking right now across southern Indiana, moving right into Perry County. And this is the one that if this entire setup can maintain itself, this will be the structure that will then eventually move into the Louisville Metro. But that, as you saw earlier, is scheduled right now to be about 50 to 55 minutes away from taking place, which is actually fairly remarkable considering how far they are, and to get here within an hour's time gives you an idea how fast they are moving, which is about 75 miles per hour. They're trucking down I-64, but we'll see how this evolves. It's still a little early in the game to get too specific on what will happen in the Louisville Metro, but we know at this point the circulation is certainly there for at least southern edge there of Lawrence County. It's a little jog to the right, Kevin. It has me a little worried that this could still be producing at least funnel clouds, maybe a wall cloud at times, and it could still produce a brief touchdown and go back up again. And it's those kind of reports take a while to get back in to our offices. So a bit delayed, I'm sure, on those damage reports, if there's any at all.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we've seen this actual storm take that right-hand turn. You know, when it was back moving into northwest Du Bois County, started to go right just a little bit. Looking at some weather information out of Indiana, 100-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust coming in from a personal weather station. This was 1 mile south of Eaton, Indiana. That's in Delaware County. So we're talking some massive winds with these storms. Even if you're not under a tornado warning tonight, if you get put under a severe thunderstorm warning, just know that there are going to be some wild winds that push in with that. Embedded, there may be some rotation or pockets of even stronger winds that get tornado warnings. So that's going to be important. I don't want you to think, oh, I'll just go to bed, and if I get a tornado warning, I'll get up and take cover. No, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, you need to make sure you're in your tornado safe place, just because of the way these winds are behaving. We have a very powerful wind field just above us. We have all of the ingredients for severe weather. On those 82-degree temperatures and 40-mile-per-hour winds, we're pumping in a lot of moisture from the tropics and the Gulf. So we have the fuel that's needed. The low-level jet is cranking up, so our winds are stronger than they've been all day today, just above the surface. And it doesn't take much to pull them down. Even a light rain shower can pull down some of those very strong winds, much less a thunderstorm, which is why we're seeing some of those 80, 90, 100-mile-per-hour winds embedded within this line of storms. All right, so that's the area that we're at, looking at what's happening. Let's go back to the velocity and see if we can point out some of those pockets of rotation.
By the way, when you do your tour there, Murray State, just southwest, Tornado Weather Service, tornado is on the ground.
Okay.
Right now.
So again,
Southwest Kentucky
and you
there.
have that pulled up.
Right there in Murray, Kentucky.
You can see it right on, is it the one on 641?
Yeah, moving right along there. So it's right over Murray, in fact, at the moment. I know it's outside the area, but again, a lot of folks have friends or family or students there. So we'll watch. Look at all those spins going on there, Kevin.
Oh,
again,
man. And the strongest one looks to be getting just south of Cuttawa.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all these moving in, and that the one right there, you're right, is the one that stands out. But all these got to be watched. And again, you got a mix of Boeing segments. You have different things happening. I know you use a lot of the meteorological terms here, but you got straight line winds, and you've got the potential rotation for isolated tornadoes that can be taking place too. And we only have really the radar and emergency managers, sheriff's department, deputies that are out on the roadways to report back to us anytime there's damage reports or anything spotted. And sometimes those reports are going to be delayed. So kind of bear with us on that. But right now, it just, when we talk about a tornado warning, confirmed or not, got to treat it that way, that it's something that could be on the ground, and get into your safe spot, lowest level of your home and away from the exterior wall.
All right, Brian, thanks. We'll be bouncing back and forth. We'll bring Ryan into the conversation. We've been talking throughout the evening on severe weather. I'm going to pull the radar back on, and then we will take that tour back down this line of storms as it continues to move through. The latest warning that was issued, you probably see it going across the bottom of your screen. That was for a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of the viewing area. So that's going to encompass parts of Jackson County. So this would be parts of Davis, Greene, Jackson, Knox, Lawrence, Martin, and Monroe. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for southern parts of Indiana, our northern part, but in southern Indiana. And that warning will go until 11 o'clock. Within that warning, we have the severe storm that is producing the possible tornado, and consequently you get the tornado warning. So let's take a look at the velocity, and we'll just do a little bit of a track down that line. So bear with me as we zoom in and talk about these storms as they approach some of the communities within the viewing area. Again, just to get your bearings, this is Lawrence County.
There's a bit of a hail core showing up too now. All of a sudden, it has popped in right there.
Yeah, and that's going to be just that's not too far from where we have the rotation. So a little bit of hail. I can show you what that looks like, both with the reflectivity. So if I show you the radar view, you're going to notice that purple showing up. That would be where we have the hail. If I look at the hail again, we have our different scopes here. I can look at the hail scope and point out if we've seen any so far. It's just developing, so the odds of it being there, very low to none. So none yet, but it's just now developing. Again, I'll point out, you can sort of see that hook, so that's where the rotation would be the greatest.
82 miles per hour gate to gate right now.
Yeah, so this really is cranking up. You should be in your tornado safe place by all means if you're in the area of southern Lawrence County. This storm, again, 88 mile per hour winds gate to gate toward and away. We likely are seeing a developing tornado. Now, whether it touches down or not, or is already on the ground, we can't say, but you can certainly see the signature Titan right along that border of Orange County and Lawrence County, very close to Spice Valley. Moving again, tornado warning being sort of firmed up, and you can see it. Is that a tornado emergency? Why would they issue that within that warning?
It's still radar indicated. I think they're just maybe trimming off maybe the back end of it. I believe so on that. But yeah, hit right into Mitchell.
Yes.
I mean, this was a direct line of it.
Let me center that up so folks can see what we're watching. That is the most powerful probably rotation that we've seen. Switching, when I move it down, it switches the Weather Service radars. That's why you see the different colors. But this is the rotation that we have. It will be going right toward Mitchell, Orleans as well, still not out of the woods. So you're right on that boundary of Orange County to Lawrence County. We will be in touch with all of our emergency managers, all of our sheriff's departments, making sure that they have the information that they need. And also
Breckinridge County, tornado warning.
So now, again, moving into the western part of our viewing area, here comes Breckinridge County. You'll see that pop up. Let me just give you the details on that, and we're going to go one by one. I'll focus on Lawrence County, and Brian, if you'll take Breckinridge County. I've lost the warning. It didn't pop out. Oh, there it is.
You got it?
Sorry. Yeah, let me bring it back, and I'll give the details. That until 11 o'clock. So that's for Breckinridge, Hancock, and Ohio counties. Again, you can see that storm making its eastward jog as well. That storm's moving east at 60 miles per hour. A hard-hit area that was knocked on Sunday by several tornadoes nearby. 5 tornadoes confirmed from Sunday. Still more surveys to do. And tonight we're faced with additional warnings that are coming in to the area. So let me go back to the Indiana storm. Brian's going to take you back to...
This is remarkable, Kevin. This tornado warning for Breckinridge County is due to the storm that is in Madisonville, Kentucky.
Just moving that fast?
Moving at 60 miles per hour, but that signature is very strong in Madisonville right now.
Is it on the ground?
I didn't see a report yet. I'm still checking on that.
Okay, yeah, I don't see it
Give me a
either.
moment, but that is the one that has already got the tornado warning already out. Again, to western Breckinridge. It's one of the longer stretches of a polygon setup I've ever seen, actually. Okay, they're issuing a new polygon for it. So let me see if they've declared this as a confirmed or not. So it looks like radar indicated, but that signature is very, very strong right now. Right
and
over
moving into a very favorable environment too.
Absolutely. So it looks like this is going to maintain itself for a while. So you got a big heads up, Breckinridge County. Take advantage of that. When you get these kind of heads up, Weather Service, they're doing a great job on that. They got this expiring coming up at the top of the hour. We'll see if it gets there within 20 minutes or so. But as of right now, this is the main concern we're going to have for Breckinridge County is going to be what happens out of Madisonville. And I'll be watching that carefully, Kevin, as it rolls out of there.
All right. And then there's increasing confidence with this storm as it continues to develop. We haven't lost our sights on what's going on in southern Indiana. So this storm approaching the Mitchell area, still within the bounds of the tornado warning that we have. That storm, again, you have to be in your tornado safe place if you're in southern Lawrence County. This storm is moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Again, confidence increasing that this is spinning up. Let's take a look at the debris just to see if we have anything lofted. We're looking in this area here. We're looking for blues and whites to show up in what would otherwise be general heavy rain. That would tell us that, yes, we see something coming back to the radar that was more dense, and that is an indicator that we could be lofting debris into the atmosphere. At this point, we're not seeing it on the latest scan. Doesn't mean that tornado is not on the ground, though. So that's
we may have one developing in Huntingburg in Du Bois County. They're up to 62 miles per hour, and circulation is showing up there now.
All right, let's go point that out to us, Brian, and I'll reset.
It's going to be very close to St. Anthony, 231. Here's Huntingburg. Again, Du Bois County. They hit 62 miles per hour a few seconds ago. This is not east. Not a very strong signature yet, but it has one that has gotten a little tighter as it's rolled across the southern side here of Du Bois County, south of Jasper. So watching this carefully. You got friends or family that are staying at Patoka Lake, give them a call and make sure they're paying attention to this cell carefully, because it's making a beeline right toward Patoka Lake as we head into the next, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes. It's racing here, so we can get a forward motion on that. It's supposed to have been averaging about 45 to as high as 75 miles per hour. This is moving at 55 right now to the north and east at a very fast clip there. So we'll be watching that as well on the northern edge of that other Boeing segment that is moving out of, or moving into portions of Perry County here soon. All right, another tornado warning. This is going to be an extension of that cell, Kevin, really combining the multiple spins that are happening in Du Bois County, south of Jasper, and also the Boeing segment that may still produce a quick spin up as it moves into Crawford County. So Crawford County and Orange, you need to go ahead, and Perry County, or you should already be in your safe spot. But if you haven't gotten the word yet, get in there now. Again, lowest level, get away from windows, interior room, bathroom, hall, closet. Put your shoes on. It may seem a little silly, but if you end up with some damage or the windows break, you don't want to be walking around barefoot, right? So it doesn't take much to put the shoes on and get the kids woke out of bed and kind of get them in their safe spots and let this mess, because it's multiple things spinning here. So let this pass by, and we'll let you know when the all clear is sent on that, Kevin.
All right, just to recap, we have a number of severe and tornado warnings now across the area. We're looking at the debris tracker to see if we have any debris being lofted. We obviously have the velocities where we can see that wind now moving. If there was a tornado in Lawrence County, it would be right over the Mitchell area. This is tracking off to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. That's the furthest north of the tornado warnings that we have. All of these are radar indicated. As we work our way down, you're going to notice additional rotation near St. Anthony. This is pushing across Du Bois County. This will move toward the Patoka Lake area. This will impact southern half of Orange County and a good chunk of Crawford County as this storm moves in. Additional storms continue, which is why you see the large tornado warning that impacts not only Orange County, but back out into Du Bois County and south into Perry County.
Okay, they're upgrading the, sorry to interrupt you, Kevin.
No, please.
They're upgrading in Madisonville to PDS. I'm getting gate to gate of 116 miles per hour now.
Okay, just to give some perspective, sure. Madisonville is the one in Kentucky.
This is the one in Kentucky, correct. I know you're looking at the Indiana ones, but this just came out, so I want to make sure to pass it along real quick here. This is the one that's got the tornado warning that is already in advance of it for areas stretching all the way into Breckenridge. So
that may be the furthest I've ever seen a tornado warning
I think so as well, but
wow.
that is a very strong signature there. And again, I'm getting 116 miles per hour, and they are upgrading to a particularly dangerous situation, which leads to a tornado emergency set up for this kind of ordeal into Madisonville. So we'll be waiting for word on that, but this is something we're watching. The power outages are going up big time in Madisonville, apparently.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah. You can just see that gate-to-gate wind. That's the winds toward away from the radar in a very tight spot. Yeah. Likely a tornado on the ground in that location. Huntingburg, Indiana, that's in Du Bois County, now reporting wind speeds coming in from there at 62 miles per hour. So we do have winds being measured from the airport there in Huntingburg. This is that sort of backward C that we talk about. That push is moving toward Birdseye, Adeyville, moving over towards Salina and Huffman. We're going to notice that moving right along 64 as it pushes into western Crawford County. So much going on. I'll go back to our home view so you can get just the perspective of what we're tracking tonight. I'm going to put the radar back on. You'll likely still have the warnings overlaid. Rain starting to move into the Louisville area. Our winds still at 40 miles per hour. We have a number of tornado warnings. The one with the tightest rotation in our viewing area is southern Lawrence County. Additional strong storms moving across Du Bois into Perry, western Crawford County, northern Perry County. So Orange, Crawford, Perry, that's the zone moving out of Du Bois and into those. And then we have the one down into the western parts of Breckenridge County.
Well, there's another, that's getting an appendage on the lead cell now in advance of that. Is really taking over. So I am, that's immediately on Breckenridge now. So yeah. This is way ahead of Madisonville and east of the Masonville area. So this is the one right now that I think we need to watch. It's getting a little bit more of a better circulation organization.
Put the velocity on that, Brian. Let's just take a look. So this would be over in Whitesville near Bell's Run is where you're going to be looking. Brian has it circled, and you can see some velocity starting to tighten there.
Yeah, let me get a little closer into it. Not a very strong signature yet, but it's got the structure to produce a tornado.
From nothing to that.
Absolutely. So this wasn't there a few moments ago. This is the shower. So it may have been a situation where they were able to sniff out that this could have been one that may grow into one. That may be the reason why the Breckenridge County warning may have come out. I'm not sure. But either way, it's covered. And that's the important thing. So make sure that, again, you're in your safe spot there, because while you got a big heads up on what's happening in Madisonville, we need to watch that circulation moving in on the western side of Breckenridge right now.
Yeah, wild. All right, we continue back to the radar view showing those storms. Again, this is the one that will take aim to western Hardin County, and then, of course, the Madisonville storm with a number of warnings lined up ahead of that as this continues to push to the east. A lot of these storms moving fast as a car drives, 65, 70 miles per hour as they blast into the area. We're at 10:44 here in Louisville. We were looking at that target time frame between 11:15 and 11:45, so we're within a half hour to an hour of the arrival, and I think that we're going to be pretty much on track for that as the strongest of those storms approach. Regardless, we have it affecting parts of our viewing area back out to the west. We have a number of tornado warnings still coming out for central Indiana, but that's outside of our area. We've got enough to track across here, and this shows no signs of diminishing anytime too soon. Now, the National Weather Service allowing the Du Bois County tornado warning and the Perry County to expire. Let me go back in. I want to visit our friends up in Lawrence County. We zoom back in. It's easier to see the rotation when we look at the velocity. Let's take a look at that. It's not as strong as it was. It would be over the Buda area if we were to have that velocity show up. That again is moving off to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So that is the storm that we're tracking that will eventually move into the western parts of Jackson County. Now, a very small part of Jackson County is in that warning, but we'll see if that gets extended up toward the Freetown area. Let's work our way down this line where we have the tornado warnings lined up and the severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice the radar changes colors, Indianapolis radar, Louisville radar. So it just depends which radar we're looking at because velocity measures winds toward and away from the radar we can see that based on the colors, okay? Just wanted to give you an idea of why that was changing. You'll notice, again, not far from the Buda area, north of Mitchell, that's the center of circulation on that as it lifts to the north. We have down into Du Bois County, massive wind that's been pushing through will continue to move toward Campbellsburg and Rosebud. This is western Washington County. No huge sign of rotation. And then we get down into this area where we have a number of pockets and wiggles in the stream. That's where we would have the potential for some rotation moving toward Patoka Lake, Birdseye, Siberia, that zone. This is going to take us back down. We're at 64. We're going to cross back across the Ohio River, and you're going to notice the new warning flashing that includes parts of Breckinridge County. Again, Huntingburg measuring winds. We still get real-time information coming in from Huntingburg, 62 miles per hour, the latest wind coming in from that sensor. The storm here is moving at 70 miles an hour, the one moving into western Breckinridge County. So that's a very fast-moving storm to the northeast. The storm's capable of producing a tornado. It hasn't produced one yet, but you can see this is the storm that Brian was pointing out. Again, not as tight. We can go back to the reflectivity to see perhaps a little better structure on that. But the velocity, tough to pick out. But if there were a tornado, it would be in this general zone here near the Whitesville area. And that's going to be tracking off to the northeast fast at 70 miles an hour. So western Breck, you should be in your tornado safe place. If you have a cell phone or a mobile device and you have the Wave Weather app, scroll down, hit watch now. You can watch us from your closet or underneath of the set of stairs. If you have a basement, wherever your safe place may be, just know that device will take you to our live coverage and as these storms pass through. Starting to see a lot of lightning from Louisville as we look to the west, so these storms are approaching. It's going to get loud. 82-degree temperature still with the 40-mile-per-hour winds. Those were the top of the hour numbers that we still have. This storm continues to move through. Brian, I think we have tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning stacked up almost along that whole line.
Yeah, exactly. Let me show you just that. Let's get rid of the radar view for a moment. Look at just the warnings and look at that. I mean, there's only one small gap south of Indianapolis where it's not covered by a tornado warning. So I know this is a bit scary to see that. We don't see this very often, this many warnings coming our way. But this really gives you an idea of the complexity that we're facing here. And that's why they're all kind of on top of each other. Some of these cover the same storm, but they're kind of warning folks that there could be multiple sections along that storm that could begin to rotate. These are relatively small circulations, other than the one in Madisonville. They've been relatively small in southern Indiana and northern Kentucky, but certainly enough that we can see damage to come out of that. Now, as far as what we're tracking in our area on the warnings, Brian, we have a great tool, the big board. to be able to track all that and the times that those warnings are going to expire.
Yeah, you can see right now all the tornado warnings here in red right now. You've got Crawford, Du Bois, Orange, Perry, and just segments of these counties, not the entire counties. That one has about 27 minutes left. Breckenridge, about 12 minutes left on that one. They may get extended, though, obviously, given what's going on there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Lawrence there, another 12 minutes there. Jackson and Lawrence also under a tornado warning for part of the county there, about 12 minutes. And then finally, a mega severe thunderstorm warning here. This is a large area one that's just west of Louisville here. Goes for about another 12 minutes there. I'm just also off the phone with Orange County Dispatch. They said they've had no reports yet of damage. Can't get a hold of Lawrence County at the moment. Their phone just rings and rings, so they may be busy at the moment as that circulation continues to move through Lawrence County, Kevin.
All right, Ryan, thanks. Brian, that Madisonville storm you've been watching,
yeah.
Tornado on the ground with that storm, according to spotters. So we do have that confirmed now. We were looking at how tight that was. New tornado warning just now coming out. This one's going to include parts of Lawrence and Jackson counties. So remember, we said Freetown not yet, but now yes, you are. So that's that same circulation we were just watching over Buda. Let me just point out what that looks like on the velocity so you can see what that is. This storm has had a history of sort of piping up and piping down, but yes, we still see that rotation showing up right past Buda. This is going to take it across US 50. This would take aim on Freetown. So if you are in western parts of Jackson County, you've got to be in your tornado safe place. You'll notice this does not include Seymour, Brownstown, or Medora. This is for Freetown and western parts of Jackson County. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter to that area so we can get a few towns for you, maybe even a few roads. Here's the center of circulation near Crawford. We zoom in. This would impact Clear Spring, perhaps Norman, Kurtz, and Freetown. So if you're hearing those towns and you live nearby, you should be in your tornado safe place. Heltonville, you're likewise in this warning. It's lifting off to the northeast. That one's moving at 40 miles an hour, so a little slower on the forward speed of that. When we go back to the reflectivity on this, and I zoom out to our home view, which we like to do, it's a matter of zooming out, getting a clear picture of what's coming in.
A little tighter here into the border of Breckenridge.
Okay, let's, Brian, I want you to take us on both of those. I saw you looking at the Madisonville storm.
Yeah, okay.
So let's do both the Kentucky storms, and I'll keep focused on Indiana.
You got it. All right, we'll start here. Okay, let me get your, so you can see where we're at. Here is Louisville. Right here is the radar beam at Fort Knox or Shepherdsville and Bullock County. We're heading southwest into Breckenridge County. Here's the entire county. It's going to be right there on the border of western side there of Breckenridge County itself, a small little angle, if you see a little bit of an arrow notch there into Mattingly and just west of Hardinsburg. But this is where we're seeing circulation just north of what looks like to be, Haynesville and south of Patesville. That's where we're watching it. So let's kind of wind this back just for a moment and see where this is going. So we wind it back. You see it over Whitesville. Kevin was mentioning them earlier. It's still holding on, but getting a little bit tighter as it heads right into Patesville. So if it holds on that course, that is going to put it right into Tobinsport and the very northwest side here. So this would stay northwest of Hardinsburg. However, we need to watch this carefully for any type of right turn that could develop because this is a supercell. This is not part of a line of storms. So it is separate. So because of that, it could easily turn toward Hardinsburg. So just be very weather aware. Mattingly, Hardinsburg, even all the way up to Frymire. Be fully aware of how this may evolve as we watch that circulation track rapidly to the east at about 55 miles per hour. And this is the damaging tornado that is on the ground right now. Just touchdown looks like right over Madisonville. Now it's east of Madisonville, just on the other side of I-69 heading eastbound. This is the one we got to watch as well. And it looks like another tornado warning.
This is going to
Meade County?
Yeah.
That covers the extension of that one in Patesville.
The one you were just watching.
Yeah. Okay. So that's an extension. You can see it there. Let me get back to normal radar view. That's the new one right here that is tracking to the north and east. It is set to expire coming up at 30 minutes after the hour for you guys. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning too for Grayson that has been added just because of what's going on back here around Madison. I think they're taking some precautions on that. But we'll keep an eye on this, Kevin, because this is one of those setups we talked about where you're going to have a tornado on the ground west heading in an area that has a possible tornado in the area on radar into Breckenridge County. So you're about to get a 1-2 punch for Breckenridge.
Possibly both tornadic.
So, exactly. So just stay in your basement.
Yeah, for now, that's where you got to be. Lowest level away from windows, the center of that location for sure. All of this is aiming toward Louisville. So if you're watching us from Louisville, I know we're coming up on 11 o'clock. We will not have Wave News at 11. We're going to be on with you with nonstop severe weather coverage, and we're probably going to be here right into the early morning hours. We have the tornado possible on this storm near Grayson County. That is the large severe thunderstorm warning that they've issued. Additional tornado warnings will likely come out within that. We're getting from the Storm Prediction Center a mesoscale update on what's happening both in Indiana and Kentucky. We'll get you what that sounds like in a second from Ryan. He'll take a look at that. When we look at what's happening, again, we have a number of storms that we're tracking. Let me go back to the southern Indiana storm. Brian is keeping his eye on what's happening down in parts of the western parts of our viewing area in Kentucky, and that includes Meade County, Breckinridge County, and Grayson County for that matter. Lots and lots of lightning coming in. We have a 4-box that we can show you with a tower cam, radar. We'll keep that up for a little while so folks can see as these storms approach the Louisville area all of the information that, or at least some of the information that we're looking at. I want to zoom in to what's happening to our north, and as we zoom in to this storm that's had the rotation, you're going to notice and by the way, we have breaking news underway as well. So that's what you see the police lights about with the storm tracker. So we have a lot going on. If we have a chance to hear more about that, we'll get that to you as well. You'll notice for southern Indiana, we've got Bedford, we've got Freetown. This is western parts of Jackson County. This is moving out of Lawrence County. When we look at the velocity on this, we're still looking at powerful winds moving right along 150. So that's now past Bedford, past Buda. This is going to move across US 50 and push right into the western part of Jackson County. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. We work our way a little bit farther to the south. You can see that a little bit better when we hit that view again right along US 50. We have powerful winds still just about everywhere along this line. We get back down into southern Indiana. Here's Patoka Lake, seeing strong winds push in, pockets of wind coming right across the lake at this point. And then we work our way down. Again, seeing that push of very strong wind from English to Sulphur. That's the tornado warning that encompasses far western parts of Crawford County. That would include English. These storms are making a move at about 60 miles an hour as they push closer to us, and that's going to be the case as they approach. They get into Harrison County, Floyd County, Jefferson County's next. So we're watching this wall of wind and the little circulations that we have embedded within them move into our area. We'll get a check from Brian in a second. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke with an update on what the Storm Prediction Center is saying.
Kevin, it's never good when the Storm Prediction Center says the word Louisville in their discussion text here, and that's indeed what's going on. This red box right here is the Storm Prediction Center saying from Louisville to Cincinnati, they are concerned about tornado and damaging wind potential through about midnight, 1 a.m., right along the Ohio River corridor here, and that would be the extension of what you're seeing going on in Breckinridge County, moving up north and east along the Ohio River here. So this is very, concerning for the Louisville metro area right now. So if you're in Louisville, stay tuned. Tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings likely coming here in pretty short order, Kevin.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. You see it at the top of the screen and scrolling at the bottom of the screen. This is going to be areas to our north, parts of Brown, Jackson, Lawrence, Monroe County. Look at all the warnings, and you see a flash flood warning in there. I mean, warning after warning. Tough to keep up with. Just again, we're walking you through it. We're telling you if you need to be in your tornado safe place, and we'll tell you when the all clear has been sounded too. We're not there yet. This comes with a tornado possible tag, wind speeds of 70 miles an hour. If you're in Jackson County, this would include, again, western Jackson County, Freetown to Medora and points farther to the west, all of Lawrence County. Moving through Bedford, strong, powerful winds moving in. This is going to be pushing through and approaching the Seymour area. Seymour, Crothersville, be on standby. Storms coming to your area soon. Back to the south, we get the other wall of wind that will continue to push to the east as well, moving closer to Whiskey Run, Oregon Springs, Fairdale, that's Indiana Fairdale, and Crandall, that's just north of Corydon. You should be on standby for the next warning to come out for your area. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Wouldn't be surprised to see the upgrade to the tornado warning. Let's see where this one is for. This one is for the tornado warning for Davis County, Hopkins, McLean, Muhlenberg. Again, Brian's been tracking this storm. This was the one down near Madisonville. And you can see that storm will continue tracking off to the north and east. There's Hardinsburg. So we've got a number of storms. In fact, that's just behind us. We've got storms lined up, tracking across the same area. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Du Bois, Harrison, Orange, and Perry. So we were just talking about that one, Brian. That's the extension to see that wall of wind pushing in. Now, I know, well, I mean, this is tough to keep up with.
Well, the Weather Service issued a statement saying we are analyzing what's going on as we are, and their plan is between now and 2 o'clock in the morning, rounds of thunderstorms with occasional Kentucky. Okay, so here's the Louisville area. We're watching 2 different potential tornadic cells that are developing here into the west central areas of Kentucky on the southern side of Owensboro, heading just south and east of Tell City. One is located right there in the northwest side of Breckinridge County. That is the one that's going to be tracking right over the Ohio River right now as I'm talking to you guys. It is crossing the Ohio River and will actually follow the river all the way up to just on the northern edge and the tip there into Meade County as you get into southern areas of Perry County, Crawford, and Harrison. So if you're in Crawford County, southwest Harrison County, and Meade County, the part that's still not covered yet under a tornado warning along the river banks itself, heads up. I got a feeling if the circulation continues to hold together, and so far it is, the structure is there. No confirmed tornado on the ground. The structure is there. If that holds, that tornado warning will likely continue into Perry, Crawford, and to Harrison counties. The second circulation we're watching is the damaging tornado that we're still waiting word on. This is in Madisonville, Kentucky, that is now northeast of Madisonville, and it's heading rapidly to the northeast as well. Several reports of power lines and trees down. They're saying, considering what the radar is looking like, they haven't heard of a lot of reports of damage just yet, but it's still early in the game. But this one, you can see, is falling near the exact path as the one that's in Breckinridge. So here's the Breckinridge County one. Here's the one that moved out of Madisonville that is now moving rapidly to the northeast. So you've only got maybe about a 30-minute gap in between them. So in Breckinridge County, just stay in your safe spot, stay in the lowest level of your home, your basement, until this moves on by. But this is going to be the 1-2 punch we're going to be watching heading right to the Ohio River, Kevin.
I just want to point out that one in Breck County is right over Cloverport, Brian, and it is, I mean, really tightening up.
It is, yeah, right on the river, yeah.
That's a concern. That's right on the river. I can show you that as well. Let me go back to the radar view. This is the velocity. I'm going to pan this down. Obviously, we're watching what's going on both sides of the river, but just doing a little bit of analysis while I was changing batteries in my microphone. I want to go to the south. We'll get down along the Ohio River. Saw Cloversport. I'm going to zoom into it. Tough to tell on this view of the velocity, but let's see if we can't get a little bit better of a view. This would be right over the Cloverport area, and this is really starting to show up more and more on some of the scans that we've seen. So if we look at I'm just going to check different velocities coming in and see if we can see any difference on that. Yeah, it shows it a little bit better there, but over Tobinsport and Cloverport, right along the bend in the river, we do have rotation showing up. So that's another storm to really keep a close eye on as we track this storm or line of storms through the area. I'll keep the rotation up. You can see there's one pocket, the other moving out of Lawrence into western Jackson. Those are the two in our viewing area. And then, of course, you get back toward Madisonville. That's another one that will be working its way through. So we've got a number of areas with folks reporting what they're seeing, which is helpful, even though it's dark and late at night. Makes that tougher to do. But we do have some strong winds across the area with the potential tornadoes. Notice we're down 3 degrees, 79. Our wind speed's up to, it's 43 miles per hour. We go back to the north. We'll zoom in. We're looking for that strongest wind, seeing if we can notice any of that rotation that's pushing through. And let me go back to our velocity, just outside the storm relative. I'll put the warning back on so you can get the idea of that strongest push of wind. Now moving across US 50 as it works its way up toward Freetown. It's going to go just north of Brownstown, just north of Medora. We're starting to see the rain and lightning pick up even from the downtown Louisville area. When we work our way down, let me go back.
Let's take a SkyTrack camera. This is in Corydon, Indiana. This is not anything severe. But right now, the storm is hitting the trees and it's swaying, and it's certainly picking up. So those in Harrison County, you're well in advance of a cell that is very, very strong to your south and west. Again, we'll be monitoring the camera feeds. I just want to mention that.
Yeah, if we have the coordinate camera, we can pop it up. And I know it's not as easy to do, so we really appreciate all the folks working behind the scenes to sort of work with the verbal commands that we're saying so we can try to show that to you. But our SkyTrack camera in Corydon is showing intense lightning and some very heavy rain. You saw the last clip of that lightning there. Notice the trees, Brian.
Yeah, Ryan Hoke, you've been watching this as well, moving into the area. Anybody that's watching, well, a lot of folks on our stream right now as well, anybody reporting anything as far as damage you've seen so far?
The only thing I've seen is an unconfirmed funnel report looking north from French Lick a little earlier, just off the phone with Lawrence County Dispatch. They have had no reports of damage yet, which is a good thing. And of course, I just sent out a push notification on the Wave weather app, including the Louisville metro area, saying, hey, look over here. Over the next hour, tornado potential is increasing. We are concerned about that. Here along I-65 in Louisville, you can see the lightning from the Corydon SkyTrack camera. Unfortunately, or fortunately, this Corydon SkyTrack camera is going to have a front row view of this nasty storm moving into Harrison County here over the next little bit, guys. So we're going to continue checking back with that camera there to see what we can see.
All right, Ryan, thanks. It's why we'll put that 4 box up so you can see what we're watching across the area. You're just seeing that view from Corydon. We've got our storm tracker out on the roads. We do have rain, but no severe weather here in Louisville at this point. We're going to keep our crews sort of close to the metro as these storms move in. It's just safer that way. So that'll be our plan, is to keep the folks that are in the storm tracker as well as other reporters that may be out close to the metro where they can take shelter should we need to as these storms move closer. There is growing concern along this line with these areas of rotation, and there's a number of them. That's why we have the individual tornado warnings, that these will be rolling up right into the Louisville area, at least somewhere within the vicinity of, as well as southern Indiana, where we have a few that are already on the map. But you can see this line of storms. That's one after another. That's not one tornado warning. That's about 3 for 3 different areas of massive rotation. We've got a new tornado warning coming out. This is going to be for the northern part of the viewing area. This will take us into the extension of part of that one out of the Freetown area that I kept mentioning. So remember, we've been tracking this storm for some time. It now includes northern parts of Jackson, far northeast Lawrence County. That will go into place until 11:30 tonight. So that is still one storm that we're watching as that pushes through. Let me show you the rotation on that. Again, we use our Velocity product right over the Yellowstone area. This would take it right through that little clip of Jackson County where it hangs over the edge, and then it's going to lift it farther up to the north as it moves up toward Becks Grove and Bethany. So that's the latest tornado warning to be issued. You can see how they're stacked up almost all across the western part of our viewing area. There's a small gap, southern Lawrence, northern Orange, where we currently do not have a tornado warning. National Weather Service still tracking the storms down toward Hardinsburg and moving into Meade County. Brian, I see you're looking at that, and the Weather Service says this storm is located about 11 miles northwest of Hardinsburg, and it's moving at 60 miles an hour. That's going to push it across that's going to push it across eventually Harrison County and either into Floyd or Jefferson.
Yeah, because at the moment, let me show you what it looks like. We've been showing the wind fields on this. Let me show you, go back to the actual radar showing precipitation to it. Now, here's what's wild about this, because now we're getting close to a merger here. Here is the Boeing segment we've been tracking that's moving out of Crawford County and Perry County. Here is the supercell that is trying to maintain that circulation into Breckenridge County that is eventually going to be crossing to Meade County. It's doing so now, and then eventually cross the Ohio River back into Indiana, heading into the southern part there of Harrison County. But it's going to be merging with that line that is right up against it near Leopold at the moment. We'll wait and see what happens if these two collide directly. Right now, they're almost working in tandem together to the north and east, but I suspect at the moment moment anyway, the way this is trending, we'll hold on to that circulation just a bit longer. It actually was a little more impressive if you scans back. Still there. It's not giving up, but it is right there now on the northern side of Breckenridge County, about to cross the county line into Meade County up next. And let me kind of put a track on this for you guys real quick as this moves off to the northeast. As Kevin was mentioning, about 60 miles per hour. So if it were to hold together in its exact path as of now, let's give it, say, the next 45 minutes. That would put it in Brandenburg about 29 minutes after the hour. So about 20 minutes, you'll be clipped by Brandenburg. Corydon, we've kind of outlined you all as kind of being right in the beeline of this right now. It's about 38 minutes after the hour, and maybe in toward Palmyra, Indiana, about 49 minutes if it holds together that long. But I think right now Corydon is the more likely spot as it crosses over Meade and the Ohio River and then into Harrison County. We'll see how this progresses. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground. No reports of damage yet out of this system, but the circulation is still there, and it has been for a while.
And we'll keep watching it. We continue with a number of tornado warnings lined up, all radar indicated at this point. So if you're just tuning into our coverage, it's right at 11 o'clock. It's 11:09. We've been at this really for days, and that's why we flagged the day as an alert day. And we've had to add Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday and Saturday to the mix. So there's 4 of them. Each day has a small severe threat. Today would be the greatest severe threat, but we get into a flooding situation as we roll through. You're going to see that occur later tonight with even some of these storms passing by us. So as these storms continue to press through, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Let me take you in just a little closer. The National Weather Service showing those warnings being adjusted, meaning they're sort of shaving off the back edge of that. So it's
trampoline destroyed in Cloverport.
Okay, so
trampolines don't do very well in storms. So.
No, they don't. Not even with the winds earlier today. And that's not the only damage we're getting. I mean, we're seeing trees down, power lines down in places. More on the damage in a second. I want to track this sort of area of rotation and the potential for strong winds moving into northwestern parts of Jackson County, Indiana. That takes it toward the Freetown area. This tornado warning stays in place until 11:15. It is moving off to the northeast at 55. So Freetown, you'd be in the path of that within the next 10 minutes or so. So stay in your tornado safe place if you're in the Freetown area. Let's sort of take our view down. We get into Orange County, Du Bois County. Again, still seeing strong winds there. You should all be in your tornado safe place from Paoli to Valine to Patoka Lake, Birdseye, English. These storms are moving through with some very powerful winds, including those winds measured at over 60 miles per hour in Jasper and Huntingburg and Ferdinand. That is moving to the east also at 55 to 60 miles per hour. The tornado warning for Crawford, Du Bois, Orange, and Perry, the one we're looking at, is going to be allowed to expire. So that one is coming up. The ones to the south, not so much. We get back across the Ohio River. Those are the ones we've been watching with a number of areas of rotation. Brian's been keeping a close eye on those. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke with some damage reports.
Yeah, I want to talk about Du Bois County here for just a second. Their power outage numbers are starting to spike, almost 1% without power there in Du Bois County. That's 158 customers. Our friend Gary Fritz over there passing along quite a few of these damage reports. Low-hanging telephone wire, 15th and Mill Street in Jasper. A tree uprooted 2 miles south of the town of Du Bois, about 20-foot tall tree, and finally a large tree down First Street and Cherry Street in Huntingburg. So we're starting to get those reports starting to very slowly move in, and it's tough because there's multiple storms moving over the same areas multiple times here, so it's hard to get out and actually look at this stuff and relay the reports. So as those reports come in, we're going to get them to you, Kev.
All right, Brian, I want to look with you. I'm looking again at this storm just north of Irvington, north of Hardensburg. Again, I think this storm is really, when you look at the CC, it's tough to see on this television system, but on the ones that we have here in the studio, I can see what may very well be
on the northwest, right on the river there.
It is right on the river.
Yeah.
So I think that we really have to say, if you are in that area of just north of Irvington, this would be approaching Mockport and Brandenburg and New Amsterdam. We have quite the tight gate-to-gate shear on this, and you know, I can see it on this last scan that just came in. The correlation coefficient went down just a bit, but boy, it was there. So that would take it. I mean, when you look at where we are here, let me get our bearings together. And Brian, feel free to chime in as I alter the radar here. But this would be the area. There's the Meade County line. So we're looking really right in this zone here. Mooleyville, Derby. That would be one area that we watch, just south of Leopold, Indiana. So there's Leopold right there. So that is going to be the area.
Yeah, I agree. It's holding on, and it's across the Meade County. The line itself very, very soon. We'll watch that. And Kevin, while you've been watching that particular cell in the Breckenridge, notice circulation here on the northeast side of Owensboro. I have yet to see much out of this area yet. Hold on one second. Never mind. I know I'm seeing some reports of a basement wall collapse in Henderson. No injuries in that area, but this is where the storm was rolling out of. This one is really tightening up, and it's heading toward Tell City. So we'll be watching that one carefully. And then the one on the southern side here is the one that came out of Madisonville. It's still holding on, but it does not look to be anywhere where it was in Madisonville as far as a damaging tornado. And then we have the circulation that Kevin's been watching right there on the edge of Breckenridge County. Hold on, my pen kind of messed up. There we go. Right on Breckenridge, Meade County line. There it is, Rockport, heading toward Tell City in southern Indiana. And then we have the other one moving to the southwest, really, of Whitesville once again. So 1, 2, and 3. Those are the three right now that I see that we are monitoring carefully on the Kentucky side of the Ohio. I know you're monitoring Indiana as well, but right now we got our hands full on this side of the river as well, it looks
and
like.
all of those are aiming right toward Louisville, is the tough part.
Exactly. We don't know how that will all evolve, but you're right. They're all moving into the Harrison County, Meade County flow, and eventually right on the western side of Louisville Metro.
We'll keep an eye on that. Again, a number of areas. This is the one farthest to the north on that string of 3 that Brian just pointed out. This is the one that's going to cross over into Meade County. Let's not forget our friends in southern Indiana. I'm going to go back to the home view so you can understand where we are. Keep my finger there. Here we are in Louisville. We're looking back to the west. String of tornado warnings take us all the way back south of Evansville, and then we're still tracking the one to our north. Let's go northbound. We're going to take you into the storm across southern parts of, this will be northern parts of Jackson County, barely. And most of that is scooting out of the county. So the Jackson County tornadoes warning, part of that at least, should be able to expire fairly soon. We'll take a look at the radar view on this. Again, yes, flattening out just a bit, though we still see that push of wind passing by the Elkinsville area toward Becks Grove. Can't rule out some strong winds, and that would include the Freetown area. The threat of rotation looks to be diminishing just a bit across parts of Jackson County. So some good news there. Winds are gusting to 40 miles per hour here in Louisville. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings stacked up as we work our way down. This is the northern part of our viewing area where you see Jackson County. Hello, Freetown, Brownstown. Seymour, you're not in a thunderstorm warning yet, but you soon will be. You're next in line. So is Dudleytown and Brownstown. Likely some strong wind. We can see some strong wind potential near the Weddellville area. That's going to be pushing in. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in place. We go farther to the south. I like to take it county by county, mentioning some of the towns along the way. No warnings across parts of Washington or Orange County at this point. Even into parts of western Clark County, you can see that storm is moving in. And you do have the severe thunderstorm warning, but no tornado warnings at this point for any of those communities across Washington, Orange, down into Harrison County. However, as we get a little closer to the river, you start to see the tornado warnings pop again. And this is that one storm that we talked about, not far from Freimeyer, very close to the river. That's rotation that we've been watching. Brian went through these 3 storms. That's one. Another one is not far from Masonville. You see that area of strong wind there. New tornado warning near the Rockport area. That is one also that we were watching. So we've got 2. And then the third one goes back closer to the Owensboro area as we look back across West Kentucky. Brian, these are all lined up. They're all moving to the northeast at a pretty good clip, probably on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour moving our way.
Yeah, it depends on which ones are cells and which one are part of the line. They're kind of moving at different speeds there. But you're right. One other way that I'm watching these 3 at the moment on the Kentucky side is watching the lightning count. And there's been a noticeable increase in the one that's in Rockport heading toward Tell City.
And we've got a tour coming for Washington, Harrison, Scott, and more. They just put in more. So this is going to encompass a large area.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go. Okay. So that would include more than likely the rest of this one that's moving out of Frymire area, near Frymire, that Kevin's been tracking, that's on the Ohio River. That sounds like that's what they're going to do. We'll see. But look at the wiggles there in Indiana, Kevin. That line, we're getting notches here that are forming near Medora and all the way down here around Salem. So this is not a good spot to kind of be in. You got to kind of watch these little wiggles as this line moves through. There's the severe thunderstorm warnings for Jackson and Jennings that came up a few moments ago in that area. We'll be watching that. We'll wait and see what tornado warning is going to be issued here soon. You can see the circulations, though, around again in northern side of
tornado
Meade
warning
County.
now just coming out there.
Okay.
Yeah. Just click on the top of that and we'll read through this warning that's coming out. And that tornado warning is going to include Clark, Floyd, so parts of the metro now in this. As Brian's pointed out, that is the storm moving in our direction. Well, no, that's a different one. So that's for a different reason. Yeah, that's for the exactly.
This is the wiggles in the line that are showing up some notches that are forming around Salem. Right over in Salem. So if you're in Salem, Scottsburg, Indiana, you need to get into your safe spot, lowest level basement, get away from the exterior walls, get into a bathroom or a hall closet. That's what you need to prepare for. And again, we got to watch it's just little notches that are forming. Watch how this line moves in right there as it moves right into the Salem area, Palmyra, Indiana. That's where we need to watch for a quick circulation could develop. And the lightning has really increased too, with these cells moving through. So this is heading right into I-65, northern and Clark County, eventually into Scott. This whole area is where that storm is heading into. This warning is set to expire at 45 minutes after the hour.
We still have a little bit of time, so those folks still have time to prepare. We obviously are keeping an eye on our crews that are out and about, and as it's safe to do so, we'll get in position to show you whatever may be unfolding. When we look again at the complete picture of what we have going on, there are a number, let me just leave that up and I'll put the radar. We have a number of tornado warnings. This one just now moving out of the viewing area for northern parts of Jackson County. Then you get to that larger tornado warning that includes parts of Washington, almost all of Scott, northern half of Clark, parts of Floyd, parts of northern Harrison County. That again is because of that erratic shape on the front end of that, where we do see some rotation. Hard to pick out defined spots where there could be a tornado, but that's why they said, hey, we're just going to pop this polygon that's pretty large, put it in there. Could be a tornado at any point on that line. And then we get to the ones that show a little bit more of the rotation as we go down that line from anywhere from Meade County, northern Breckinridge County, southern Perry County, southern Harrison County, all the way down south of Owensboro. So that is what we're looking at. When I show you the radar, you'll notice here in Louisville, our rain is picking up, but we're still a little bit away as this system pushes the strongest of the winds into the downtown corridor. So we're looking at 43-mile-per-hour winds now. We have seen strong winds in places. Obviously, that's taking down trees and power lines for some, and that means power outages for some. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
All right, I want to focus on Breckinridge County. You know, we were concerned about that circulation, the first of which moving through there earlier. Just got off the phone with Nathan at the fire department. He's been listening to dispatch. So far, no damage reports in Breckinridge County yet. Now, here's the deal. They have about 4% of Breckinridge County without power right now. That's 603 customers. So likely those damage reports are going to slowly move in here over the next couple of hours here, and especially tomorrow morning as daylight hits. So, guys, we're continuing to monitor all of our partners in emergency management to see exactly what has happened as these circulations, pass through these counties there, Kev.
All right, we're watching the storms move in. Obviously, we have SkyTrack cameras in the line of these storms, so you'll see one of those behind me. In fact, the one you're seeing behind me, we have Corridon, then the storm tracker. I want to take the full SkyTrack camera. This is Huber's Orchard Winery, Starlight, Indiana. The lightning intense there, in addition to the wind jogging that camera around, we'll be seeing that rain pick up as this storm moves into western parts of Clark County. So as soon as we can, Brian, you can
it's punched up.
Talk along with us here. But I think the control room just has to pop it in. It'll take a second, but we'll get that put in. As that happens, we see additional severe thunderstorm warnings coming out to our north, and they're just updating the ones that were across parts of Jackson County. So there's Starlight, Indiana, lots of lightning. Huber's Orchard Winery with the rain falling. Notice the camera swaying. That's one of the more sturdy cameras, too. It's affixed to a large pole there on the shop. But boy, we've got some decent wind moving into Clark County. So this is the edge of that tornado warning that we talked about that comes into southern Indiana. Back to the radar. I'm going to point out, and we're going to go down this line, look at some of the embedded velocities. As we do that, we'll be pointing out some communities. So follow along with us here as we zoom in and then sort of manipulate. I'm going to let this in northern Jackson County continue to lift to the north. Assume that everybody along this line is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's enough to take shelter on if you're under the warning. But let's look at the tornado warnings and where we have the strongest of the winds. Here we are zooming into Salem. Heavy rain pushing through Pierce, Martinsburg, Borden, Starlight, Gibson, Daisy Hill. All familiar places to us. Some have had tornadoes in the past. I'm going to put on the velocity where you can see some of the stronger winds moving through. And again, it's tough to pick out the couplet of where you would have that one particular location of rotation. You can't pick that out. It's why it's a little jagged on the edge where we see that there could be that rotation. And Brian, as we analyze this, you see we're zoomed into Washington County, the almost all of Scott County, and western Clark County, which includes Henryville and Borden. There is no real particular place. Maybe near Beck's Mill where we would have a little rotation in Salem, but the winds are strong regardless.
Yeah, about 70 is the estimate right now on radar. So the very, very strong winds. So you don't need a tornado to get trees knocked down, power outages. So it can still cause problems and damage your rice. So stay in your safe spot in that area into Washington County, northern Clark, and certainly Scott County, Indiana, Scottsburg, Austin. Just stay in your safe spot there along I-65. You know anyone that's about to travel on the interstate, anywhere up and down 65 in Indiana, and eventually we'll be saying the same thing about Kentucky here soon. But make sure to stay off the interstate systems here, and I-64 as well as these storms roll through. That circulation, by the way, in Kevin is now crossing the river into Harrison County that we've been tracking, moving across Breckenridge and Meade. It has become more absorbed into the Boeing segment that was moving out of Perry County, so it's not as well defined anymore. Still some strong winds there, but I don't see as much of a defined circulation that we had there for a while as it was moving out of Breckenridge.
Yeah, and you can still see that push of wind even
with
that
structure to it there. But certainly at the moment anyway, I think they may let that go because it's out of the warning just about. So we'll monitor that and see if there's any extension.
All right. So if it were to be moving through New Amsterdam, Dogwood, Heth would be in that path right north into southern Harrison County of that storm as it moves through northern Meade County. At this point, we still have a number of tornado warnings that are lined up. You can see that view moving through our viewing area along with severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a better view of that all the way up into northern and northwestern parts of Ohio, down through central Indiana, southern Indiana, and for us. So warnings continue across the entire area. The warning continues even for Breckenridge and Perry County, the one behind the one we were talking about, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. What an active day it's been with this moderate risk of severe weather. The high risk has been back out to our west. On the big board, this gives you an idea of some of the warnings that we have in place. The longest one still intact is the severe thunderstorm warning that includes a tremendous number of counties, both in Kentucky and Indiana. That goes for another 35 minutes. The tornado warning, 19 more minutes on this for Clark, Floyd, Harrison, Scott, and Washington. That's the one in Indiana, obviously. The one in Jackson County has been allowed to expire, so that one's gone. Perry and Breckenridge, they're going to continue that one for another 19 minutes. So that's a list of the warnings that we have in terms of tornadoes. A number of other communities are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Brian?
All right, you're right. That's the coverage on the warning side. We'll watch and see how this mess here in Tell City. This is not becoming as defined as what it was earlier. It looks like now we have that one circulation still showing up. You see the flashing polygon there. That's just outside of outside of Perry County, not too far away from Tell City. We'll be watching that, but also watch right there. See that concentration of lightning right along portions there near the Ohio River, just south of Tell City. I'm watching that carefully around Patesville. That little notch is bowing out. Not only could it have strong straight line winds, but there could be a circulation that could develop out of this, especially with that concentration of lightning showing up as it moves right into the southern portions there of Perry County.
Yeah, real quick here, Brian. The tornado sirens are going off in Clarksville, according to Rebecca there on Facebook. I just wanted to point out Clarksville is not under a tornado warning at this time. Now, part of Clark County is just to your north, just north of Charlestown. So the tornado sirens may be going off in your area, but remember, these warnings encompass parts of counties, not entire counties. So keep that in mind when you hear those sirens. It's time to watch Wave Weather Now and Wave News to see where exactly that warning may be. And of course, the radar and the Wave Weather app, guys, great resource to figure out if that warning encompasses you or not, Kev.
If you have that radar on the Wave Weather app, there is a setting at the bottom that says past and future. Make sure that is set to the past.
Absolutely.
And so you want it may sound odd, but if you have the future radar on, the radar is going to appear as though it's out of date or the time is off. So just make sure it says past on the bottom and you get the real-time radar information, just like we're looking at here.
Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to switch the camera to Cord in here because
I'm going to put this on while you talk about it.
Okay, the wind field is starting to pick up here. Okay, the tornado warning's out. I'm not sure if this is for the south. It's moving out of Tell City, or there's some companies all the way to the other side of the line. I'll try to get clarification on that. The wind field is ramping up a bit there over New Amsterdam. So I'm watching it. As you saw earlier, it still had that structure to it of that cell moving into Harrison County. So I'm not sure you have the warnings for that particular cell still or not. But for those of you in Corden, just know around Dogwood and Corden, I'm going to be watching that carefully. Is that kind of moves off to the east there, Kevin.
It's moving to the east and northeast at 70 miles an hour, by the way. So it's really booking it. You'll notice that storm continues to push through Crawford, Hancock, Harrison, and Perry. That is the storm that we were watching. It's right on that edge. It's the one we really had our focus on. That one is radar indicated. Cannleton, Tell City, and Troy are in the path of that storm as it lifts to the north and east. So that's a new tornado warning out of the tornado warnings that we mentioned, and you see the other one being sort of redrawn, but this is the one we were just focused in on, and then this is the one to our north, just north of the Louisville metro area. Let me go back into those. I'm going to zoom in. We're going to work our way back down this line as we often do, where we can not only zoom in and show reflectivity, heavy rain, the lightning, the wind. I can show you the wind based on the velocity. We go into our base velocity here. Pop on the storm relative, and you're going to see in this line we have a number of areas of wiggles, if you will, and that is where we have the ability to see tornadoes develop.
They're very concerned about New Washington, Indiana right now.
Yeah. So when we talk about New Washington, again, you're looking over
I'm sorry, South Boston. I'm sorry about that. I said the wrong way. South Boston.
South Boston.
Yeah.
Okay, so New Washington is a little bit a ways from that storm, though it is moving in that direction. You see Scott County. Everybody in Scott County should be prepared. When you look back out to the west, you can see, again, it's going to be in this general area. Let me zoom in even more on this so you can see that zone that we're looking at. This would be, again, not far from New Liberty as we continue to see that. There's South Boston that shows up on the maps along 160. So that is the area of strongest wind and possible rotation showing up near South Boston right along that zone. So that is why, again, new scan coming in, just passing South Boston, still on 160.
Debris on radar northeast of New Pekin.
All right, here's New Liberty. Let me go back. Let's get New Pekin on. Again, we'll center up the radar. And this was possible. There's Daisy Hill. Here's New Pekin. So that's the same storm we're looking at. New tornado warning coming out. This is going to be a little bit farther to the south. Let me get to that, and then we'll come back to this one that's developing. So we've got a lot taking place.
Another one issue now for Clarksville area, Clarksville, Indiana. So
right
you're now
Floyd.
in the tornado warning zone all the way to right into Floyd County, Floyd's Knobs, and into southern Harrison County. And it's for that circulation, Kevin, the same one that
we've been tracking.
damaged a trampoline in northern Breckenridge County and Cloverport area. That now right over Corydon. Let me punch up. Here's the SkyTrack camera. Let's take that. This is in Corydon live right now, and we show what it looks like. And that circulation is very close to where this camera is here right now into Harrison County. Guys, just let me know when you have that. Again, we're watching. That's the one. If it holds together and tracks through Corydon, that will eventually move right into Floyd County, southern Floyd, and into the southern Knobs area. Again, so that's just now recently developing. All right, there it is again. That's the live feed in Corydon right now. A little bit choppy, as you might imagine. I'm sure the signal's kind of going in and out, but we'll be monitoring this. For those of you in Corydon, if you are in even around New Albany, Floyd's Knobs area, now's the time to take action. Get into your safe spot, interior room, basement, lowest level. Stay away from windows. If you have a moment, put on your shoes just in case you get anything that broke through the storm itself, as far as glass in your home or anything like that. You'll be walking around barefoot. So just kind of a heads up on that as it moves on the northern and very far northern edge there of the northern metro there, Kevin.
Lots of sirens going off at this point. Get in your tornado safe place. We'll keep the 4 boxes up here so you can see the lightning going on behind me in Corydon. The storm tracker is out in a safe location, and Brian is tracking some of the storms that are just coming into the Louisville metro. The latest warning is for Clark, Floyd, and Harrison. It's the one we were just looking at. That one will be approaching some areas of the metro within the next 10 to 20 minutes. Our wind gust in Louisville still at 43. We look back to the north. We were tracking that storm north of New Pekin. It's this area here right along 160. That's taking it near New Liberty. So that's another area of concern that we're watching as this storm moves across and eventually very close to Clark County. So we get Clark up into Scott County. It's going to be right at that junction where we see that, not far from New Liberty. All right, so we wind up going back to the home view. There are several places along this line that we're watching. The one I pointed out was one. The other one that's showing signs of intensifying just a bit is coming into again, the Corydon area. You can see that showing up very bright on the radar just south of Corydon. Again, heavy rain is falling. You're looking at the camera there. That is the live view from Corydon. So our camera sits on top of the library there, and we're watching live views. You can see the trees swaying, the lightning starting to pick up. So we've got our eyes on you, Corydon, as well as all of Harrison County. Not only do we, but your emergency managers and sheriff's departments do as well. We're working hand in hand with those folks, letting them know what we're hearing, and certainly at this point getting information from them. New Middletown, small community, a lot of pleasant people there. We've got this storm approaching just north of you. Lanesville, big Heritage Fest time, not too far away, right? Well, that storm's coming toward you, so you should be in your tornado safe place. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke as we track this storm, get any information we may have out of any of these storms we have along the area.
Okay, Washington County, powers out in Salem, debris from high winds in the roadway, Main Street in Mulberry. You can see the debris on radar northwest of New Liberty. This has been persistent on the radar for about 4 scans now. We are well north and east of New Pekin. This is now moving into Scott County, Kevin. So this is likely a tornado in progress, now moving into Scott County, Indiana.
That was that storm we've been tracking, saying you've got to pay attention to that storm. That's to the north. Again, just to get your bearings, we got Jackson County. You move over into Jennings. South of that is Scott County. Let's zoom in and let's go through the warnings that we have. Again, we point out on that northernmost warning, I'm going to encompass several in this view. Scott County here, you'll see the towns pop in. There's Vienna, Austin, and Scottsburg. I'm going to zoom in because we said it was right near New Liberty. That's where we would have it. When we look at the velocity, you're going to be able to see the pocket of wind, and I can put on additional velocity to help us better see that perhaps if it's still available. And you can see it not far from the Leota area. But when we look at the debris signature, that's what Ryan was just showing us. Not a ton showing up on the latest scan. Let's pan this up, see if we're missing it to the south.
It has
yeah.
a little bit
So
on
it's
the latest scan.
lifted a little bit on the latest scan. We don't see it. That's good news on the latest scan. Still seeing 43-mile-per-hour winds here in Louisville. We'll go back to the velocity view, make our way back down this line into southern Indiana as we continue to track storms that are moving in. You can see the storm tracker is on the move. So we are working to see if there's any type of damage, power outages, perhaps it may be out across the area. Pocket of wind coming across 65 south of Memphis. That's not far from Perry Crossing in Sellersburg. We're into the metro area. This is southern Clark County. This is Floyd County. There's New Albany, all under tornado warnings just north of downtown Louisville. While we're not under the warnings at this point, they're getting close. Still, the tightest rotation that we have is near Corydon, just north of New Middletown. Brian?
All right, let me show you a couple of our cameras here I'm monitoring. I'll take you first into Starlight, Indiana. I'll take you to Huber's Orchard and Winery. Let's go there as we're tracking that cell that's now moving across areas of Floyd County and Clark County. This should be a live look there. You can see the sheets of rain falling in front of the barns there at Huber's Orchard and Winery. Very intense winds flowing through there. Again, no reports of damage yet in that region, but we're watching that carefully. And then obviously as we head into Corydon, Indiana, that is where we have the other cell that we're watching right now that has the tornado warning with it that is moving right into Corydon. Doesn't look as wild as it did even just a few moments ago. Still a lot of lightning taking place. So what about that cell? Where is it going next? Well, here are the times on this. If it were to hold together and move in its current path, the track on this storm as it moves out of Corydon, heading to the northeast. Here are the times here on the radar. We'll show you what, if this holds together over the next 20 minutes or so, you can expect it to move into, say, Georgetown at about 48 minutes after the hour. Shawnee at about 51 minutes. And it may clip into the northern side of the Louisville Metro at about 54 minutes after the hour there, Kevin.
All right. Again, nice to see that from that view, things are calming down a bit. You can see that cone of probability behind Brian that shows the arrival time of those storms that he just mentioned. Our view is on the velocity here as we're tracking that just south of Corydon. That's why things have calmed. The greatest wind potential is now north of New Middletown, moving toward Lanesville. This is going to track it right across central parts of Floyd County. Could even get close to New Albany. We'll see. It's likely going to be just north of New Albany. And so Lanesville and Georgetown, prepare for strong winds. You are in the tornado warning. You should be in your tornado safe place. This is still storm showing the rotation. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out from the National Weather Service here in Louisville. Again, you can see that flashing polygon that we have. This new warning that we have from the Weather Service, there you see it, comes out for parts of Jackson and Jennings County farther to the north. So with that, we'll wind up seeing storms continue from the northern part of the viewing area all the way down to the south. Whether you're under severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings all along that line, we have warnings built in for just about every community, it seems. At this point, we have had damage coming in just a handful of places. The latest warning, again, for parts of Clark County, Harrison, Jefferson, and Scott. That's in Indiana. In Louisville, it also includes Jefferson, Oldham, and Trimble counties. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Metro Louisville and areas just to our north. And we have a tornado reported on the ground. This is at State Road 160 in Garrison Hollow South. That's South Boston. Let's go there. As we zoom in, we're going to take you into that Scott County storm. It's going to be not far from here. We mentioned
that debris is showing up just west of Vienna now, crossing I-65.
All right, so this was the storm we've been tracking through the evening. Again, Vienna, New Liberty, just north of Henryville. When we look at the velocity on this, you're going to be able to see some of that rotation, not too far from that core. Again, just to get your bearings, there's Scottsburg, Underwood, Henryville, New Liberty. Again, this area has seen a number of rounds of severe weather. When we look at that debris potential, let me zoom back again. Keep getting the button there that take our draw off. Let's go back up as we pan down and pan around this radar view. We're focused in not far from New Philadelphia. There's Austin, Scottsburg. Farther to the south, you get Daisy Hill. Again, pushing through. This is a tornado that's on the ground, as we mentioned, near State Road 160. We've been pointing that out a number of times throughout the day. Brian, I see you are also looking at another tight couplet just west of the city.
Yeah, in fact, the National Weather Service has gone with a severe thunderstorm warning that's probably triggered a lens alert for a lot of your phones right now if you're in the Louisville area. This includes Louisville, downtown, Prospect, St. Matthews, all the way into Oldham County. They got this listed as a tour possible with this as we're watching that cell that's moving out of Floyd County here before long, actually moved into Floyd, and eventually will roll out into the rest of the northern metro. So we'll be watching Clark County carefully as this evolves over the next 30 minutes. Still very much a circulation here and strong wind fields showing up, and no reports of damage yet. We're monitoring that. You got something showing up there, Ryan?
Yeah, I just want to show you where this debris is. It's east of Vienna now, heading right toward Lexington. It's this little spot right here. It has been persistent, and it matches up exactly with that tornado reported in southeast parts of Washington County. You can see the new update there, lifting it a bit. But boy, this thing's been kind of bouncing up and down, likely making multiple touchdowns throughout parts of Washington and Scott County, guys. So we'll continue to watch the debris field on that.
Yeah, we had that confirmed near Leota, now again near South Boston. That was that same storm that's up into Scott County, so it's moving out of Washington into Scott, and then all the way back down through that that area. There's Vienna that you see on the map. So again, from the Salem area right across into parts of Scott County. And when we look at the debris tracker, and then I can switch this over to what will be the velocity and eventually the radar, just so we can see the reflectivity, you can sort of see, again, from Scottsburg to Underwood, Blotcher to Lexington, still some very strong winds pushing through that area as well. When we go back to the south and look around, you're going to notice on the velocities that we've been showing that we still are tracking what could be multiple tornadoes on the ground. It's tough to know based on the radar view. So that's why the South Boston power lines are down in Farabee Road. That's not far from the Pekin area. So if you're familiar with that general area that we've been talking about, there's Vienna, there's Leota. That's the system that we're watching move right along 356, Indiana 356 up towards Scottsburg. That would be the general zone as we track that off to the east toward Lexington, as Ryan pointed out. And then additional strong winds with possible tornadoes are, not out of the question with any of these farther to the south in northern parts of Harrison County and western Floyd County. And Brian's keeping a close eye on that, not far from Lanesville.
Yeah, right over Lanesville. In fact, that's where they were watching the strong wind fields right now that are tracking into the southern part of Floyd County. We're watching the camera carefully. This is what it looks like in New Albany. You can't see, oh, there you go. You can see right below me. This flag's there. We'll be watching that camera view carefully as it gets closer. I'm also watching into Breckenridge County, where we also have a very strong Boeing segment that is developing around Hardinsburg. I've been watching the wind speeds. I have not seen anything skyrocket yet on the Kentucky Mesonet, but I am watching that carefully for those into Breckenridge County. But as a very strong push of wind moving into an area that is relatively rural, so it will take some time likely to get any damage reports if anything's happening. But a heads up, Brandenburg, this is heading right into Meade County. You have a tornado warning out already covering the storm, but it's heading your way. And if it keeps going, it eventually will move into northern Hardin County, western Bullitt, and southwest parts of the Louisville Metro. They're almost parallel to each other, Kevin, of a 1-2 punch as far as along the river there.
Well, we continue to track these storms. The tornado warnings that have been out continue, and that just simply means that the National Weather Service says that tornado warning for Clark, Floyd, and Harrison over in Indiana that we've been watching is still in place. So that's going to include the Jeffersonville area. Brian mentioned earlier a number of sirens likely going off. That's certainly true, especially across parts of the metro where the tornado warnings have been issued. Other warnings will likely come in, as Brian mentioned, as we go to our home view. Those storms that sit back out to the west of us still are moving in our direction. So while all of Jefferson County may have not been impacted yet, seeing that Boeing segment across Breckenridge County, tracking that to the northeast would bring that into Jefferson County within the next half hour or so. You see flashing the tornado warning just to our north. That is still in place. This tornado was 7 miles northwest of St. Denis, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So again, let me zoom into this. This is the current tornado warning that we have, not far from the Lanesville area.
Okay, I don't like the look of this at all, Kevin, into Lanesville. Lanesville here. This is getting better organized.
Yeah, and I was just getting ready to adjust the radar. Lots of lightning. You can see that core of that lightning increasing too in that area that you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually getting a much more of a structure to it. Supporting some very strong winds here and starting to blend right into the Louisville Metro, the northwest side here of downtown. So I'm monitoring our camera. Let me get that adjusted for you guys.
This would affect places like Parkland and Portland in particular.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right there, we're just west of I-65 in downtown Louisville. I'll punch up. This is going to be the SkyTrack into top of the Waterfront Plaza. This is going to be looking toward that area that we're looking at here, crossing into Floyd County, heading right very close to New Albany. So I'll be watching the New Albany camera and the one in downtown. This is what it looks like from Louisville right now. Again, top of the Waterfront Plaza. Let me go back to New Albany. This is what it looks like there on their camera. And to New Albany at the moment, you can see it fairly quiet on the wind at the moment. A lot of lightning, getting a lot of attention, I'm sure. We'll watch it carefully, Kevin, as it gets very close to the camera here in the next, I would say, 10 minutes.
I've zoomed in. I want to point out just some of the roads that we're watching, just in case this were to make a touchdown. I'm going to zoom back out and just bear with me as we roll through some of these roads. We're right along 64. We're not far from Lanesville. We're watching places like Lazy Creek Road, moving up toward Georgetown County Line Road, moving over toward Waltz, Brookstone, pushing back. We've got Legacy Springs Boulevard, Corridon Ridge Road, Forged Way, Innovation Parkway. That takes us toward Duncan and Edwardsville, all part of this general area, including West Ridge Forest Court. So those are just a few places. We're zoomed in very tight across parts of central Floyd County. I'm going to zoom back out and then we'll go back in just a little bit tighter. Let's get our bearings once again to point out that a number of tornado warnings are in place. New severe thunderstorm warnings being sort of firmed up to indicate what we're watching, meaning that Boeing segment. Tornado warnings spreading right toward the metro, so be prepared. This is your standby. You know, alert days come out way in advance to say you're going to have to pay attention. Well, consider this an alert for what's likely to come, and that's a tornado warning for the city of Louisville with some very strong winds possibly moving in. It's looking more and more likely as we're tracking this Boeing segment and the potential for the rotation to move closer to Jefferson County. It would happen within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Those are the warnings that we currently have sitting on the map now. We continue the tornado warning that you see flashing. That's for parts of Harrison County, Breckenridge, and Meade in Kentucky. That warning in place until midnight, so we've got another 10 minutes left on that warning. This is not too far, about 10 miles southwest of Brandenburg. It's moving at 75 miles an hour, so you don't have a lot of time, but these storms, again, moving in. New tornado warnings coming out farther to the south and west of the viewing area. Let's go in a little tighter so you can see those storms. We've mentioned a number of locations, and we're going to keep doing that as these storms move into the metro. We'll start with that pocket of wind just off to the north of Louisville. Here we are in downtown. Lots of thunder, heavy rain falling here in the city. We work our way just across the river. You'll notice this pocket of wind pushing across central parts of Floyd County. That's right along Interstate 64. It's not too far from the New Albany area. It's past Lanesville, moving through Georgetown, New Albany next in line. This storm also has the potential for some massive wind as it moves in. Our gust in Louisville still at 43. I'm going to go down that line just a bit more as we pan down. You'll notice again, from the radar view, we have a lot of heavy rain falling. At some point, would not be surprised to see some flash flood warnings issued for parts of the area. At this point, it's all about the severe and the potential for those very strong winds moving through. Let's take our radar and move it down. We'll get back again. We're not, again, ignoring what's happening in Floyd County. That's tight rotation that we see with possible severe weather. Obviously, could be happening. Strong winds, pockets of strong winds not far from Andyville. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, real quick. Wave Storm Tracker is positioned right now off Veteran Parkway in Clarksville. The Storm Tracker is going to have a front row seat to the circulation as it passes just north of there. We've kept the Storm Tracker just south of that for safety, but we've currently got that video source up, and we'll be able to monitor and see if there's anything that the lightning flashes can illuminate there in the sky. And, of course, it's raining heavily down there there in Clarksville right now, Kev.
Yeah, you notice a lot of the truckers probably getting off the road, also going to let these storms pass with these very strong winds and that potential, a wise thing to do. We're going to go back to our home view, tracking, again, multiple tornado warnings that are stacked up that will be moving closer to us here in Louisville. There's one back across southern Indiana and another one back across extreme northern Kentucky. Both of those are pushing closer to us. Again, we're seeing strong wind. This little Boeing segment that's past Irvington, haven't had a lot of data coming in or reports, but it's late at night. Some areas, you just don't get those reports fast enough in the rural areas. Brian mentioned that a second ago. To our home view, again, to give the scope of what's happening, we have 3 tornado warnings in our viewing area. One sits just north of the metro. The other 2 are just out to the west. The 2 out to the west will pose an issue or a problem as these storms race to the northeast at 75 miles an hour, potentially bringing damaging winds or the threat of a tornado to the Louisville area. Brian, what are you watching?
I'm just watching it looks like a cycling kind of going on here as that cell's kind of still spinning around. You get little brief circulations with it that's trying to form into very close to New Albany into Floyd County. Now, again, there's no tornado on the ground. There's no
transformers blowing State Street in New Albany per a Facebook comment just now.
Okay.
We have cameras in New Albany, and that's what we're watching.
Yeah, that's what we're watching right now, looking toward the YMCA. So we'll be watching. We're aimed right into that area where the storm is approaching here. Eventually, it's going to be on the other side of the camera. I'll try to follow it here as it moves along, but at the moment I haven't seen anything yet. But that circulation kind of getting reorganized there. Anytime you hear transformers blow, it's never a good sign, whether it's a strong downburst when it's happening or even a circulation. But if you look carefully in the distance there, Kevin, you could barely even see beyond that tree line there. It is raining so hard in the distance.
Yeah, super heavy rain again. The tornado warning continues for Floyd County. New Albany, please, if you can hear my voice, make sure you are in your tornado safe place. This tornado warning is for New Albany, so it's not just for the outlying areas. This includes downtown New Albany. Let me zoom in, and we'll just take a real close-up view.
I think we lost the camera, by the way.
Oh, did we lose it?
Yeah.
All right, so we've lost power at the camera site, so we'll see if that comes back on, but most likely power is now going out in New Albany. It looks like it may have come back.
Okay.
So I see it there. You see, you're watching New Albany. This is our New Albany SkyTrack camera. You're looking at that dome that you're seeing is the YMCA. And again, in and out of power outages. We rely on internet service for those as well. So it's going to be a hit and miss. Back to the radar we go with this tight rotation showing up.
Let's go to SkyTrack camera. Let's go back to that feed real quick. I'm going to take a look here in downtown. I'll need your all's help. I'm looking at this here. This is looking from top of the Waterfront Plaza, looking toward New Albany right now. I could definitely see a shelf cloud, looks like in the distance there, but at the same time, there is what we call the rain-free base zone that is showing up. So just kind of, we'll kind of monitor that feed there. That is looking toward the direction there of New Albany.
Yeah, tough to tell. That's why nighttime storms are just tough because you rely on the lightning to illuminate some of those features. All right, to the radar we go. We have, again, the rotation showing up just north of New Albany. Let's dive in and give some specific areas of concern that you may need to know. I'm really going to zoom in tight for us here as we look at New Albany. Again, this warning continues if you are downtown New Albany, Grant Line Road, moving toward Charlestown Road, Blackenston Mill. That is an area of concern as this moves through. I'm going to zoom this out. I tell you, Brian, let's go to your radar. I'm going to see if we can't get a phoner set up for folks in New Albany, just get a real-time view of what's coming.
Tracker says that the transformers are blowing on the storm tracker now, too.
Well, do we have a camera on the storm tracker? Can we see them?
Let's get the storm tracker up if we can here.
It may take a second to get them. Okay, there
we go.
All right, they're going to go scan and see. Referring to a lot of the blue sky, which is something, it does tend to stand out if you're used to seeing transformers blow in the distance. The way it kind of flickers and hesitates when they blow, it's got that blue look to it, which is different than the lightning strikes you may notice. That's usually a sign of transformers blowing. Doesn't, again, always mean that there is a tornado, but it is certainly a sign that there's very strong winds, obviously, make it to the ground level, and it gets your attention right away. So we'll be watching that. You can see the winds ramping up right now where he's at. In fact, that just changed in the past 10 seconds. So it's really rain, but those sheets of rain just coming right at them. So we'll be watching it. Storm Tracker, we're going to be watching you as well. So please be careful if you see anything too alarming there. Make sure you're in a spot where you can get to safety there. We'll be watching that because that is absolutely pouring.
That rain is
it wasn't
buckets.
even doing that 10 seconds ago.
The strongest rotation, Blackenston Mill to New Albany over toward Clarksville. We can really see that. Let me center up my radar view because the worst has gone past this area. It is moving fast, so it's tough to keep up with as we track this past the area. But again, these pockets of wind, River Falls Mall area coming up on 65. And you can see right over Cementville. This would be the zone right through Chapel Lane as this storm continues to pass by, moving over Hamburg Pike, the YMCA, and areas back up toward Limestone Trace. So those are areas where Cementville is, that this storm is moving across. Those are some of the roads that you need to know as these storms pass by. And Brian, we're looking at the Storm Tracker, we're looking at the SkyTrack cameras, all indicating, well, we're losing power. I know off of Green Valley.
Tornado warning's been reissued for Louisville now. To account for this as well. Let me kind of get a bearing on this.
This is a different warning. So this sits just south. This is that system, that little Boeing area segment, coming out of Brandenburg.
You're right. Yeah, that tornado warning is set to expire at 12:30. So now the sirens have been activated into Louisville.
All of our emergency alerts going off. Coming up on the midnight hour, if you are in the warning and you have mobile devices, you're likely getting the alerts just as all of ours are going off here in the studio. If you're watching us, parts of Bullitt, Harrison, Jefferson, and Meade counties. This includes all of the city of Louisville. We have a band of wind moving in that has potential rotation. So that is the reason for the tornado warning. This will include almost all of Jefferson County, northern Bullitt County. Muldrow is in that. Shepherdsville is in that. Valley Station, Fairdale, Okolona, moving over toward PRP, downtown Louisville, the Highlands, and approaching J-Town, though J-Town not technically in that warning. That is another warning that we've been watching. The other one has strong winds moving across southern Indiana, passing through Cementville, where we know we have power outages and power flashes going on. Green Valley Road, for instance, I know, without power. Brian, are you seeing any other damage reports coming in, power outages?
Yes, and Brian, it may have a better handle on some social. I haven't a chance to look yet. I'll give him a moment because I know he's juggling a lot over there. But we're watching that cell, and obviously we'll see how this Boeing segment, because this has been a relatively quiet zone here, Kevin, as we knew it would be. That's approaching Louisville. That's where the danger comes in for the way Louisville's positioned, is we're kind of a spot we don't get reports till the very last moment when these cells move through. So we don't have a lot to go with here other than the radar indicating that there easily could be very strong winds and a circulation that can develop. So that's the reason why the alarms are going up.
I just got 20 comments here about tornado sirens now going off. So all firing, all pistons here for this Louisville tornado.
So I'm sure a lot of you right now are watching, very worried, and anytime you hear that sound, I know it's scary. Right now, there's no confirmation of a tornado that we've had anywhere yet in our viewing area, but we have circulations we're watching in Floyd County. Kevin's watching that carefully, moving into Clark, now along the Lee Hamilton, just south of Sellersburg. So we're watching that carefully in the central part of Clark County. Floyd, actually, you're fine for now until that second cell gets closer. Now we're watching this wave. This is the one that has triggered your phones and the sirens in Louisville to be activated. This is the one that's moving quickly along the eastern side here of Brandenburg and Meade County. Eventually will pass right over the radar. So in a moment, I'm going to switch the radar over to a different view to get a better handle on that. Looks like another polygon may have been drawn here. Let me look.
New tornado warning coming out.
Yeah, they pushed it a little bit into Prospect, so it now includes the northern part of Jefferson County to account for the circulation that Kesman tracking in Clark County. That tornado warning gets you all the way basically parallel and north of I-71 as you travel into Oldham County, Henry County, Clark, and then even parts of even Trumbull, including this also until 12:30, Kevin.
It really is that train track of storms we've been tracking all evening that were set back along the Ohio River, and they've been one by one coming up. This is the northernmost and the forwardmost storm right over Prather, moving north of the Lee Hamilton. That's north of Cementville. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out, but this is the latest tornado warning that we have for southern Indiana. I'm going to drag this down just a bit, show you parts of Kentucky, because you can see that rotation is still there as it works its way from Prather to Watson. Strong rotation showing up. Oldham Acres, Longview Branch, Utica would be next in line. Utica is just going to sit just a bit too far south to see the bulk of that rotation. I'm going to drag this down. Clarksville out of the main rotation, still seeing strong winds. Same with Jeffersonville. That again will be moving through. Louisville, you are still under the tornado warning. The worst of the weather for us has not arrived yet. It is setting back out to the west of us in the form of a what on the radar looks like a backward C. It's a wall of wind along with the possibility of some rotation coming in to the western part of Jefferson County, and we can see that as we look at the radar view, perhaps a little bit better than the velocity. Again, checking out many areas. You look inside those storms, you can see a little bit of possibility of rotation, but it's tough to pick out on the wide view. You really have to get down into those storms and see it. And you'll notice that Boeing segment pushing through parts of Meade County. That's what's going to approach southwest Jefferson County and move across Louisville. That's the reason for the tornado warning for us. Let me zoom into it just a little more so you can see it. We'll focus on the Louisville storm and then work our way up. You'll notice that moving through. And notice those little notches. That's what we're talking about. You get the little notches in there, and that is where you could have the spinning and the possibility of the rotating storm, hence the tornado warning that we have. When we look at the velocity, sometimes it's clear where we have that. That's clear that we have a punch of wind, but it is not clear that it is rotating or that we would have a tornado. Doesn't mean we don't, just means that it's tough to pick out on this velocity scan. So that's one of the storms. That storm is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That storm is the one that includes a good chunk of western half of Louisville. Northeast Jefferson County under the tornado warning for this couplet. Now that one you can see much clearer where we have the rotation passing by Sellersburg. And it's going to cross the river back into perhaps northeast Jefferson County, not far from Prospect, and certainly into Oldham County, most likely up around the Goshen area. So let's zoom into that just a little bit more. As we zoom in, I'm going to call some areas out, and you should be in your tornado safe place. Charlestown, Prather, River Bluff, Goshen. This is Oldham County. The storm is going to move back across the river as it moves into Oldham Acres and Belknap Beach, River Ridge, Longview Beach, places along the river. This will eventually impact River Bluff and Goshen, perhaps. So those are a few places to mention as this storm now crosses Indiana 62. Moving to the east and northeast at roughly 60 to 65 miles per hour, we know we have power outages associated with this. Brian?
Okay, appreciate that, Kevin. We have been watching the camera. I've got it aimed toward Prospect, but I also have the cord in right now on the northern edge of this Boeing segment that is moving in. The second cell that is next in line to move into Louisville Metro. And this is going to run right into Louisville here. Bullitt County, Jefferson County, very strong winds. Radar estimates are still over 70 miles per hour. We have yet to have anything recorded yet on winds other than Hardinsburg. Quote that here, they just came in at 53 miles per hour, but that may be a bit delayed on that report. But again, that push, a very strong wind is moving in on our western side here, moving across Harrison County, Corydon, all the way down to near Laconia, heading to the north and east into Valley Station. Let me show you what it looks like into Corydon right now, actually, on the northern side here of that line as it moves into Harrison County. This is a live look right now as that's moving in. Rain has just now picked up after a bit of an ease that took place after the first cell that moved into Floyd County passed by. Things calmed down for a bit. Now it's ramping right back up again. For those of you in Corydon, I know you're trying to probably get some sleep and get to bed. Can't quite do that just yet. Got to let this wave pass by as some very strong winds may even impact a good chunk of Harrison County, even though there's no warning officially out for Corydon. Some strong winds are noted in your area. But Kevin, this Boeing segment that this is attached to is the main one. So big heads up, Valley Station, areas around Fairdale, Dixie Highway, Bullock County area around Jefferson Memorial Forest, areas that were just hit by damage on Sunday night, could have a damaging storm approaching here in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, no question. Anytime you see that backward C type of shape, as we've noted that's moving toward us, that is an indicator that certainly we would have the potential to see those very strong winds. The tornado warning continues for that particular zone. It's why it's flashing. The National Weather Service saying that, again, right at this time at 12:06, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Valley Station, and this is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So this is moving very close to the Valley Station area now, and will be continuing a rapid pace to the north and east as it moves through. You can see that general push of wind coming in. When you look at the radar on this, the reflectivity, it's that initial push of wind coming into Shively, PRP. Let's name some of those towns that this storm will be rolling into as well. As we take a close view of southern Jefferson County, places like Shively, PRP, Valley Station, Iroquois Park, Fairdale, you should be prepared as this strong wind moves in. Back to our home view we go. We've been talking about the tornadoes that have been moving across all of the viewing area. The one that showed the most promise with the strong gate-to-gate wind was the storm that moved across New Albany. That storm continues as it moves with a tornado warning just across the river. This is now approaching just north of Prospect and Goshen. Let's bring in John Belsky, former wave meteorologist. He is in New Albany. And John, I know that storm went right across your area. Are you okay, first of all?
Yeah, we're good, Kevin. We were down the basement. You could hear the roar of the wind, and I've been tracking that on the radar, just like you all have been. And I figure it probably went aloft and went right over us because we could hear the roar, and we're still getting. And we're on the north side of New Albany. We're still getting 50-mile-per-hour winds at times. And then, but I've not heard of any damage other than I just monitored on the police scanner. There's a transformer down on Charlestown Road. Don't know the exact location of that. And also just heard on Jefferson County, they dispatched a number of units to Good Samaritan Way. And not exactly sure where that's at, but in the city there for some sort of fire. So it's a crazy evening. You're all doing a great job, though. We appreciate you keeping everybody safe.
Well, thanks. Back-to-back storms for you. You had that 2-inch hail just not too long ago when we had the severe weather move through. So what an active year it's been, huh?
Sure has, and hopefully things will settle down for a while. Of course, like you said, we've got all the rain coming in. But again, anybody in this tornado warning, whether you're in Louisville right now or in Clark County, stay in the basement until you guys give the all clear, because we could feel the house shaking a bit. But it's raining too hard to go out and check anything. But I couldn't tell any major damage anywhere right around us. But better safe than sorry. Just head to the basement until Kevin and Brian and the gang say it's okay to come out.
Appreciate the report right from the heart of that storm where it went through. John, thanks. Again, just checking with real-time information as it comes in. We appreciate all of our storm spotters and, of course, John and all the folks who relay weather information to us. That is what is helpful when we have severe weather like this ongoing. Again, John mentioned both the 2 tornado warnings, the one moving out of Indiana now back into Kentucky, and that's going to push across the river not far from Goshen. And then we have the southern part of this where Valley Station is sort of in the crosshairs of this storm moving in. And that one shows some signs of tightening up just a bit with some very strong winds not far from the radar site, Brian.
Yeah, in fact, I switched over to the terminal radar over in Mount Washington because it is so close to the radar beam there at Fort Knox. You can really see right over West Point along Dixie Highway / Louisville Road. You can see how it's moving in across the Ohio River there into the very northern part of Hardin County, northwest tip there of Bullock County, and southwest Jefferson County. Again, just south of Dixie Highway near the Dairy Queen there on Dixie and the Snyder Freeway. That is where that strong push of wind is noted. Easily could be up to 70 miles per hour. I got a feeling it's hitting areas where we can get some wind speeds confirmed on some gauges here soon. So stay tuned as it moves across that area. Ron Hoke's keeping an eye on the power outages because you heard John Belsky. By the way, what a sense of nostalgia that was hearing John Belsky. But he's mentioned the transformers that were blowing. You've been tracking a lot of the power outages, and we've been having a lot of computer reports about these transformers.
Yeah,
right?
everybody talking about like, hey, you got these blue flashes in the sky here, and we've also got some video from the Wave Storm Tracker earlier here that we'll be able to run here for you from our control room of the power flash, the transformer explosion here. If we can get that, it is rolling right now. We don't quite see it in the view here just yet. Not quite sure when this is going to hit here.
There it is.
There it is. Boom, right there. That's what we're talking about. That's why we've been seeing these power outage numbers go up. They've been spiking across Washington, Orange, and Lawrence counties, and we'll likely see them spike in Floyd County just because of the plethora of reports that we've gotten on social media and from our own Wave Storm Tracker, Kevin.
All right, we get back to the radar view. Velocity is what we have up. We are tracking this storm moving across far eastern parts of Clark County. Goshen is in the path of this storm. We're going to break these up. I'll take the northern part. Brian's going to take the southern part. So we'll track these storms into and out of Jefferson County. Let me zoom in as we take a closer view of the storm that's moving across eastern parts of Clark County. We still see that rotation not far from Runyon Town over toward Hibernia, Sunset Village. This is going to move toward Greenhaven and Oldham. This is not too far from the Goshen area. When we lift the radar up, you're going to see what we're talking about as this moves across the river. There's Goshen, River Bluff. That's in the path of some of that strongest wind. That would take it over toward Greenhaven, Dimpleytown, Oldham. Those areas in Oldham County or New Washington, Hibernia, if you're in southern parts of and eastern parts of Clark County, should be in your tornado safe place. Eventually, this pushes up into Trimble County of Kentucky. You, too, will need to be in your tornado safe place. This is the storm that has caused power outages, caused those transformers to blow, shook some houses that you heard about. So again, the rotation is there. The powerful winds are there. That is the northern tornado warning along the Ohio River. We have one moving into southwest Jefferson County, and Brian is keeping an eye on that one.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Yes, this is moving right over the West Point area, now crossing Dixie Highway and the Gene Snyder Freeway. Now, radar estimates of this particular push of wind right now are coming in near hurricane force, about 75 miles per hour. Now, it is a bit off the ground from the radar beam is over there in southeast Jefferson County, but it is tracking right along the Jefferson Memorial Forest. So eventually, we're going to get into a zone we're not going to hear much. Other than those that are very close to, say, Mitchell Hill area, you may run into perhaps some very strong winds could cause the power to flicker in that area. Let us know. But by all means, if you're in southern Jefferson County, especially Valley Station, Okolona, Hillview, and Highview, even Shepherdsville, Pioneer Village area, heading toward, say, Maryville, you may have to get into your safe spot. It is a good time to do that right now before the surge of wind comes in. Even though we don't have anything really that looks like it's spinning here, this looks like just a very strong push of straight line wind at the moment, but we can easily get a spin that can develop out of that as it surges out ahead of the line. It can create that motion there, and that's when we're going to be watching carefully as it tracks over southern Jefferson. Now, almost the same pathway, a little bit of a different angle, but the same path as Sunday night. Some of those worst the storms are tracking there, Kevin.
Yeah, that one's moving at 70 miles per hour. We have 13,000 customers in Floyd County without power. That includes the city of New Albany. We're tracking that storm that went through New Albany. You can see the center of that circulation moving through Hibernia right along the river. I'm going to zoom in even tighter on that so we can point out a few communities that are in the track of that storm. So I'm going to go in even tighter. You're going to see Greenhaven, Oldham. As this storm moves back across the river, there should be a pretty good view here as it moves across 524. Again, you take Hibernia just past 62. That's where the strongest of the winds are for now. That will continue to move off to the north and east. This storm not moving quite as fast as that southern storm. This one's going about 55, 60 miles per hour. There you see the Ohio River. That takes you over into Oldham. And then we pointed out Greenhaven to the south. This greatest rotation is right along the Ohio River in Oldham County, expected to go through northern Oldham County into Trimble County within the next 20 minutes or so. I'm going to zoom back out just so we can all get our bearings on where we are in relation to these storms, because some folks to our south are like, what storms are you talking about? We haven't had any just yet. So let me put the radar on. Areas of Washington, Marion, Greene, Taylor, even Hart and Adair, you haven't seen the storms yet, but they are moving in. again, the southern edge has not been severe. And in fact, there have been fewer severe thunderstorm warnings, and the focus has mainly been on the storms on that leading edge that are tornadic and tornado warnings that we have. Those are the strongest pushes of wind that we have. Behind me, you can see our SkyTrack camera. We've got one focused, again, not far from the city as we look from South Louisville. And then, of course, the storm tracker moving across parts of southern Indiana. Power still on where we see that coming in from, at least at this point. Let's go back and zoom in to Metro Louisville. We still have tornado warnings for the city. This encompasses in the metro even parts of Oldham County and Clark County as this storm moves across the river. Really, the interesting part to look at on both of these is where we have the signature of the radar bowing out. And you can see it there. I'm drawing on it. That is one little bow, that notch. That is the potential for rotation as that lifts right along the river into northern Oldham County, eventually expected to cross 42, taking you over toward Trimble County. The other one is moving into western Jefferson County, and that bowing segment's going to reach the airport. We'll get some real-time wind information. Right now, 35 mile per hour is the gust. We had gusts higher than that earlier today. In fact, you can see that push of wind is past Valley Station, moving closer to Fairdale and eventually Okolona as this in central and southwestern Jefferson County moves through. That would have already impacted Shively and Valley Station, moving toward Audubon Park. And Brian, I see you've got your radar centered on that, so that push of wind, again, should be getting some real-time measurements as it gets closer to the Louisville airport.
In fact, that's the airport right below me there on that SkyTrack camera we're watching. Now, the airport's right on the fringe of that push of strong wind. Yes, it's moving right over the forest, heading, I mean, this is still indicating winds right now that could easily be over 70 miles per hour based on radar estimates. So we're waiting for some ground truth to come in. Don't have it yet. But we are watching that as it moves along. So I hope everyone stay in your safe spot. Southern Jefferson County, northern Bullock County, just stay there. Let us monitor this and see how this transpires as it crosses I-65, tracking right along the Gene Snyder Freeway, heading right again to Okolona and the Highview and portions of even the western side of Fern Creek. We'll see some of the impacts from this push of very strong wind as it moves across southern areas of Jefferson County. Still a lot of concentration of lightning, too, with that as that surges to the east there. So we'll be watching this closely. We'll be watching the camera feed there at all the international. As soon as I get any numbers that come in, Kevin, I'll make sure to pass those along there.
All right, we're starting to get some flooding reports out of Indianapolis. Vehicles flooded in water, so heavy rain will eventually also become a problem across the area. 2 tornado warnings that we have pushing through, one now into Oldham County, the other one moving through central parts of Jefferson County. Deja vu all over again of what we just had happen, where we had tornadoes on Sunday, 5 confirmed, more surveys to be done. But you can see these storms pushing through. Tough to pick out exactly where we would have the exact rotation going on, but when we look inside that storm, you can see the push of wind passing Valley Station and moving through. The tornado warning covers obviously a lot larger real estate than just one particular place, but again, moving past Valley Station, not too far from Fairdale, just north of you, Iroquois Park, that would be the zone to watch as this storm moves off to the north and east at 70.
Yeah, the circulation's showing up a bit more there, Kevin, right there in Valley Station.
Yeah.
And Prairie Village.
Not too far from that.
Right on the northern edge of that backward sea there is where that notch is. You see it right there along the Snyder. That signal is getting a little stronger.
Yeah, and you can see it even better from the view that you have behind you. So as you zoom into the Valley Station area, those winds, the colors on that radar showing up, and that's where it's pushing out. Not too far from Fairdale. Nice push of wind there, arcing back to the Valley Station area, as you pointed out.
Yeah. So we'll wait and see. I think once it gets to the other side of the forest, I got a feeling the reports may start coming in a bit more. Let me check the stats here at Ollie real quick. They're coming in still at about only 25 miles per hour. But again, they're right on the northern fringe. I don't know. We'll see how this looks because it's going to be passing right over the Jefferson Mall area very soon in Okolona, Preston Highway, the outer loop area. So we'll see what happens when this push of wind moves quickly in that area to the other side of the Snyder. So again, stay in your safe spot. Central Jefferson County now is the best way to word that. Right along the I-65 corridor, the Gene Snyder Freeway. If you're ahead of this line, still stay in your safe spot, Fern Creek and into even the northern part of Mount Washington until we get a better handle on how this evolves. So I did say they issued a severe thunderstorm warning too. It looks like this is going to be to the south of another cell that is moving in out of western Grayson. That whole line there moving in actually Grayson County all the way into portions of Hart County, may stretch into southern Hardin County. And again, this is the area we're watching for a severe thunderstorm warning. That just came out. That expires at 1 o'clock Eastern.
All right, let's go over to Ryan Hoke. He's got some more information as well. Again, tracking some of this powerful wind moving into southern Jefferson County. You can see that now approaching the Fairdale area.
Yeah, real quick, we've got a couple photos of damage from the Palmyra Pekin area from a little bit ago. This may look like a daytime photo, but I think this is a strong floodlight or a super long exposure. You can see that garage there now covered by a tree limb, and of course that caused the entire roof of this garage to collapse. Thanks to Greta for sending this in. Again, the Pekin, Palmyra area. This was right along the Harrison and Washington County line there, right along Highway 150. So starting to get some of those damage photos in. If you have any, submit them to our post that we have on the Wave Weather page. It's all text. It says if you have any damage photos, submit them here. We can get them on TV real quick, Kev.
All right, Ryan Hoke, thank you very much. Our team assembled to make sure we're giving you the up-to-date weather information you need. A number of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings continue to move across the Louisville area. We've had no massive damage that we know of. We have no confirmed tornadoes currently on the ground, but we have had reports that each of these two storms with the two tornado warnings that we're tracking have been producing enough wind to blow transformers, bring down a few trees and power lines. So we know that there is at least impact from these storms. I'm going to track both of those for you as we continue to move along this line of storms. We'll start with the northernmost one first as this moves across parts of Oldham County. Allow me to zoom into this and then we'll take a closer view of the velocity. This is the reflectivity that we're looking at. Again, you can see sort of on that nature of where we would have the strongest winds close to that border of Oldham and Trimble counties at this point. The tornado warning is being allowed to expire for Clark, Jefferson in Indiana, and then Henry, Oldham, and Trimble of Kentucky. So this looks like it will be allowed to expire. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, Brian or Ryan, but when we look at that velocity, you can see it has certainly flattened out just a bit. I want to point out that while we're watching the radar, we're also watching all the live feeds coming in, and you are too. The storm tracker has pulled over with heavy rain pushing through. You can see some of the Trimark cameras also showing that very heavy rain moving through downtown Louisville. So again, we are watching what's happening here in Louisville and surrounding us. This warning allowed to expire, and let's go to the one to the south. It remains in place, so we do have the tornado warning that continues to move through southern and central parts of Jefferson County and northern parts of Bullitt County. And you'll notice that push of wind working its way through there. So we're getting reports coming out of Clark County with trees down, power lines down. That's been the theme so far, Brian, and I suspect we'll see some of that moving across southern Jefferson County too. You're probably eyeing your street to see what you're getting.
Yeah, my cameras are going crazy at home, getting triggered because everything's flying by. So at least I know I have power. It's good. But yeah, these the strongest of the winds right there. Let me get a little closer to this. And I still don't have a measurement on it because, again, it's just barely missing the airport, so it's going to be really tough to get much data on it immediately until it gets to the Weather Service office, which is located roughly about right here is where the Weather Service is located. So it's hitting them here in the next few moments. But it's right there along. Here is the outer loop area in Okolona. Here's the Gene Snyder Freeway. And then as you travel down, this is Preston Highway here. So, again, it's right at that point where everything kind of converges together, right over the Jefferson Mall, heading toward Cooper Chapel and Mount Washington Road, heading toward the northern part of Heritage Creek, McNally Lake zone as well. It
sounds familiar.
It does. It all seems like deja vu, to be honest with you, from what you just went through the other night. So, but no word yet on the extension. I know we're checking on that to see if that's going to be the case, if this is going to continue into Fern Creek. This morning will be extended or not into Spencer or Western Shelby. I got a feeling just about the wind side of this, Kevin, it seems like it would continue for a while.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that signature right there is a strong push of wind right along the Gene Snyder, and that's going to take it right toward the Fern Creek area. Very populated area. It's all in Jefferson County, so we have a tremendous, probably least populated is when you get far eastern Jefferson County to south and east, but certainly a large population as we move this right across the Snyder into Fern Creek. Let me just zoom into that a little bit more, and we'll name out some of the towns in the path of sort of that apex. Now, you'll notice the warning goes all the way up to the Highlands. Sure, you're going to see some wind, but the highest of the wind is from Okolona to Hillview down to Shepherdsville at this point. So places like Moore High School, Glen Mary, Fern Creek, right along Bardstown Road or Louisville Road, whichever you want to call it, that 150 should be a zone of approach within the next probably 5 minutes. So if you are in that zone, please make sure you are in your tornado safe place. We go into Bullitt County, and I'll zoom down. Hebron Estates down toward Hillview. Eventually, this will go toward Mount Washington, and that takes us all the way down 61 into Shepherdsville. This is pretty powerful wind. You start to see those oranges show up. That's really where you have some real powerful winds coming in. Again, the only issues that we have had out of all of this has been down trees and power lines causing some issues, some transformers that have been blown. Wouldn't be surprised to see some fires started by the lightning that's been in place. The warnings that we have, a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings around Covington in northern Kentucky, and then again the tornado warning coming across Bullitt and Jefferson. The other tornado warning allowed to expire already, and we'll just zoom in again and track what we have been for a while now, and that is these pockets of wind that have the potential to rotate. These aren't the clearest signatures for tornadoes, but you can see that pocket of wind coming across southern Jefferson and a good chunk of Bullitt through at least central Bullitt County. The extension will not be
They put it as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, a tag on it for 70 miles per hour. So they did change the wording on that to adjust, but with a tour possible. So that's how that looks like they're going to treat it as it moves into eastern Jefferson into Fern Creek.
Yeah, so this is the warning. Again, quite a large population within that polygon, about 267,000 people being impacted by this one storm alone as it moves across parts of Bullitt, Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby, parts of each of those counties. That would include J-Town, Newburgh, St. Matthews. Again, as Brian mentioned, coming with considerable on the threat because of those very strong winds. Keep in mind, the storm is moving at about 70 to 75 miles an hour, so the wind potential is there, and the tornado possibility is there as well. So that is the extension of the tornado warning that we had. Once this passes by, the tornado
we got another tornado warning coming out.
Oh, it almost came out of my mouth. And once that expired, we'd be finished with the current ones.
Yeah,
but,
this is going to be the northern part of Jefferson County. It's really that core. We've been watching that strong push of wind near the airport that is moving over J-Town. So they're going to warn on this for a possible tornado heading toward Middletown, St. Matthews, J-Town, all the way into northern Shelby County. Again, this is the zone we're looking at. A tornado warning now out for roughly right around, I would say, Breckenridge Lane area and the Waterston Expressway. That's where we're seeing the potential circulation there. It's going to move right over Middletown and head into the southern part of Oldham and Henry County and western Shelby, Kevin. So that warning is set to expire at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and you can see that on the radar. Again, moving right across the heart of Louisville. We have two storms that we're tracking. Both of those have the potential for very strong winds and obviously some rotation. If we look at that radar view and I show you the velocity on that, you can see the warning. There's one stacked up and then one back to the south. Let's look at the velocity on that, and you'll notice, again, the push on the northern edge, and then, of course, what we've been watching move through near the J-Town area is where it would approach, and then back into Bullitt County. So that is an area of concern. We've been talking about that one for some time. You can see that warning flashing, an indicator that it has just been issued or redrawn. So we know that that one has just been issued, and it's because of that pocket of wind there. Moving to J-Town, Middletown, Crestwood, you're going to be in the path of that storm as it crosses over northeast Jefferson County and over into the Raymond area. And that would be in far western parts. It's just north of the Simpsonville area. And you can see some of those very strong winds showing up on the radar view. So this is a pocket of wind that could produce 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, Brian.
Okay, looks like I didn't see the strong wind gusts there at Ollie. I'm going to check Bowman here in a second, although it's
54 is the latest.
Did it?
Gust
Okay, I just saw an update.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was on the French, too.
Right.
So it likely was probably over 60 miles per hour there into Okolona. And then tracking right along the Waterson, Newburgh Road, Hurstbourne Parkway. That seems right in the zone right there where you can find that all the way through Breckenridge Lane.
All right, again, we're tracking this pocket of heavy wind. Moved just south. There's the airport. This moved just south. We recorded 54-mile-per-hour winds at the airport. This is moving, and I'm going to zoom in real tight. Going to give you some communities to keep an eye on. We said Fern Creek about 5 minutes ago. Boom, it's on top of you. Jeffersontown coming toward you. Be prepared for that. We can give you Hopewell, Fisherville, Seatonville. This is going through the Glen Mary area. This is going to take it across the Gene Snyder as you work your way up towards 64. If this keeps its same movement, Eastwood as well as Lake Forest would be in the track of that storm. Middletown could get to you, could stay just to your south, but you're in the tornado warning. You too should be in your tornado safe place. Hurstbourne Acres, again, Brian mentioning Hurstbourne Lane and a number of the other areas out to the eastern side of Jefferson County with this wind approaching. Ryan, what do you have?
I want to address a few damage reports and some power outages. The emergency manager in Floyd County says 22,000 are without power, so that would almost double the number you see here on the screen. That data will update shortly. Quickly, Washington County, they've got a house with a roof off and a turkey barn severely damaged. Crews are en route to that location now, and also Campbellsburg, there is some damage up that way. So now this is starting to trickle in, and we've got scattered lines down and trees down all across Clark County as well, Kevin.
And you point out that Washington County and the South Boston damage sort of blip we saw on the radar, the debris signal. Back again here in Louisville, I think we might be taking some power hits here. But when we are watching these storms move across eastern Jefferson County, you can see through J-Town, Fern Creek. These will be approaching Hopewell and Fisherville, moving up toward Eastwood. Again, at that junction of Shelbyville Road, as you push up along the Gene Snyder through Middletown, and you go out toward Eastwood. Again, Lake Forest would be a place of concern for some very strong winds moving in. So very populated area of Jefferson County as well as those pass by. Let me zoom out on the radar so we can show you that is the pocket of wind we're watching. That is the only tornado warning that we currently have in place. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings continue to the south. Brian? You're getting a new battery, so we're like the Energizer bunnies. No, we're not. We have to get new batteries every so often, too. 54-mile-per-hour gust has been reported at the airport, but again, it was stronger south of the airport. And I don't want to ignore northeast Bullitt County because you, too, are seeing pockets of heavy wind that are severe in nature through Mount Washington. But the greatest of the wind is in that tornado warning, and that is up across now far east central parts of Jefferson. That's going to take it through Fisherville. That's going to take it right up towards 64. That will take it through Eastwood. And you can see, again, Douglas Hills. Strong winds pushing through. Going to name some of these roads for you. That means Blankenbaker Parkway, Bluegrass Parkway in Louisville, Plantside Drive. That takes us over to Bircham Road, Eastwood, including Ash Run Road. You are in the path of this strong wind moving in. Is it an actual tornado? Tough to tell. Doesn't look like it on the radar, but it certainly is a strong wind signature right across the Blankenbaker Parkway as we see it now. In addition to the wind bubble that we have in eastern Jefferson County, we have a lot of rain falling across the area too. And we're starting to see with that rain flash flood warnings pop in. And we see some of those across parts of Lawrence and Jackson counties of southern Indiana and areas back toward Evansville and even southern Illinois at this point. So we will continue to track that new tornado or an update on the tornado warning that we currently have out. Again, this is capable of producing a tornado. This is over Middletown. It's moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. That is the wind that we've been talking about. It is the wind we've been tracking. We zoom into eastern Jefferson County, pointing out places along the path of this storm. You're going to notice J-Town. You have the strongest of the winds passing by you right now. We look at that velocity for you. And you're going to see moving right into Middletown. This is strong wind.
Yeah, the Weather Service typed out about a statement saying, and again, I was just looking at that right there on the Snyder Freeway and I-64. This is where we're getting, especially in the past couple scans here, of this cell right there into the southern part of Middletown. Moving in right there along all the construction work that's going on, the new setup of the Snyder Freeway and the interchange there, toward I-64. That is really enhanced and heading right toward the Eastwood community. Looks like not really far from Route Road as you get into eastern Jefferson County.
Yeah, again, a highly populated area, too, which almost all of Jefferson County is. But that is the cluster of wind and the potential rotation we see passing J-Town, moving toward Middletown. We haven't had tremendous damage across our area, which is good news, at least not that we know of. But we have had a number of power lines down, trees that have been blown down, and we know over in Washington County, perhaps a tornado touchdown there where we witnessed the debris. Yes.
Take a look at our system here.
Okay.
We've got a debris signature.
Let's go to Max 2, and that's right over the junction.
Yeah, it just popped in. I mean, it really was that last scan that just updated right over.
So this could be a tornado on the ground moving right through Christian Academy. Let's zoom in and name off some of those roads.
Looks like Signature Point Drive area, English Station Road. Christian Academy area as you venture off from the Snyder Freeway heading east. Beckley Hills heading toward Beckley Station eventually as you keep going eastbound, but just kind of a heads up right there along Shelbyville Road and I-64 in the Eastwood community. We kind of backtrack that. See, it
this
literally
is the
just
Lake
popped
Forest
in.
area. This is Copperfield for those subdivisions in that area. This is going to hit you if this is on the ground right now.
And again, you're looking at the velocity, the debris signature that's showing this. The velocity is showing powerful winds moving right near that area as well. So when you combine those together, it gives credence to the fact that the radar is seeing something that should not show up there. That's why that little blue dot is amid all of the red. This is the velocity, and this is the reflectivity. This is showing heavy rain, possibility of even some small hail, but the heavy rain, and then there is the debris signature that appears. We'll see if that was just a fluke. It's often
I only got one scan, so that's
correct.
Going to need another here. But.
Yeah, so we're not here to alarm anybody, but this is the kind of stuff as real-time forecasting goes. We call it nowcasting, and we're watching the radar. We can't make the spin any faster on the radar, so we have to wait for the next scan to come through. It takes a few scans because it's it's the way the radar works, where we can get a complete scan once it rotates around a few times. Our wind gust in Louisville at the airport down to 40 miles per hour, and you'll notice that our eyes are on the junction of Shelbyville Road and the Gene Snyder, as well as I-64 and the Gene Snyder. That is where we have what appears to be a debris signature showing up from the debris detection on the radar. And Brian, what that means is there's something that, and it's right over Eastwood and intensifying.
So this is likely some damage has been picked up at some point there in eastern Jefferson County. It could have been before the Snyder Freeway and could still be lofted in the air. I'll try to get a handle on it. It may take me a second to get the height on that.
Yeah, this is moving across Lake Forest, very much near that area, as well as Polo Fields. Let's come back to the key. I want to point out a few things here. And as we take a closer view of that, let me just zoom into that far eastern Jefferson County storm as we track that into western parts of Shelby County. This is going to be the zone that we're watching. This is the velocity. What Brian was looking at was the debris field that we think we see on the radar. You're going to notice that over Eastwood. When we zoom into that area even more, just let me zoom in, and I'm going to make this pretty tight so we can see a few of these roads. This would be Rockrest Way, Preserve Point Drive, Ash Run Road, Flat Rock Road, Creek Run Drive, Locust Park Place, Long Run Park Road, and as you look across this area near Johnson Road, this is where we're seeing some debris. Let's cross-reference that with the velocity that we have to see where the current rotation may be. It is still in that area, so it matches up, which means we could have debris that the radar is seeing, and the radar sees the rotation and the very strong winds. I'm going to keep us on a very tight view of the radar, and I've mentioned your road. You certainly need to be in your tornado safe place. You have no time. Locust Creek Boulevard, as well as Notting Hill Boulevard. You can see Sandwich Drive, Locust Creek Boulevard, I mentioned, Old Stagecoach Road, Long Run Road, Robin Lane, Long Run Park, all in this area. Lots of communities, lots of homes, including Polo Fields and several others, including Copperfield, including Lake Forest, not far away. So all of those are places of concern as we continue to track what appears to be some debris lofted into the atmosphere with this storm. Brian, show us again a slightly wider view of where we're at.
Okay, here's the look right now, and again, I got a feeling this may be an upgraded look at the tornado warning here very soon. It's still there. Its signature is a little bit weaker, but it's still very pronounced. It started roughly, it looks like right around J-Town, east of J-Town, heading toward the Snyder freeways, where likely, if there was a touchdown, it would have been right here in this location, crossed right over the Cloverleaf of 64 and the Snyder Freeway. Now it's over Eastwood, and because the radar has a slight delay to it, it is now just south of Todd's Point, heading toward Chestnut Grove. So it is now really all the way into Shelby County. Let me give me a second here, and we're going to punch up on our SkyTrack camera because it is looking a little wild here. This is going to be over into the outlets shops into Simpsonville. So let me punch them up. I mean, this is not going to be directly in the path, but we'll see what it looks like in that area. So let's take a look at that. And again, we're looking in the direction of where that cell is now approaching, just on the northwest side there of Simpsonville. This is a relatively steady camera, by the way. It takes a lot to shake this one.
Yeah, look at those street lights or the parking lot lights where you can see that wall of rain.
Let me see if I can get a wind. I got 37 miles per hour right now into Shelbyville. But we may get a number here on Simpsonville shortly. I'll keep an eye on that. But that signature is still holding, and again, it's going to be passing very close there. But it's nearly entirely now into Shelby County because of the delay on radar.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning is coming out, and let me just address that quickly, and then we'll get back to the tornado warning. This is for Bullitt, Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby. This it just continues the bottom part of that Boeing segment. Still tornado possible, still comes with a considerable tag because of the 70-mile-per-hour winds. We are tracking that as it moves closer to Taylorsville, Bardstown. You're going to be on the fringe of that, certainly northern parts of Nelson County. On the velocity, and what has our greatest attention happens to be debris that we've picked up on the radar. That's moving across eastern Jefferson County into far western parts of Shelby County. This is the velocity on that, and you can see the couplet near Eastwood now approaching the county line. When we look at the debris signature that we've picked up on this, you'll notice that it has weakened in the last scan, so there's not as much blue, but it's certainly still present and there right across the county border. So that's one area certainly of concern as we look at the radar views. We have a number of areas that we can look. When we look at the relative velocity and the storm relative velocity, that pocket of strong wind passing into western parts of Shelby County, Simpsonville, and that's the camera you see behind me. So we've got Simpsonville here. The storm tracker is here in what appears to be a very unlit area where maybe power is out. And then, of course, Brian is taking a closer view at the storms that as they move through. We only have one set of eyes, so it takes all of us to keep watching all of these storms as they pass through. The strongest of this storm in northeast Jefferson County or eastern Jefferson County, crossing through Eastwood, is now moving into western Shelby County. It's flattening out just a bit, but places like Todd's Point, north of Simpsonville, you should be in your tornado safe place. Between the two is really that target zone. So right along 1848. I'm going to zoom into that area. We'll encompass Todd's Point and Simpsonville. That is the zone, 1848, that we're going to see some of those powerful winds move through. Not too far from the Todd's Point area as this lifts off to the north and east. Fairly rural area, we might add, but when we look at that debris, lines up right accordingly with that. And you can see it weakening just a bit there, but we very well may have had a tornado touchdown in eastern Jefferson County, probably just south of of 64 and then lifting across 64 as it moved closer to what would be just east of, say, Lake Forest. Okay, so that would be the zone. Still showing some signs, though, that we may have something lofted into the atmosphere here. Can't tell for certain if it's on the ground, but Brian, I think we certainly had something there.
Yeah, and I'm watching the traffic cameras. Can't tell a whole lot yet in that area that interchanges 64 and the Snyder. There's some slow traffic there, but I think it's for a lot of people just because of how heavy the rain was. They pull it off to the side, but I'll monitor that. I'm not seeing any surge in power outages in that area yet as well. Watching that and see if we see a spike here of reports that come into play. Still seeing the debris signature, but it's not as pronounced as what it was. It's now likely whatever it picked up is being scattered. What this is basically telling me is that whatever is falling in this little area where you see that yellowish color is not the shape of a raindrop would be. That's what we're looking for. Anything else that's a more reddish color indicates that everything's the same size and shape. It's a raindrop. But when you get into this area, it detects a foreign object, basically. This radar can detect birds and bats, to be honest, even insects. So it's very advanced to pick out when things don't belong, and it's indicating there's likely an object that is likely metal, or even sometimes shingles could be picked up and show up. But we don't always know exactly how large you are. What we try to track is how high it gets thrown, and I'm still working on that to get that answer for you because it's so close to the radar beam. But it is tracking, again, to the western side there of Shelby County, Kevin.
I'm going to ask Ryan and the folks in our control room in eastern Jefferson County. There's surely somebody that would know by now if we've had a tornado touchdown. Let's see if we can get some of those folks to confirm that and be on the phone with us so we know how to pass along this information down the line. So we'll be making some phone calls, reporting back to all of you watching momentarily. To our south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in Grayson County, southern parts of Hardin County. That comes up not to E-Town, but not far from that. Just north of Bardstown in northern Nelson County, severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see that tornado warning being pared back just a bit. Updating, still moving northeast at 70 miles an hour.
Shelbyville did hit 56 miles per hour.
In Louisville, 56.
And Shelbyville.
Oh, Shelbyville, yeah. 56.
Okay, we do have some damage here reported that is right at the Cloverleaf of 64 and the Snyder. According to a storm chaser, they're turning around to see if anyone's hurt right now. It says they're checking for injured folks. This is 64
so, I mean,
265.
Did it tumble cars, I'm guessing?
I don't have that information yet, but I'm getting ready to make some phone calls as we speak. That just came over the wires here with NWS chat. So here we go, starting to get our first potentially some damage reports out of eastern Jefferson County here. We're going to make some phone calls, figure out what's going on, Ken.
I see a lot of semis that are pulled off the side of the road and the cameras. Let me see if I can get a live feed, so bear with me on that.
All right, and let's get the storm tracker out that way. The severe part of this is over. Let's go. We need to be in eastern Jefferson County. Another report, roof collapse at 2400 Good Samaritan Way. That's near Watterson Trail. The latest tornado or severe thunderstorm warning that's out is for parts of Bullitt, Hardin, LaRue, and Nelson. So that's the extension right along the parkway. That sort of backward sea that we're looking at, that's another push of wind. We said that warning didn't come to E-Town, but it would come right up to it. Well, that's the one we were expecting. So now a good chunk of Hardin and Nelson counties combined with the northern parts of LaRue County also now under that severe thunderstorm warning. We go back to the tornado warning. We're going to take a closer view of that with the velocity and then the debris. We're looking still near Raymond Hill for some of those powerful winds. That could cross over into southern parts of Henry County. That would take it near Eminence. Again, when we look at this in terms of debris over the Cloverleaf that we saw, that's right here, so in Middletown, that is an area that we saw that is still pushing through. We have lost the debris signature on at least the latest run of the debris signature, or the correlation coefficient, as we would call it. So that is some good news, showing some signs of that weakening as it moves into southern parts of Henry County. That would include Smithfield and Eminence, technically still under the warning. All right, who is in the storm tracker, and can they talk to us?
They're on their way to Middletown. They're almost there.
Okay, I haven't heard from them.
We directed them over that area. They right now on the TriMark cameras, if we're able to take, it's hard to see in my system here, they've been adjusting. So Metro Safe and TriMark are paying attention right now. So they are adjusting the camera. So you can see them working on it right now. So I got a feeling they're looking to see the reaction of what we're reporting. of anything that's happened. So we'll see what they do. I don't have control of this camera. They do. So let's give them a second and see if they are going to aim toward an area that they are suspecting that could be a problem area there, right at the interchange again of I-64 and the Snyder Freeway. It looks awfully dark there. It seems like we have more street lights in that particular spot, but maybe I'm wrong with all the construction that's been going on.
Yeah, and zero traffic.
Yeah, very quiet. So I'm not sure if any area is blocked or anything. I'll watch this for a moment. Looks like someone may be coming now, but I'll monitor that. But again, I got a feeling that especially with slow traffic in that area, there may be something that's happened. It looks like it could be, if there's anywhere. I would say the ramp going from 64 West to the Snyder North, eastbound both, in that spot.
We've not seen a single car come by, which is interesting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure which direction we're looking at on this one particular angle, but I'll monitor that. But there is definitely slow traffic that is forming on the sensors in that area from 64 West to the Snyder North there.
Right, there goes one tractor trailer through. Be interesting to see. Again, if you are watching our coverage, we have all eyes on the storms moving through. The one lone tornado warning that we still have moving out of eastern Jefferson County, where there was likely a tornado touchdown, where we at least saw some type of debris show up on the radar. Still working to confirm any problems that may be out there. But we do have that tornado warning that has weakened substantially, by the way, as it moves into northern parts of Shelby County and southern parts of Henry County, south of Newcastle, closer to the Eminence area. This is still some powerful winds that we continue to push off to the north and east. When we look at the picture as a whole, that is the only tornado warning that we have, and that is still in place until 1 a.m. So we have another 9 minutes in place for that tornado warning. Other warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. Show you those on our home view, and those stretch from the northern part of the viewing area all the way down to the south. Embedded in those severe thunderstorm warnings, we will still have the opportunity to see strong winds, especially where you see these bowing segments take out. So insulation debris on 64 at 265. So you saw that, Brian?
I'm not seeing that particular description
across multiple lanes.
Yeah, so give me a moment and let me see if I can get, it may not be within a camera view, which I suspect is probably the case.
I just got off the phone with MetroSafe. They didn't want to talk to me because they've got too many things going on, apparently, and Quentin in our newsroom just did the same thing. They're really busy right now, so there's likely something going on, but they won't tell us what's going on at the moment.
Well, that's great, and I appreciate their busyness, but the fact is we understand something's going on. We're trying to get that information out, too. We certainly don't want to be a hindrance to what they're doing in terms of getting emergency crews out there, so we'll wait our turn to see what's happened. But here in Louisville, outside of calling into MetroSafe, we can get the PIO on the phone. We can get a number of other folks to confirm what has happened in Jefferson County. And we will soon know because Fernando Garcia Franceschini is in the storm tracker. We're going to check in with him. We're going to get a bird's eye view of exactly what it looks like from him in the front seat of the storm tracker coming up. So, again, you're looking at what was the view from the storm tracker as we work our way out across eastern Jefferson County. Taking a little bit of a hit in the lag time with our signal. It makes it tough. Fernando, where are you?
Hey, Kevin. Right now we are in southern Indiana, heading towards J-Town. Where, like you mentioned, we have started hearing some reports about potential damage in Campus Place. The address is 1920 Campus Place, so we're headed in that direction. We've been driving around New Albany, and we've noticed a lot of places where there are definitely power outages, places without electricity. But aside from that and some fallen branches, we haven't seen a lot of damage. So that's why we're headed now towards the metro area, towards J-Town, to see what is going on over on that side of the river.
Okay, appreciate that. We'll check back in. We have other crews spread across Jefferson County, so we'll eventually get you to eastern Jefferson County here. Let's go over to Brian Good.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We're keeping an eye on that. Still, that debris signature that was pronounced earlier, that is really lifted now. So I think this morning will be allowed to expire as it moves into the southern part there of Henry County and the far northern part of Shelby County. So we're almost at the very end of this, as that signature is not as pronounced as we had earlier. So I'm glad to be able to report that, because it was obviously a scary moment there for a while. Still some very strong winds. I mean, straight line winds, you bet. We actually have the ability to measure the wind. Let's see if I can get that. This would be in toward, I got Shelbyville listed here. I think I got one in Eminence. Let me check here if I remember right. Northern Shelby County, 38 miles per hour has been the guys I've been able to find there. So we'll be watching that and see how this works. All right, they're going to keep this going. So they're going to hold on to that signature for a bit longer. Again, it's going to be right there into Henry County. Bethlehem is now included in that. North Pleasureville into Cropper. Northern side of Shelby there for Cropper, and then as you move out of Christiansburg, that's where that circulation's still trying to hold on. We're not getting debris signatures, so I doubt right now that there is anything that's causing damage, but you got to always treat it that way. Get in your safe spot just in case this were to drop back down again, which is possible because we don't really think, based on the radar trends, it was on the ground very long. If it was into eastern Jefferson County, it may want back up again and could be trying to drop at any point. So got to get in your safe spot just in case. We'll watch it. But again, Henry County, southern Henry County, especially southeast, Newcastle, Eminence, Kentucky, that's a spot we're watching for right now, the rotation. That tornado warning goes all the way out to 1:30 in the morning. So this will be the last likely in our viewing area with this particular cell before it moves out of Henry County, but we'll keep an eye on it as it moves on the southern side of Newcastle and across Eminence. At the moment, still some strong winds too. Got that severe thunderstorm warning right over Taylorsville Lake. That strong wind continues to push rapidly to the east and southeast. We'll be watching that as it moves into Anderson County. You guys will be up next. Jefferson County and Louisville. Let me take a look at the scan real quick to make sure, but at this point, it looks like, yeah, we're just in the rain. Severe weather threat is over for Louisville. It's now just rain and flash flooding that we got to watch out for in Louisville. And I believe we have flood advisories out in many spots just west and southwest of the metro. We will likely be added to that here soon as the heavy rain continues to pile up. But Indiana, you're now out of the woods on severe thunderstorms. So you can relax for a bit. Just keep an eye on the flooding aspect, right? So Indiana, you're in the clear on severe thunderstorms. Louisville right now is in the clear. The worst of the wind and the storms are now pushed out of Jefferson County. But anywhere else east of downtown or Jefferson County and Louisville, south and just southwest, we cannot let our guard down just yet. As we talked about several times, this line is in the process now of slowing down and beginning to tilt. And because of that, moving into the area in central Kentucky, it is really going to prolong any severe thunderstorm warnings. It could still get issued all through the overnight and flash flood warnings. And as I stressed earlier, this is an area that I think is going to get a tremendous amount of rain tonight. I'm talking about 3, maybe 4 inches of rain will fall out of this. So that's going to be a whole other hidden danger because you can't see anything at night that we need to really monitor as we head towards sunrise and throughout the morning hours. Right now, just as the tornado warning, the only one we got is moving into the southern parts of Henry County, far northeast Shelby, and is almost out of the area. The rest of the region right now, only a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we're still going to monitor there. Kevin?
All right. I'm getting some information here where we could have the roof off of the Papa John's headquarters, which is over off of Tucker Station Road near Blankenbaker. So that may be where we're seeing some of that debris come from that has been scattered about. Appreciate everybody sending in some of the information to me this evening. So again, that could be where we're seeing some of that insulation spread across. If you know, off of Blankenbaker, you've got the clover leaf, which is this one, which is where we saw the insulation across the road. The Papa John's headquarters not far from there. If that information is true, that very well may be the damage that we're seeing and witnessing.
Okay, we can go to my Trimark. Let me pull that up. I can see emergency vehicles now that are showing up. Let me see if we can pull this up here. I'm not sure which vehicles they are. If you look right into your, actually, they may be in the process of going somewhere. Right in this area, I think that would be heading toward J-Town. That would be to the west, right? Is that where the Tucker State? Yeah, heading toward Blankenbaker. So Blankenbaker's right here behind the banner. So that's the area we're looking at. We're looking at 64 West is what we're looking at. I thought it was the Snyder at 64 West that we're looking at. So there were several emergency vehicles I just saw go by. So they're heading in that direction, Kevin.
Okay, we'll be reporting back. We've got a number of crews headed in that direction. Obviously, the closer you get, the harder it is to get to where you want to be. We are still tracking the tornado warning across parts of Henry County. This will eventually move up toward Monterey. This is passing just south of Newcastle. Imminence would be in the heart of this. That was the storm that we tracked out of eastern Jefferson County. This storm is at a tornado warning with it just about the entire way as it's been across our viewing area. So we've been tracking it for hours now. An hour. That is the storm you're watching. Just to get your bearings, Franklin County, we're going to clip the very northern part of that, but Frankfort, capital city, is well south of that warning, though you do have pretty decent wind moving in. Let me show you the velocity on this so you can see where we have the strongest of the wind, and that's moving just past Eminence now. That's going to lift toward the Monterey area, just north of Flag Fork. So that's one area of concern, the greatest area of concern. We still have lost that couplet that we had, which is a good sign, and we've certainly lost the debris signature that we had. That too is a good sign as we continue to scan the radar view from across the area. Back to the home view we go. Let me put the radar on, and then we'll go back to the home view, pointing out that that is the only tornado warning that we have. That will last for another 30 minutes as we track that across parts of Henry County, northern parts of Shelby County, far northern parts of Franklin County. But for the most part, it is Henry County that is in the path of that storm. To our south, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. No damage coming out of that area at this time. So that's what we're looking at in terms of warnings. We're going to check in with Ryan Hoke here in just a second to see if he has any new information on any of the storms that have been passing by. I will focus just to the south, a little more jaggedness instead of seeing that sharp bowing moving past E-Town. So that's some good news there. That simply means that the forward motion may be easing just a bit there. That's good in terms of wind, bad in terms of rain, because as this part slows down and this part speeds up, we sort of tilt this area of rain over the same area, and that could set up some heavy rain near the parkways. So that's something we'll have to be watching for over the course of the next few hours. So once you speed up one part of the line, if the other part doesn't speed up as well, we wind up tilting that line and seeing heavy rain develop. New severe thunderstorm warning is coming out for parts of the viewing area. I'll zoom into that for you so you can see that is going to be across the far eastern parts of Spencer County as well as Shelby County, moving through Anderson, Franklin, and Woodford. This too is considered considerable with the threat of damage because of those wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour. It also comes with that tornado possible tag. So that is the warning that we have for those areas moving through the Taylorsville area over toward Lawrenceburg. That warning comes right up to, and we're getting ready. There's the new warning for Franklin County, new tornado warning coming out for Franklin County. So that's on that edge where we see that couplet showing up. So this is a new tornado warning. Let's go to that. That will last also until 1:30. This goes through Peaks Mill. It also includes Sadieville. This is going to be moving up to the north and east. This is radar indicated. That will go until 1:30, paired up with the other warning. When we look at the velocity on this, we just pointed it out, but it's going to be in that general vicinity. As you cross out of Shelby County, sort of the triple point of Shelby over into Henry and then moving into Franklin. So that's one area we'll be watching. While I've got my eyes on this, let's go talk about the rain totals in that scenario that's going to set up with Brian Good.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. This is a 24-hour rain total. Now, ignore the numbers in Indiana. They reset at midnight. Okay, wait, we're going to have the tornado warning, Kevin. This is going to be LaRue County. Down to the south. So let me get to that. Hold on one second. Let me punch it up. This is going to be a tornado warning for Hardin, LaRue, Mary, Nelson, and Washington counties. This is going to be on the east side of E-Town. Is where this is rolling out of. This warning set to expire coming up at 30 minutes after the hour Eastern time. This is radar indicated. This, again, is going to include Bardstown is going to be in the path on the northern fringe. Roanoke, New Haven. Kevin, this is your area of town here we're talking about that this tornado warning is out for.
Yeah, we were just watching that, saying it looked a little more jaded on the edge and not as sharp, but clearly it still has the potential for strong winds. We were talking about the tornado warning across Franklin County. Now we've got the one farther to the south. Let me go back to the views that we have, and you can see the latest one being issued. So now we really have three, one across parts of Henry County, northern Franklin. Then we get into really central and northern Franklin with the second one, and now a much larger tornado warning that spans across eastern parts of Hardin County, northern LaRue, southern Nelson County. That includes the areas south of Bardstown, including Culvertown, down to New Haven, my hometown, and then pushes over into Washington County. It clips Marion County, but barely. That would be the extreme northern part. Let's zoom into that area down there for folks that may be listening down across eastern Hardin County. This storm has passed E-Town. You can sort of see that backward C pushing into Boston, passing Roanoke. This is right along the Bluegrass Parkway. That's an area of strong wind that's moving in, and the strongest wind has passed the Roanoke area at this point. When we check the velocity on this, you're going to see that, and that is where we could have the possible couplet. You can see the brighter colors. This is going to move very close to New Haven. It's going to move closer to probably Culvertown and Balltown as this stays just south of the Bluegrass Parkway at this point. So this will be moving off to the northeast at 70 miles an hour. This stays just north of Loretto, and Bardstown is on the very northern edge of this. So it's really area south of Bardstown, down toward Balltown, Culvertown, and New Haven. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, yeah, we've got some damaged photos and reports now to share with you from eastern Jefferson County. This is Blankenbaker Crossings Apartments. What you can see here is some pretty decent tree damage there, and also debris kind of scattered on the patio here of this apartment. Also have report from Douglas Hills that there are sirens going off everywhere. There's an Anchorage Middletown Fire Department firehouse right down the road there, and they've likely shipped all the vehicles out to wherever they're needed at this time. Just heard back from Metro. They say very preliminarily they've got 3 commercial structures with storm damage in J-Town, one possible residential spot, quote unquote, here with damage in Anchorage/Middletown. The severity of this is all unknown at this point, but this is very slowly starting to trickle in. If you have photos, if you have video, and you can do so safely, if you're in Anchorage, Middletown, or J-Town, please submit them on the Wave Weather Facebook page. I've got a big post up there with a bunch of text right now calling for those areas so that we can get them quickly on the air here, Kevin.
All right, thanks, Ryan. We're watching this storm with a tornado warning across far eastern parts of Hardin County. It's past E-Town, approaching the Roanoke area. This is going to go through New Haven, Balltown, Culvertown, should scoot just south of Bardstown, but you're technically still in that warning as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. 70 miles per hour, fast forward speed on these, Brian, and with that we can still see that potential rotation and certainly that backward C, as we often call it, with that push of wind coming across that region in particular.
Yeah, especially when that push moves out toward the New Haven area. We'll see how much of that will begin to once again rotate on the northern fringe of that backward C, which we've seen several times. That same thing happened in Louisville. We had that backward C into Fairdale that was moving into Okolona, but the northern fringe of that began to spin and moved right over J-Town, and eventually led to what we believe has been a touchdown at I-64 and the Snyder Freeway. So it seems to be repeating again. This is the same little Boeing structure that was way back in southern Illinois, west of Paducah. We've been tracking it all night long, just haven't been able to monitor it every step of the way because we've had so much going on closer to home. But this is the same little ripple that is moving along, so it wouldn't surprise me that it could easily produce a brief circulation again. It's not quite there yet, but it is trying to get a little bit more organized as it tracks off to the east, right there in the far northern side of LaRue County, heading right on the Nelson County line. Looks to be that's a spot to watch as it tracks off to the east. Let me see if I can slow this down just a bit to see if there's any change in that. Okay, there we go. Just updated, heading toward Balltown. So yeah, right there, it's not a circulation. It really just looks like a burst of wind at the moment. The circulation's relatively broad, but we'll watch it and see, because the signature was very hard to pick out until it started to indicate debris in Jefferson County. That was the first sign of problems there.
We're getting some reports out of southern Indiana over near New Albany. In fact, this is going to be off of Castlewood Drive, Klerner Lane. This is not far from the IU Southeast campus over there. Trees down into houses or power lines. Again, a number of power outages have been reported across Floyd County, so it stands the chance that that certainly could be the case. So a number of trees likely down in perhaps that area. We're talking around Castlewood Drive, Klerner Lane, and Kent Drive over in New Albany. We track these storms through the area. They are still powerful. They are still, even at 1:09 in the morning, causing problems across the area. We zoom in. Let me center the radar, and then we'll zoom into each of these tornado warnings that we still have, looking at that possibility for not only the wind and the spin, but also the rotation that we could have. We see the strongest push of wind approaching 127. That's passing by the Flag Fork area. When we go to the velocity on this is the same storm that did produce damage in eastern Jefferson County. This would be now approaching 127 just north of Peaks Mill, and then moving along that line as it continues to move north of Frankfort and over closer into the Lexington and Cincinnati areas of coverage as this moves through. So for those folks in and you can see that new warning being extended for that exact area that we're looking at. Again, coming in saying that that warning will stay in place for those folks, but be canceled for Franklin, Henry, and Shelby. So some good news there as we work that one out of the area. The ones that we continue to track are south of Louisville at this point, and you'll notice that that storm is the one moving into parts of Nelson County. Let me zoom back into that for you. Tracking the storm south of Bardstown. This is already past E-Town. You can see near Blue Gap, as well as not far from New Haven, Balltown. I'm going to zoom in very tightly on this so we can call out a few places. There's New Haven, Lyon Station. That's over into parts of LaRue County. This is past Nelsonville, working your way through 46, taking you into Culvertown, Balltown, Greenbrier, Holy Cross. You are all in the path of this storm as it moves through with very strong winds. You should be in your tornado safe place at this point, allowing these storms to pass by with the wind. Gusts in Louisville have eased, and in most places we haven't had to deal with the strong winds. But you get into these pockets like we're looking at, anywhere from Bellwood all the way down to New Haven or Athertonville. That is where we have a pretty good push of wind, and that's coming right into the southern Nelson County area. So New Haven could even approach Gethsemane as you work your way toward the monastery. Again, looking at the new drawn warning that's coming out, that would be the zone of most concern. Brian, I see you're looking at the same storm.
Yeah, I was looking at the motion on it. Still moving at 70 miles per hour there to the northeast at a very fast rate. That's the only good thing, really, is how fast they're moving. They're getting in and getting out. But the problem is that forward motion, you add just a few miles per hour to that, and you end up with the potential straight line of wind damage that can occur to that. It can easily exceed that forward motion. So that's the reason why there's a danger of straight line of winds in general, but you can easily get these quick spin ups. And certainly we've already seen that issue for eastern Jefferson. May have seen that issue into Floyd County earlier, not too far away from State Street. It wouldn't surprise me that may have been the case there with other transformers that were blowing, but it may take a bit of time for us to go back and compare the damage to the radar data we're getting. That may take some time to kind of assess that. So at the moment, we just got to treat everything as a tornado is potentially going to form at any moment. You just need to make sure you're in your safe spot. Let this pass. It's not going to harm anyone to let that happen, right? So just get in your safe area. Lowest level of your home, basement, interior room, a closet, the bathroom. Best way to do that, just stay away from the exterior wall of the structure. That's important. Lowest level, number one. Interior, number two. Stay in there. We'll let you know as we start clearing more counties. We've cleared Louisville. We've cleared Indiana. We have not cleared yet any other counties into Kentucky just yet, but we'll be able to hopefully here soon as they are moving at a fast rate. But let me caution you guys, as we've been talking about several times, this is a heavy rain scenario as well that we are facing here tonight. Flash flooding is going to become a growing concern into the overnight. This is a little different than what normally happens in severe weather episodes when we're with you all, where we wrap this up and we're like, oh, it's coming to an end, they're out of here. This one is a prolonged event. That's why the alert days have been getting so much attention for being extended all the way into Saturday as more rounds of storms will be developing. You can see here, even on Futurecast, how it takes the line. It's moving through Louisville now. You see how it just slowly drags it. Here we are at 4 in the morning, and it still has it basically in the same spot it is now. And that, Kevin, that's going to be our next focal point. We're already in that mode now. We have been, but rain totals, please be careful if you work during the overnight or you have to venture out between now and sunrise. Please be careful because you may not be able to see very well, obviously.
All right, Brian, thanks. We've been tracking these storms. We still are moving across Nelson County, Culvertown, seeing a bulk of the wind pushing through central parts of that polygon, and that's southern Nelson County from Bardstown, Balltown, Culvertown, working your way toward Gethsemane, or if you go down 31E into New Haven. So again, the push of wind moving through. Greenbrier would be next, Holy Cross coming up. When we look at what's happening, I'm getting reports out of in Louisville, the Bluegrass Park area. If you know where that is, it sits just off of Hurstbourne Lane. A lot of the car dealerships located there. And then you work your way over toward Blankenbaker. So that general area has been the hard-hit area. We know that. Let me bring in meteorologist Justin Hilliard. He's been chasing these storms. We talked with him earlier in our coverage down near Bowling Green. And Justin, I know you've made your way across eastern Jefferson County. Tell us what you've seen.
So, Kevin, we actually had to shelter in place at our house. The track was directly over our house there in J-Town, but just wind at home. Now, as you make your way out near the Blankenbaker Crossing Apartments, that's at Plantside and Shining Water Drive. That looks like the first main part of the touchdown out here. We've got trees down. The traffic lights have been completely ripped off. There's main power lines across the roadway on Blankenbaker at Plantside. And we've got the fire department currently going into Blankenbaker Crossings for potential rescue of a person in a vehicle that has power lines and a tree on it. So plenty of debris in the roadway out here. Use extreme caution if you have to come in this area, but definitely avoid it. And I'm going to start making my way a little further out towards the Shelbyville Road area from here and try to track in between.
Okay, we appreciate that. We'll check back in with you, Justin. Thanks. Before we go to our storm tracker, I want to take our Bardstown SkyTrack camera and allow me to zoom into our radar. We are watching this storm pass through Nelson County. It is coming down with some very heavy rain and wind. You're looking at a live view from Nelson County. The bulk of this storm is south of Bardstown, but notice the flags whipping in the wind and the very heavy rain falling. Back to the radar view we go, and you can see from the tornado warning that includes the Bardstown area that this storm continues to move through, and as it continues to press off to the east, we're looking at those strong winds moving through at least the southern half of Nelson County. Back to the radar we go, and you can see that pushing through, and that will take it over into Washington County. So that is the push of wind moving through Bardstown as we speak, including the Bluegrass Parkway. Let me zoom in just a bit closer. You see our cameras, Bardstown there, the storm tracker getting ready to show us some of the damage going on in eastern Jefferson County. Let's zoom in just a bit more. We see the heavy rain and wind moving through Bardstown. The worst of that is just about over. Wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour there. Looking at the velocity, trying to pinpoint the strongest of the wind, very well maybe over Bardstown as we speak. Seems to have weakened just a bit as we look to the south. I'm going to pull the radar down so we can see some of those winds south of Bardstown. And again, anywhere from Bardstown right down toward the Botland area. This would be a little notch we would be concerned with. That passed through Balltown near Culvertown, pushing toward Botland. So that would be another area to watch. Along that line, that would be a place. So Botland along 150, Botland along from as you work your way past Botland, pushing over toward the Booker area would be a place to keep a close eye on. That's the wind down in Nelson County. Back to the home view we go, just to point out what is happening across the entire area. That's the only tornado warning in our viewing area. The others that are coming out now over toward the Cincinnati viewing area and eventually Lexington. So we track this storm to our south. That continues to move through. Frankfort reporting wind speeds of 58 miles per hour. So that's impressive on its own. And that continues to move past. There's Frankfort. You can see that
Tornado warning is now past those folks. Brian, we're watching this even to the south. It looks like we're going to see this storm weaken just a bit, but by that time it's pushing out of our viewing area anyway. The tornado warning continues until 1:30 for parts of Nelson County as well as Washington County as this moves to the east, correct?
Yeah, exactly. We got two different things. We got the strong push of straight line wind, and you got a little bit of rotation there trying to form on the southern side of that, on the southern side of Nelson or Bardstown. All of this is heading on the southern part of Bloomfield, so right there in northern Washington and the far northeast corner of Nelson. That's a spot to watch before it moves out of our viewing area, but we're almost there. It's moving at 70 miles per hour. There's nothing right now that indicates there's a big problem here, but certainly by watching the camera feed, we can tell the wind got quite strong there into Bardstown. So be prepared for the lights to flicker a bit, and we'll keep an eye and make sure that we don't see anything spin up a little more aggressively than what the little hints have been so far. But it looks like right now it's just below the threshold of anything on the tornado side. It looks like a really strong push of wind, though, for sure. Straight line winds wouldn't surprise me. That's been the average here is 55 to maybe 64 miles per hour, maybe within that range there, it looks like, Kevin.
Some folks curious, when am I going to be able to go to bed? Just keep in mind, once this tornado warning passes through and the severe weather risk ends, we're still going to be dealing with some heavy rain overnight. So it will take a little more time to pass through. Some areas, let me go back to our radar view, and we'll give the all clear for some if we can. I'll go to the home view. We're looking at in the clear across most of our southern Indiana counties at this point. But if you are south of the river, you are not in the clear. So that's where we are at this point. Again, we're going to continue to see this rain tilt. That band tilts. We get very heavy rain setting up across the area. So we'll be here keeping an eye on that. Let's go to Ryan Hoke, who has more damage reports. He's been working to get those in.
Yeah, I've been efforting this on social media and, of course, from you folks on the Wave Weather app. And we've got a photo here of some porch damage here, J-Town, Saratoga Woods. This would be kind of on the very southern end of where potentially a tornado touched down. Another area that potentially saw tornado damage tonight near Scottsburg, Indiana. We've got a tree down on a vehicle there. It looks like either a small car or a sedan. And, of course, the power outage numbers are starting to get very impressive in southern Indiana. You see there like Floyd County, for instance, they have 28.3% still without power there. It's about 13,000 customers. Hello, Clark County, Indiana, almost 10% without power there. That's 6,900 customers. Here in the Louisville metro area, that's Jefferson County, about 6,200 without power. If indeed we did get a tornado in eastern Jefferson County, I would likely venture to say that those numbers will go up. And then, of course, Spencer County as well, also seeing about 1,000 without power. That's 1,300 folks without power down that way. So this is lighting up like a Christmas tree because this was sort of an equal opportunity storm event. So many folks saw this push of damaging winds, and a few of us may have seen tornadoes. We've had at least two areas of debris on radar tonight, guys, and that's rare to see around here.
Getting reports in, fire department's going to be setting up a command post at the Federal Credit Building on Plant Side and Blankenbaker, so an indicator that we still have ongoing issues out there, especially usually if that hits residential places. You might see something like that happen, so that's an indicator of what could be happening in eastern Jefferson County. So I think this is just the beginning of understanding the scope of the damage that may be unfolding across eastern parts of Jefferson County. Our storm tracker is in eastern Jefferson County. We just talked to meteorologist Justin Hilliard.
They want us to take our shot if they can. The storm tracker, they say they're showing damage.
Yeah, that's why I want to take the shot.
Okay.
And there you see, and let's bring in Fernando Garcia Franceschini. I cannot tell by looking at that what we see. Maybe you could give us a little, tell us what you're seeing.
It's debris everywhere. It's scattered all over the place. Trees are knocked over. Apparently the officer told.
I mean, guys, so this is, sorry. So this is in Jeffersontown Campus Place. So this is like a very industrial area with businesses and a lot of office space. And I mean, if you drive around here, you're going to find debris and damage in every single corner. Like right now, what you're looking at are trees that have kind of like been blown off. There's debris like hanging from the trees. You can even see a little bit of that right there. You can see police kind of like surveying the area. We were told that there was like a camper or like a trailer that was flipped upside down somewhere a little bit further down. Of course, with all the debris on the ground, it is a little bit hard for us to drive around, but there's also a lot of roof damage on the buildings in this area. It is extensive damage, and we had heard that this area had been impacted by tonight's storms. And I mean, it's so easy to find the debris in every single corner. Take a look at the scene right now with trees blown off, debris on the ground. Let's see if we can see a little bit of the roof damage on this building. This is to our left. Again, this is Campus Place in J-Town. And all of the buildings in this area look like that, with roof damage, debris hanging all around, the parking lots filled with debris, with trees, with branches. Look at that. And again, it's a little bit hard for us to maneuver around the area because there is so much debris on the ground, and there is police kind of like surveying the area, trying to make sure that people are being safe, people that are here right now. But this is just kind of like a little bit of a taste as to what the damage looks like right here, again, on Campus Place in Jeffersontown. A lot of tree damage, roof damage. And again, this is, from our understanding, it's a very kind of like business, office space area. It's not residential, but again, yeah, the debris is in every single corner, guys.
All right, Fernando, we appreciate that. We're going to kind of stay with you while we look at that damage, continuing to track these storms through the area. You can watch the storm tracker behind me, but let me also give an update for folks that may be watching in the tornado warning across northeastern parts of Nelson County as this moves into Washington. This storm is weakening just a bit, but still not a lot, which means we still have some strong winds moving with that storm. It's past Bardstown, but it's right along the Bluegrass Parkway. It extends even up into southern parts of Spencer County, Taylorsville, heavy wind. That's going to be the case not too far from the Bloomfield area. Let me zoom in even more so you can see along that Boeing segment of what may be ongoing with this push of wind past Bloomfield at this point. Next would be Sparrow, moving toward Bush Grove and Van Buren. This is going to take it off to the east, pushing it out of Nelson County eventually, but Bloomfield could have just been blasted with some heavy wind on that. This goes all the way to the south, and as we continue to track that to the south, you can see more pockets of heavy wind moving into western Washington County near Maud and Hardesty and Valley Hill. So we are keeping an eye on that wind. I also, while we're looking at this, want to bring in Fernando again, just to see what you're looking at, because we can also see some of the fire and rescue folks around you, Fernando. So can you give us another idea?
Yeah.
I want to keep the radar on the screen while we talk to Fernando, however you want to do that. But with the current tornado warning, let's see if we can do both. Go ahead, Fernando.
Yeah, Kevin. I mean, this seems to be kind of like some sort of like a warehouse. And I mean, the damage, like, take a look at it right now. It's all over the ground. It's roof damage, parts of the roof on the ground. And it is kind of insane to look like this building is to our left right now. And it looks like this with all sorts of damage. And then the building to our right, from our perspective, looks to be perfectly fine. And that just gives you a sense. Yeah, take a look at the building on the right. There doesn't seem to be any debris anywhere. The cars are in perfect shape. And again, that doesn't mean that there's no damage, but from our view, there seems to be very little damage to our right side. So it definitely feels like this area to our left was what was impacted the most by tonight's storms. Like, take a look at this.
All right, Fernando, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've got to keep the radar up on the screen because we still have the ongoing tornado warning, and it's still showing some signs of pushing through. So we can keep the boxes up and still talk to Fernando, but the radar has to stay because we are tracking this toward the Sparrow community, moving through Bush Grove. This Brush Grove, this is a very intense line of wind. And Brian, I see you've got your eyes on that as well, moving right across the Bluegrass Parkway.
Yeah, it's moving rapidly, easily over over that 70, 75 miles per hour speed right now, but it's almost out of Nelson County entirely. Only got, I would say, another 5 minutes, and it'll be out of Nelson. But as far as northeast areas of Washington County, Kentucky, including Willisburg, that's going to take just a bit longer to get that to pass through. So far, it still looks like a straight line wind scenario. In fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning, I think, may have come out. Let me check.
Yeah, that's going to be for Anderson,
the
Franklin.
same one, right?
Yeah, Shelby. It's going to be the extension of the storm we're watching. You're right. And that will stay in place until 2 a.m.
Well, that's a good sign to see at least it's a severe thunderstorm, not a tornado warning, but still some very strong straight line winds. As we've been seeing on all of our cameras, that push of wind is quite fierce. And this is going to be ongoing, I think, in repeated fashion tonight in our southern counties all the way through about 6 or 7 a.m. We could still get some strong pushes of wind. So this is a very odd setup on how slow it's going to be from here on out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The northern edge really raced by. The southern edge is going to take a lot more time, being in that more elongated fashion. Not until 2 o'clock will that warning expire. Still the tornado possible, but the wind speed's down just a bit on this as opposed to that 70-mile-per-hour tag that have been on so many of them. So we come out of the tornado warning into a severe thunderstorm warning. That tornado warning has 1 more minute on it before it expires, and then the severe thunderstorm warning will take over. Once that happens, all of the tornado warnings will have expired across our area. We will continue for a while longer with our complete overview of what has happened as we really work to understand the magnitude of what has hit eastern Jefferson County. You've seen Fernando showing a bunch of the damage on eastern Jefferson County's side, and that's going to be not too far from Plantside Drive over toward a number of those areas between, say, Hurstbourne and Blankenbaker, where we have large contingents of large buildings, some of those with their roofs ripped off, and you can see that. The tornado warning has ended. Let me go back to our home view here, and as we go to the home view, you're going to notice no tornado warnings within our viewing area. So that is some good news. Let me put back on. And now we're sort of getting more into the breaking news scenario of what has happened. So I'll ask Ryan to prepare some viewer images. We're going to check in with all of the reporters that we have available. If we have Justin Hilliard on the phone, we can tap into him. We also need to get in touch with the Jefferson County folks just to see where we are in this. I suppose they're setting up command where we'll be able to see what happened. I know places like the Lexus dealership, the new Chick-fil-A they're building out there, some of those have been damaged. And that's not too far from places like Electron Drive, Plantside Drive. The Bluegrass Park area is where Fernando is. And Fernando, tell us what you're looking at there as we continue with our storm coverage and checking out for the first time the damage that you're bringing to us. And Fernando, if you can hear us, we're just curious what that is that we're looking at, and if you know your exact location, that's helpful for folks at home. Fernando may not be able to hear us. I know when we're out like this, obviously there's a lot going on. We're still trying to find information. He could be on the phone with officials trying to determine.
I think they're working on trying to connect to him there. Can you hear him? To reach him.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are, Fernando. We can hear you. Perfect. Tell us where you are and if this is something different that you're looking at.
Yeah, so we are still on at Campus Place in the J-Town area, just kind of surveying some of the damage here again on this, what seems to be like a very much like a business, like office space area. We were trying to see if we could find people here in this area that maybe, I mean, again, it doesn't seem to be residential, but there are some people walking around that maybe like either work here or might own some of these businesses. So we were trying to see if we got a chance to like chat to any of them, but a lot of them are on their phones right now, of course, taking a look at the damage themselves, which, I mean, again, it is extensive all around. So we're still, again, on Campus Place in J-Town. I don't know if you can hear them through the storm tracker, but there are the alarms in the buildings going off as the rain continues here in J-Town. But that's kind of like what we're looking at right now, hoping to see if we're able to chat with some people who are walking around, driving around the area.
All right, and as you're looking at that, tell us what those folks in that camera view are doing right now. Are they going through some of that rubble, or are they with emergency crews? What are we looking at?
No, so it looks like they're kind of like walking around, taking a look at the damage. They're not with emergency crews or first responders, but kind of like assessing the damage themselves. A lot of them are on their phones, so they're obviously talking to someone on the other side. But we're not entirely sure who they are as of yet, if they work here, if they own some of these buildings, again, because it doesn't seem to be a residential area. So I don't think that they live here, but they're definitely concerned with what they're seeing and trying to get a sense as to how extensive that damage is.
And they're so close to the vehicle. I'll give you a minute. Why don't you ask them what it was? If you have a chance to talk to them, that would be great as well. And we'll see what that looks like could happen. And I see some of our photographers out there getting some of those images, but I'd be real curious to know, by all accounts, from the radar view we looked at, from the debris signature, and from the damage you're showing us, it is a tornado touchdown. And I'm just curious to know, boy, if we still have everybody accounted for, or if in the residential part behind that area, if we still have problems that are ongoing. That would be of interest to know. So I know you're all checking all of that out. Let me go to Ryan Hoke. He's got some new information from some of our viewers that have been sending in photos and damage reports this evening.
Yeah, this is starting to trickle in now. You can, of course, see all the damage reports from you, our viewers at home, from MPing, which is an app you can download from your phone. You see all the different wind damage reports surrounding Jefferson County, but photos really tell the story. Look at this large piece of insulation. This is storm debris that was found in a yard near Eastwood and near the Valhalla Golf Course. Thank you to Matthew for sending this in on the Wave Weather app. So this had to be ripped off something and deposited in Matthew's yard here. That's not a good sign. We don't know how far that traveled in order to get to where Matthew is. And then finally, from our own Logan Perrone, which he will be on the air here very shortly. This is the Blankenbaker Crossings apartment complex. Extensive siding damage. You can see almost where there was debris that was thrown and made these pock marks in the siding there. There's also some patio damage, like these patio gates here on the first floor. Looks like there may be some gutter and some roof damage here. But at this point, that's what we're seeing from you, our viewers at home, of course, is some of this damage. And if you have any, you can submit it with the Wave Weather app, or of course, we have a post on the Wave Weather Facebook page. You have to scroll down and you can submit it under the comments with that big text post there, Kev.
Okay, Ryan, thanks. For our friends over near the Lexington area, tornado warnings are coming out for Anderson, Woodford, Fayette, and Scott. So we do have more tornado warnings that will be issued downstream over toward the Lexington area. Another tornado warning we're keeping a close eye on is to our south near Bowling Green. We'll have to watch that to see if that impacts any of our southern counties. As for this one that was just issued, that is just outside of our viewing area, Lexington is handling that. For us, we have no tornado warnings in the viewing area and just one part of a severe thunderstorm warning. So by all intents and purposes, we're seeing a brief break from the severe storms at this point. Notice the flood warnings that are being issued. We'll likely see more of that. Ryan mentioned Logan Perrone is out surveying some of that damage as well. We want to check in live with him. We have the opportunity to complex. The power in the photo you sent still looked on. Is that still the case, Logan?
Yeah, I believe it is, Kevin. We see that the lights on all throughout the complex here, and I wanted to make sure that people know we're actually at the stables at English Station. We're off of South English Station Road, and I want to just show you the corner unit here of the building behind me. I was actually able to talk with the owner, the people that live, the tenants in this building. They said that they heard just a lot of loud noise, and then the roof ripped off. They said that there's insulation that's come into their unit, into their apartment. They also said that there is some leaking towards the back side there. But again, the roof just completely, or at least partially ripped off. They do have some leaking into their unit. And, you know, we just couldn't really quite get a sense from them just how powerful this wind was, but you can tell with the other things on the ground. This right here, I'm gonna show you guys, is a street sign completely bent in half. It's gonna get tight right down there at the bottom, completely just bent over, Kevin. So whatever the wind did to that building, clearly strong enough to send right at the base. This sign, a lot of debris throughout. just a big mess. So again, we're still waiting to figure out exactly what happened here. But again, roof ripped off the building, signs down, debris everywhere, but power is still on for these people.
All right, appreciate that, Logan. We'll be checking back in with you just to get a perspective of what's happening there. That seems to be one of the more populated areas that may have been hit. With that, we know industrial places have also been hit. We have a number of crews that are out. You heard from Fernando. You heard from Logan. We also have Jose, who's out. We're going to check in with him momentarily. We know that there have been command centers set up. And this, for folks that are just tuned in, Brian is going to take us through some of the requeuing of the storm that went across. But let me just mention, as I zoom in, what we noticed, this has been probably, what, hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, when we were tracking these storms through the area, that it moved right across eastern Jefferson County. Not far where 64 crosses over the Gene Snyder. And when that area sort of lit up, we were able to also see debris on the radar, which was a clear indication after the second scan that we certainly had a tornado that could have been on the ground. And this is over just off to the east of Hurstbourne, and it's bound by Blankenbaker. So you'll find the Lexus dealership, the BMW dealership, the plant side area with a number of facilities in there and factories. It's a fairly industrial area. So that was the area that seems to have been hit. We also have heard that perhaps the Papa John's headquarters may have been hit. We're still working to confirm all of this. We're early in the investigation part of being able to bring you this. Obviously, you've seen some of our live pictures showing what we have going on. Now all of the action in terms of tornado warnings continue off to our east, south of Cincinnati and moving closer to the Lexington area. The one we are watching is near Bowling Green. The southern part of our viewing area could get clipped by that. Outside of that, watches are being canceled, and that means some of you are going to be able to go to bed and get some sleep. Let's go over to Brian Good for the latest on the latest watches that have expired.
Okay, we'll come back to that in just a second. I think we're going to check in with Fernando here in just a moment. I was trying to re-queue up that signature you were talking about, Kevin, Eastern Jefferson County. Unfortunately, the data is not available, so I'm not able to show that. But the storms are now moving out to the eastern side of the area. Some good news to share with you all is that the tornado watch itself has been allowed to be canceled and expire. It would expire anyways in 20 minutes, but it's been cleared for Indiana. You guys are good. All the counties that touch the Ohio River, including Louisville, we're good. Now, I will caution, we still got to watch for the flooding aspect overnight tonight into early tomorrow, and still some strong storms in that tornado watch area, mainly south of the parkways. That'll be our main focal point. But in Louisville and Indiana, at least you have to worry about damaging winds and tornadoes for the rest of the night tonight. So at least a little bit of a silver lining for those who have been sitting up all night waiting to go to bed, Kevin.
All right, appreciate that, Brian. Let's go back out to eastern Jefferson County. It's been hard hit. An obvious tornado touchdown. Fernando Garcia Franciscini is there with someone who has been going through some of the damage. Fernando?
Yeah, Kevin, we are in Jeffersontown again, and just taking a look at this area that was so hard hit. And while we were here, we ran into Steve, who, you were telling me off camera. First of all, what is the name of your business, and what do you specialize on?
JSO Wood Products. It's a wood veneer company. So it's pretty devastating for us because our wood's laying everywhere, and once it gets wet, it's over.
And when you heard about, that this area had potentially been hit, your first thought was to come down here.
Right, yeah. Once I knew the storms had passed, I came down, and I had a bad feeling when I came down the street. I saw a lot of vehicles, and I heard it had kind of touched down in this area, and I thought these roofs are kind of weak, so I thought we were in big trouble, and we are. I've never seen anything like this. You have never seen it.
That's the next thing that I wanted to ask you. What was your first thought when you drove down here and saw the extent of the damage?
I was devastated. I thought this is the worst nightmare that I've worried about for many, many years, is this roof coming off and rain coming down on the wood, because the wood can't be, it can't make it through rain and water. And we're just going to have to trust that God's going to take care of us and rebuild and we'll be back.
Amen. I'm sure that's going to be what's going to happen. You were also on the phone with your son. You were telling me, right?
Yeah.
What were you talking about?
Talking to him about, telling him what had happened, and I was able to just like walk through the glass into his office in the front, and I told him there's nothing we can do. We just have to wait and see whatever this process is going to be. It's not really safe to be in the building, and it's going to rain for the next few days, so we're just going to have to work with the insurance companies and the police and fire and see what we're supposed to do next.
And thankfully, there wasn't anyone inside the building.
No, there wouldn't be anybody working this time of night. So it kind of felt like this could happen. We've been out here since the late 90s. And, these things, the way they're built, they're vulnerable to the roofs coming off. And not only that, but the whole front of the building got blown. It must have been really bad.
Yeah.
Winds and tornado that came through here.
Yeah, strong without a doubt. And I mean, like you said, I'm sure God is going to take care of you guys. And I'm sure you guys are going to rebuild from this and come back stronger than ever before, stronger than the past 30 years. And again, we are so sorry that you are going through this, but we appreciate you taking the time to share your story with us and to show the viewers what the damage looks like. And again, I'm praying for you guys, and I'm sure the better times are ahead.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Guys, and again, this is just a scope of the damage here in Jeffersontown. I'm sure when the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we'll be able to get a better view as to a lot of that roof damage. Steve was telling me that also like a daycare is in this area. Again, that daycare is suffering a lot of damage from tonight's storms. But we're going to keep taking a look at this, potentially getting to talk to other people. For now, though, I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you guys in the studio.
All right. We appreciate that, Fernando. Thank you. And sorry to see Steve in the business there over off of the plant side area, the Bluegrass Industrial Park, essentially where that's near. We want to show you some of the other live pictures that we have coming in from some of our crews that are out and about. We've mentioned Fernando, and you saw him talking to Steve. Some of the businesses hard hit. Logan was in front of one of the apartment complexes that also hard hit. And then we have Jose Zazaya that's been out. Typically would be here late at night anchoring the 11 o'clock news. Well, tonight he is on duty making his rounds through parts of eastern Jefferson County near Plantside Drive. And we can see what that view looks like. And we know the fire department has set up command over near that area. So we know that that's not far from the Federal Credit Building on Plantside and Blankenbaker. And you can see again in this parking lot the damage that has occurred. Now, I can see even the tops of that building where things have been blown onto it. And by all indications from the videos that we've seen coming in, and this is just a very preliminary guess, but looking at some of that debris that's caught up in the trees, the way the damage has been laid, and you can see that that debris stretches all the way back to the other trees you saw as well. This was a tornado that touched down in eastern Jefferson County. Certainly some very strong winds. That is insulation that you're looking at that's been blown from some of the buildings that we have seen. A lot of those large span buildings, are the, and there you see a number of our fire and rescue personnel working their way through the area, making sure everyone is okay, making sure when damage like this happens, they are the first to respond. It's why they are the first responders. We appreciate their work. It's dangerous. I mean, there are power lines down, and there are trees that are down. Some of those lines may still be hot. We ask that nobody tries to get out and seek out this damage. Let the emergency crews do their job. And it's going to take some time until all of this gets picked up. And of course, with the repetitive rounds of rain that we have and just a little bit of dry time, perhaps here or there, it's going to make it even worse because you get that rain and water intrusion into these buildings with damage. So, Brian, you're watching this along with me. Tough to see.
Well, and here's the thing. It may take a while. The Weather Service has already let all of us know in the media that they're going to have limited resources. They may not be able to get out here to look at much of this data. It may take a few days because of the active weather at play. So right now, I think a lot of this is trying to be photographed and recorded of what happened so they can go back and look at the data. So unlike the last storm on Sunday night, this one may take a bit of time to get a little more clarification on it. But there is no doubt this is one of those situations, Kevin, where that wind surge was so rapid. Let me show you. if we're able to on the radar here on Max 2. This is what we were looking at when we got to about 12:30, right after 12:30. That's when that circulation was starting to show up right over J-Town. It got to the point of getting to the Cloverleaf at I-64 and at the Snyder Freeway, right in through here as you head into the eastern northeast side of J-Town, heading toward Electron Drive, Plantside Drive area. That is where, again, that circulation touched down. That's where we have insulation all over the place. And it kept going all the way through the Eastwood community. And then just as it got into Shelby County, we started to lose a little bit of that signature, and the debris signature started to fade as well. But, guys, when we were watching this on the air between 12:30 to about 12:42, a 10-minute window, it was certainly lit up, and there was certainly something on the ground picking up debris and throwing it everywhere, guys.
Yeah, wild to see. Not only on the radar it was happening, but now the follow-up pictures and video coming in. I hope we have no injuries to report. At this point, it's a little preliminary to say. We don't know at this point, but we haven't heard of any. The radar shows the showers and thunderstorms passing through. These warnings are just outside of our viewing area. We technically have no warnings within the wave viewing area at this point, though we continue to watch heavy rainfall, and we've got our eyes on this tornado warning down in Bowling Green that could clip our southern counties, so we're watching that. We have seen your reports coming in through social media, including our Wave Weather Facebook page. We have also seen that you've used the weather app to send some of those images in and videos. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Yeah, I got a couple of different reports here from the same area, Kevin. Hello to Beckley Station, that neighborhood near Beckley Creek Park. Look at this glass block window blown out. Yikes, you can see all the dividers there kind of dangling. This looks to be in a bathroom. There's a bathtub underneath. Yikes. And then, of course, we've got a report in from Facebook as well. Hello to Beth Johnson. She says a lot of damage in the hills of Beckley Station. We've got trees, siding, roofs, windows, chimneys down. Thankfully, that she knows of here, no neighbors were hurt. So again, this is the Beckley Station area that we're talking about here with potentially extensive damage. So if we're looking for a residential area with damage, Beckley Station is going to be the place that we're going to want to check out here within the next hour or so, guys, because, man, a couple reports there already, and the photograph was quite impressive.
Yeah, and I tell you, you know, we mentioned the damage. You start to get part of your roof peeled back, then you have all of this heavy rain that has to move through. That's a bad setup where you get all that water pouring into businesses like you saw from Steve, who was out with Fernando, or other folks that may have homes with damage and that water's coming in. So a rough time for these folks with this very heavy rain pushing through. I want to just be able to pivot through all of our live reporters that we have. We've seen live shots from Fernando, from Logan, from Jose. So we're just looking to fill that time with those reports. For those of you who are joining us now, you are watching Wave's extended coverage of severe weather because we have had quite a night of it. We have had the alert day in place for days where we've said, hey, you're going to have to watch Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. Well, we're here, and we have 3 more alert days lined up. So there will be more storms Thursday, late afternoon and evening, into part of the overnight, then again Friday, then again on Saturday. They don't look as strong as what we've seen move through here tonight, but they will come with a lot of rain, and that means flooding will become problematic as we go day by day and increasing with each day that goes by. So that's something that has our concern. New severe thunderstorm warning is coming out for the southern part of the viewing area, so that is not a tornado warning. I'll put that on the screen so you can see what we're watching in terms of severe, and this storm is moving through the Bowling Green area now. It will be a severe thunderstorm warning that moves into parts of Hart County, Greene County, as well as Adair County, and for some reason that thunderstorm is not cooperating and popping up for me, so let me just read you that. In fact, this warning will be in place until 2:30 in the morning. 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Again, all radar indicated with the storm that's expected to move through. And there it is, Barron, Greene, Hart, Taylor. As you can see, it's drawn, and that will go until 1:30 Central Time, 2:30 our time here in Louisville. So quite a lengthy period on that. We still have another
40 minutes for that warning to carry on. So we'll be watching that to our south. But again, better to see the severe than the tornado, but still that backward C shape showing the potential for that wind pushing in. All right, back to the wide view as we keep that latest warning flashing. So at least we now have a severe thunderstorm warning. I was talking about watching our coverage. We have been preparing you for a week now. We went through Sunday's severe with 5 tornado touchdowns, and then now we're into the period where we're going to have 4 alert days back to back with severe chances and flooding. We have a 24/7 weather channel, Wave Weather Now. A lot of folks were watching on that as we went on with our coverage. That started at 8:15 this evening, and we've been on nonstop since, bumping into NBC. What time was that? During Chicago fire, and then we've stayed on since as we've been tracking these storms. Now, the bulk of the severe weather is moving out, but the damage is left behind. Let's go back out toward the Plant Side Drive area, not far from Hurstbourne Lane, and we'll sort of get a Blankenbaker. We'll get an idea of what that damage looks like from Jose Cesaya's point of view. He has the ability to show us what that looks like, and we'll check in with him coming up in just a second. Let me zoom in to eastern Jefferson County, because this is where we have had the reports coming in. When we look at our reports, we can see that indeed we have had a number of reports coming in from Imping, and you're going to notice those pop on, and you'll see this is the destroyed marker. You rarely see those pop up through Imping, and that's not too far from where we had some of that damage as it moved across parts of Jefferson County. So there are a number of places. This is one. We also have others up in this area that were hard hit. We saw the damage right over the junction of 64 and the Gene Snyder, carried over into the Polo Fields neighborhood. So those are some of the reports that we've had from our Imping. If we go back to the home view, you're going to see just how many we've had even to our south. A number of uprooted trees down across that area, and the wind damage has been very real. And this was just within the past 4 hours, so it extends back even more. When we look at some of the storm reports, local storm reports, you'll be able to see some of those as well. Let me zoom back into Metro Louisville so you can see those. We'll just zoom into Jefferson County and make that where you can see those reports for Louisville only. We'll drill down into that. Some of those still so preliminary and new that we don't even have those into the system yet from the National Weather Service. All right, who do we have? Let's go to Jose Cesaya. He has his camera out. And Jose, I don't know, can Jose hear us? Oh, he can't hear us, so he's just showing us some of the damage here. Again, this is not far from Blankenbaker and Plant Side, I believe. This building has had at least that window blown out of it. You see the jagged edge on the bottom, an indicator of strong winds that have blown through this facility. For those of you who are curious close to where we are, I'm going to take a guess and say this is not far from the what is it, Metropolitan, the veterinary clinic out there. So that's just in that area. This again showing massive wind damage that is blown. That's a whole front area that's blown out. Lots of glass. And certainly lots of damage and water intrusion that's taken place. Do we know some of these businesses, I wonder? You're looking at a pile of insulation there as we get that first up-close view of the damage that's coming in. And as we work our way around, you can see the rain that's falling and the damage that has accumulated, both in terms of, and that's allergy and asthma I see on the door. So we're just kind of going with what we're looking at across eastern Jefferson County. And I'm just looking to see some of the different areas that we have with those locations. So that's happening over toward Plant Side and Blankenbaker. Logan Perrone has also been out, and Logan joins us now with what obviously are some folks who rode out this storm.
Yeah, Kevin, this is the Prater family. They live here at the stables at English Station. They heard everything I don't know what they saw. We're going to find that out. Guys, just kind of, if you can, describe what you heard first. I know you said the lights went out too, so not sure what you saw, but just kind of run us through when it hit.
Yeah. So Anna and myself, we were sitting on the couch playing video games. We actually had our door open so we could kind of hear and see the rain. We could see what was going on. It was pretty calm. Then some rain started to come. We immediately saw a bright flash of green. We expected it was some kind of a transformer blowing up. And then I could hear kind of a low rumble, kind of a whooshing sound. So I got up, slammed the door. We ran to the bathroom, yelled for my wife to come visit us because she was in the bed, kind of laying down, and she was already there, waiting on us to be there, and we just kind of hunkered down and hoped for the best.
I was going to say, yeah, Greg and Anna, you guys made the smart decision after Cindy made it. And
yeah.
Cindy, kind of just go through what you were feeling during this. Like, what was this like?
Well, I've been watching the forecast for a couple of hours, just aware of what was going on, and I, saw a little bit of motion up above us in the town, like above us, and I was like, I should just probably go into the bathroom just to be safe. And by the time I got there, it was probably 10 minutes before everything just went dark, everything went loud, it happened so fast. But I'm glad that we all got out safe.
And I know you said that the damage that you were saying is kind of similar to what we had just seen on the other side. Yeah. Kind of talk to us about that. What is the damage to your unit?
So we're seeing like a lot of roof shingles being spread out everywhere. Mostly the siding is kind of ripped off. We've got a lot of window damage. A lot of cars are damaged. You probably saw the one that was kind of pushed up against the car over here. So nothing crazy, but yeah, it's just first time experiencing anything like this, so it's kind of scary.
And then Anna, I've got to get here from you. Ever think you would ever experience something like this?
No, I haven't experienced anything like this, but I was coloring while everything happened, and then all of a sudden the lights shut off. He was playing his game, the lights shut off. Big ass flash of green, and then just what he said, rumble, and then the apartment started shaking. I'm like, okay, we gotta go. The blanket, there was this blanket stuck on me, so I took this huge blanket with me, and it was like, oh my gosh. I don't know, it was just crazy.
Well, glad you guys are all okay. We'll hopefully you guys get back inside soon, and we'll let you get dry. And Kevin, we'll send it back to you guys, keeping tabs on this.
All right, Logan Perrone, we appreciate the reports there. We'll check back in with you in just a few, looking at some of the damage reports from across the area. Again, as we look at the storms, they are winding down. We're at 2 a.m. in the morning. We've been at this for a number of hours. We're going to plan on winding down our coverage within the next 15 minutes here. So we'll go off the air at 2:15, 2:12. That'll be the time that we end our broadcast here. Of course, comprehensive coverage starting at 4:30 on Wave Sunrise. Let me get you to the radar view before we jump over to Ryan. So I want to point out on the radar, we have severe thunderstorm. The latest warning that was issued includes parts of eastern Franklin County. That's really moving out closer to Lexington. And then, of course, we still track this storm off to our south with some pretty strong winds moving past Cave City. That's going to be passing by the Munfordville area right along Interstate 65. We've got our eyes on that. Still strong winds, but nothing too obnoxious at this point. I'll ask our reporters to give us one more round of reports, hopefully showing us something different than what we've seen, and then we're going to wrap things up coming up within the next 10 minutes. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, Kevin, got a couple of fresh photos for you from Facebook here. Where you saw Jose's live shot earlier is very close to where I believe this is. This is from Steven Wazaldo here, and I believe I recognize this here. This is that office complex that's right off I-64 in J-Town before you get to the Blankenbaker exit if you're heading eastbound. And you can see there's some pretty extensive roof damage there. Parts of a roof removed, the debris there in the grass. We have another photo in, this one from Jonathan Newton, Beckley Hills Drive near I-64. Possible insulation stuck to this vehicle here. It looks like maybe a Ford Taurus or something like that. But that just tells you that obviously something has been damaged or destroyed, and now that debris is sticking to things, going to different places. Not a good situation. We've heard a lot from Beckley Station. We've heard a lot from Beckley Hills. So we haven't forgotten about you guys down there near, of course, English Station Road and that area near Beckley Creek Park as well. What I'm loading up right now are the power outage numbers. These are getting more and more significant as, of course, the numbers kind of catch up. Here in Jefferson County, we're at 7,000 out. That's 1.7% right now. And then, of course, Clark County clocking in with 10% without power. That's about 6,700 customers. We go over toward Floyd County right now. That is 28% without power. That number holding steady at 13,238 as of last check. I want to go to Spencer County. You guys have about 1,000 customers without power that way. And in Meade County, we haven't talked about you yet. Tornado warning. Let's go to Kevin.
All right, let's jump into this. Again, we continue to track the tornado warnings that we have. We go on with nonstop coverage because of the warnings that we've had. This one now out as we were watching this Boeing segment. You can see that deeper notch there. This is for Greenheart and Taylor. So just got through saying wasn't anything too obnoxious with the wind field in that. Within the last scan of the radar, that has changed. That's how quickly this stuff can change. And you'll notice that wind field pushing through right along and just past of Interstate 65 as that makes its way past Cave City, Munfordville, just north of Glasgow. That's going to take it into parts of Greene and Taylor counties. That would include Greensburg and Campbellsville as this continues that track off to the north and east. That storm is moving at 80 miles per hour. So this is the fastest storm we've been tracking so far today. This is radar indicated, so it's capable of producing the tornado. Doesn't mean there actually is, but with a forward speed on the storm of 80 miles per hour, it still is potentially where we would have certainly 60, 70, possibly as high as 80-mile-per-hour winds with that. Brian, we've been tracking a lot of these storms today. While most of the warnings have ended, we knew it would be our southern counties that would be last to see the threat. This is a powerful punch, and wow, what a forward speed on that.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the fastest we've seen for sure. I checked some of the Kentucky Mesonet sites so far. About 53 to 55 has been the average gust I'm seeing out of that line so far that's hit some of the gauges in the Mesonet sites there in southern Kentucky. So not excessively high wind as far as being measured to the ground level. That's not too shocking, as we've seen a lot of estimations of higher speeds. Sometimes they don't always make it down to the ground. But that forward motion and it moving that fast, you just really got to be ready for fast changes. You don't have a lot of time to react. So that's why these warnings got such a long polygon, the look to them there. It covers several counties because they're going to just rapidly rake from one side to the other. So right now it's all about Hart County, Greene County, as well as Greensburg, of course, and Campbellsville. As we've been saying all night, get under tornado warning, get into the lowest level, get away from windows, get away from the exterior wall, and just anchor down. If you had to wake up in the middle of the night, the weather radio woke you up or our app woke you up, make sure to wake up the family, get them in the safe spots, at least for the next 30 minutes, and then you should be good after that, other than heavy rain, Kevin.
All right. Again, this warning goes until 2:30, so we're going to be with you through that time. It's 2:05 now. Tracking the storm moving across southern and central parts of Hart County. This is just south of Munfordville. I'll zoom in, try to give you a few of these towns. Notice our winds have eased back to 24 miles an hour here in Louisville. For those that may just be tuning in, maybe this warning caught your attention. We have had what appears to be a tornado touchdown in Louisville. We are tracking that damage across eastern Jefferson County. You'll notice from Munfordville down to Rowlett's toward Horse Cave, that wind pushing through. That's going to cross over 31W in that area. So a lot of folks familiar as you get down into Munfordville, Hart County, you get to Horse Cave, you've got Mammoth Cave, and all of the fun places down there. This will approach 31E and 31W, moving through Rowlett's and eventually Hardeeville. The push of the strong wind making its way right across I-65 as we speak. That will continue to push in the northeast direction at 80 miles an hour, so it's not going to take long for this to move in and through the area. Additional thunderstorms continue across
across the area. And at the bottom of the screen, you notice a lot of flash flood warnings. We're seeing that especially across parts of southern Indiana, northern Jackson, over into Lawrence County under the flash flood warning. Let me put the radar back on because many of us may have to deal with some flash flooding before all is said and done. Flood advisories are now coming out for parts of Breckenridge, Bullitt, Franklin, Grayson, Hart, Meade, Jefferson, LaRue, Nelson, Shelby, and Spencer counties. So we already have new advisories coming out for that area for the flooding that's ongoing and possible. So important to keep in mind, flooding is going to be the next big issue tonight for most. The exception to that are southernmost counties, and that's where we continue with the tornado warning that's been issued for that little Boeing segment moving across central and southern parts of Hart County. That will continue moving at a fairly fast rate, so it will not last long. The new tornado warning barely clips our viewing area. I'll put that on the map. You're going to notice that's off to the east. That includes a very small part of Washington County, east of Springfield. It's mainly for Boyle, Jessamine, and Mercer counties, and that warning is a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag until 2:30. So again, Harrodsburg, Nicholasville, Perryville, those places are in that warning that was issued. Triggered for us just because of Washington. To the south, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning, and inside of that, the tornado warning. For folks that are joining us, I'll ask in our control room when our reporters are ready, we'll try to, can we leave the radar up while we talk to them or no? Okay, so we won't be able to do both, and I don't want to take the radar down while we have active weather pushing through in terms of the possible tornado, because we're constantly analyzing this, and one scan can really make the difference. So we'll keep that up. Let me go to the velocity here, and you can see some of the powerful wind. Brian, you're analyzing this a little closer even than I am. Anywhere from Munfordville to Hinesville certainly has the chance to see some of those strong winds.
Yeah, it's right to the point of being straight down from the beam there at in Louisville at Fort Knox. But Ray, are watching that. It's Ryan Hoke. We're looking at some of the signatures as well. So far, we haven't seen anything yet that screams there's a problem here that's as far as damage, but it's certainly got that high wind potential to it, especially when it was back in Bowling Green when it originated from, and it's been pushing right along portions there of 68 heading to the east as you travel into the southern portion there, right around Mammoth Cave, Horse Cave area, just east actually of Mammoth Cave now, really into Horse Cave. I-65, those of you who take 65 up and down to Bowling Green, you know this route fairly well as you get very close to entering into the other time zone there. And as you get into areas of Greene County, just a heads up, Greene and Taylor, that wall of wind coming your way, and Kevin's right, these little waves of wind at times have had some brief spin-ups that have developed. It's been very hard to catch these, especially with so much heavy rain that's out there now. They're very difficult to detect, and sometimes the radar doesn't catch them within the scan that we need to allow to fully complete. So just take it seriously. We're watching in your feeds, your social media. If you're watching our streaming, chime in if you're in this area. If you're in Hart County, Greene and Taylor, let us know. If you hear any reports of damage or high winds, and if you get any hail, let us know the size. That's important as well, Kevin.
Oh, we're tracking it across our southern counties. Certainly, you're important to us if you're in southern Hart, especially as we track this into Greene and Taylor counties. We have our eyes on it. I want to bring in, while we're sort of talking about and watching this, Fernando Garcia Franceschini. Again, we've been tracking the damage in eastern Jefferson County, and that has been problematic in some places, as we have noted across Plantside Drive over toward Blankenbaker and Hurstbourne. Do we not have them? Is that what you were? Oh, they can't. Okay, so we've got a few technical problems. When they're back up, we'll visit in with Fernando and just see their location and some of the damage. Obviously, it appears as we've had a tornado touchdown in eastern Jefferson County. We saw the damage and the debris on radar, and now we're seeing it from our live crews who are in the field. You see that they're sort of shoring up the back edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. Inside of that is the tornado warning. We're still keeping an eye from Munfordville down toward Hinesville. This will move move toward Pasco and Camber. This is going to be that strongest push of wind, and if we were to see some rotation, it would be within that bounds there as it moves over toward Greensburg and Allendale. That's the zone of most concern, and that is the reason the National Weather Service has put down the tornado warning. So that's what we're watching. It's the only severe and tornado warning that we have in our viewing area at this point. And I'll say that while we watch this and leave this up, because I don't want to go away from the radar and I want you to be able to see it at home, but I do want to bring in Fernando Garcia Franciscini just to talk about where you are, Fernando, and what you're seeing. I know we've seen a little bit of this, but this is over in the Bluegrass Industrial Park, and boy, it appears that some of the roofs have been ripped off and we're looking at insulation on the ground.
Yeah, Kevin. I mean, again, the damage is widespread. Wherever, every corner that you look at, you can see a little bit of debris. I'm just going to walk out of the way so that you can get a better look at to what the scene looks like right now. Again, this is on Campus Place. It's on Jeffersontown. It's a very industrial area with a lot of businesses and office space. This is another one of the buildings here on this area that you can see. I mean, it seems like one of the walls was completely ripped off. Part of the roof is gone. And I mean, the inside of the building is completely destroyed, full of debris, full of water. Even here on this side, you can see debris hanging from the trees, and also in that building right to my right here, look at all of that part of the building just kind of like hanging from the roof right there. Yeah, with trees falling down. And I was actually talking off camera with someone who was telling me, and he didn't want to go on camera. Of course, he was very overwhelmed by the whole situation, but he was actually in one of these buildings working when he felt the windows in his office blow off. He had to run and seek shelter. He was telling me that it was a scary experience. He tells me that he moved here from Los Angeles, so he doesn't have a lot of experience with this sort of severe weather, but he was telling me how it all seemed to happen so quick. You know, he felt the building shake, and then the windows were blown off, and suddenly he was under a table trying to seek shelter. And he was just telling me about how much of a scary situation it was. And he was out here after everything was said and done, again, looking at the damage, assessing the damage, along with a lot of other people we've seen out here, because these buildings, again, have suffered a lot of damage from tonight's storm. And we keep seeing people driving around, taking a look. We have also started seeing first responders putting caution tape in some areas as they kind of like take a look at the damage themselves and assess how dangerous the situation is. But again, I just want to emphasize this is in Jeffersontown. And I don't know if you can see, because it's a little bit dark, but you can probably see people on the background kind of like taking cell phone video of the damage. And, you know, again, when the sun comes up in a couple of hours, it's going to be so much more clear how severe the damage is here in Jeffersontown. For now, though,
Fernando,
Kevin, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, we appreciate that. Thank you. Just so you know where Fernando is, it's just behind Campus Place is just behind the Lexus dealership, just behind the BMW dealership off of Plantside Drive. So that's where the center of the damage has been occurring in the Louisville area, at least, so over toward J-Town. Our focus has been to the south. You're looking at live up-close view of the damage, but our focus is to our south, where we have the tornado warning near Pascal. This is across southern Hart County, just about to move into Greene County. That is the county line. It has tightened up just a bit, and again, that's the reason we like to keep the radar up so you can see the changes that take place. So we try never to go away from the radar during tornado warnings. You can see near Donensburg, this is an area of concern as we track that right through the area. That's going to take it south of Canmer. That's not far from, let's just zoom in a little bit tighter so you can see it. And as we zoom in, you're going to see some roads pop on near Monroe, near DeFries, Wickerville. That's going to take you right along 88, that's US 88 that goes through Donensburg. That is going to move in your direction. Webbs, if you're hearing those towns and you're near there, please make sure you are in your tornado safe place. This continues to move at about 80 miles an hour off to the north and east, and that is one that has the potential. Actually, it's slowed just a bit. Looks like it may be moving now at 60 miles an hour. So
So, Brian, it's slowed down just a bit, but we're starting to see the tightening just a bit, too, in the velocity imagery that we have.
Yeah, it's heading right into Greensburg if it holds together.
Yeah, here's...
as we hit the next few moments, tracking again at a good rate. I mean, 60 miles per hour is still very strong for a storm like that to be tracking through, but it's heading right to 68. And then again, it'll be moving right over the southern part of Taylor County if this holds. Let me check the Mesonet sites. I didn't see anything stronger than about 38 gusts earlier. Let me see if that's still the case. Mumfordville was about 38 when it passed through into Hart County there. So right now it will run into very close to another gauge here very soon as it moves into Greene County. We may be able to get another update in Greensburg as it moves closer to the Kentucky Mesonet site. But at the moment, yeah, there is a little bit of a hint of red. You see that indicated right there just west of Donsburg. And you can see, again, a little bit of a circulation developing. Not overly strong, not very tight yet, but it is a bit of a stronger signal than what it had when it first entered the actual tornado warning itself there, Kevin.
And you have to realize that area has been left uncompromised. They haven't had a lot of weather today, so we're still feeding off of very warm temperatures. While we're at 67, all likelihood they're probably still in the upper 70s, maybe even near 80 degrees down there. So they have plenty of fuel for this storm to continue to intensify as it moves close to 88 through Donensburg, through Webb, and then over toward the Greensburg area. So yes, you're watching in real time this storm tighten up in some rotation on the velocity that we're watching across now, moving out of Hart County and into Greene County. And that will again continue lifting off to the northeast, roughly at about 60 miles per hour. Let me go back to the home view, and we like to point out where this is in relation to Louisville. So north of us in the clear, south of us, we're still tracking that storm. Let me show you the reflectivity so you can see the heaviest of the rain. Likewise, pushing to the south, southern Indiana, drying out just a bit. Get a good night's sleep. We've got more storms coming our way the next 3 days, and the potential for not only a few strong storms, though tonight will probably be the strongest, but plenty of rain. And that includes areas both southern Indiana and Kentucky. The warnings that we have, a number of tornado warnings included up in just off in extreme northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, also Lexington Metro now under a tornado warning, and then of course the tornado warning in our viewing area, which is pushing now into Greene County, forecast also to move into Taylor County. That is the zone that we're watching with that moving through. Let me zoom into that, and I'll make sure that you know what is on the radar. Again, we see the reflectivity with heavy rain. Haven't had a lot of hail reports today. That's been some good news. With the velocity, we still see that couplet moving past DeVries. And you can sort of see the marking of that there with the reds and the greens together, tightening up just a bit. Certainly more concerning than it was, and something that we have to keep a close eye on as we continue to track this through. We look inside that storm, both for velocity, which I have pulled up, and I'm going to zoom in and show you that we do have that couplet there. So the next thing would be, do we have any debris? Brian Good is keeping an eye on our debris tracker, the correlation coefficient, and give us an idea of what that may look like.
Well, the good news is, yeah, I'm not seeing anything here, which is not too shocking. This is very much a farming area, especially south and west of Somerville. So more than likely, if you were to get any kind of a debris, it would be a little more into a populated zone. Those usually show up a bit more. But at the moment, the signal is relatively noisy just because the beam's kind of messed up just coming from Fort Knox there. But I'm not seeing anything alarming, which is good. Right now, most of the wind, everything's mainly a broad circulation. If you were to see this in the daytime, you would likely see the entire cloud above you that is doing just a general rotation as these are racing at such a fast rate of speed there. But right now, we're not seeing anything that looks like it would be dropping down. But we got to treat it that it could at any moment, as we always do need a tornado warning, of course. So stay in your safe spot. Hart County, you're in good shape. You're out of the zone on that. But right now, it's really Greene and Taylor. Greene and Taylor are the two we're going to be watching for the next 10 minutes.
We've got Donensburg as that storm passes by. Greensburg next in line. Summersville likewise in that. This will push through Black Gnat, Bengal over into the Campbellsville area. So all on standby. Let me center the radar up just a second, and then we're going to go out and visit Logan Perrone, again giving you an idea of what's happening here in Louisville. We've got our eyes on this, Greensburg, Black Gnat, and then Campbellsville. Let's bring in Logan Perrone. He's in eastern Jefferson County, where likewise we have been keeping an eye on the storms and more importantly
certainly the damage left behind. Logan, tell us where you are and what you're seeing. Obviously some lightning where you are too.
Yeah, Kevin, we are still at the stables at English Station. That's off of South English Station Road. And we've been talking about the damage to a lot of the buildings back here, but the damage has also happened to the cars. You can see these two gentlemen right here fighting the wind, fighting the rain, trying to get these bags to stay on. The two broken windows to this car. We've seen a number of vehicles that look like this. And again, this is just some of the damage. There's two buildings back here that have seen extensive damage to the roofs, to the cars. The big indicator we see when we come by and we drove by was this. This is a utility closet with the door blown off, and I can tell you guys, the door is nowhere in sight. We have no clue where this is, whether it was ripped to pieces or blown away by this big, massive storm that hit. We have just no idea where the door is. So an exposed utility closet, and then of course, you see the debris, the damage. I'm gonna get down here. I know it's a little dark. We're out of the light right now, but pieces just, and this is not, if you can hear, this is some hard siding, some wood that is flown off. This is not just some cheap plastic stuff that came off. And then when you look up, I mean, we're gonna try and keep the rain out, but you can see damage all the way up, broken windows, just a mess for the people that live here. Now, we did just catch up with the owner. We're gonna talk with him in a second off camera, but he was telling us that they're putting people in hotels, making sure that they have a warm, dry place to stay tonight. So again, a lot of damage here to cars, buildings, people's livelihoods kind of thrown into a little bit of disarray like you see on the ground here. But Kevin, we'll send it back to you guys now.
All right, Logan Perone, thank you. We appreciate that. Again, coming in from not far from Plantside Drive, eastern Jefferson County. Our eyes are on the storm to the south. This is the tornado warning that we currently have. This is Greene County. You see Greensburg. This is the county line into Taylor. That takes us into Campbellsville. We are still tracking some rotation. We've had no confirmed reports of a tornado. We see no debris on the radar at this point. I can assure you of that. Let's just go to it. We'll pull up the debris tracker for you. We'd be looking for it in this area, and it does not show up at this point. We'll be watching that closely because that's oftentimes our first indicator that we certainly have picked up something that doesn't belong, so to speak, and that would mean the possibility of some debris. We do have heavy rain falling across that area, and with that, flash flooding is going to be possible, and we're just getting into the trend of seeing that for the next several days. Our wind gust, not bad in Louisville. We had them as high as 50-some mile per hour earlier today. On the velocity for the south, if we were to measure these winds, they'd probably be on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour as well. And those are pushing through places like Summersville, Greensburg, Black Gnat, right very close to US 68 as this is going to make its approach toward the Greensburg area. Ryan Hoke has been sort of scouring what's going on social media. A lot of you folks have chimed in. We've been live streaming our coverage on Louisville's only 24/7 weather stream, and that's Wave Weather Now, since 8:15 this evening. So we've been going nonstop since then. You've been watching us on Wave, if you're still tuned in, since Chicago Fire was on the air, and we had to break in with the first tornado warning for Du Bois County. Let's see what some of our viewers are saying and go over to Ryan Hoke.
Kevin, I know you were talking about the lack of hail reports earlier. I figured I'd put the MPing hail reports up. Only a smattering of pea-size, maybe even dime-size hail reports in our area. These have not been hail-producing storms. Gotten some new photos and videos in. This video right here from Zach looks like right near Plantside Drive there at Blankenbaker, showing all the debris and especially the insulation from his vantage point there in his vehicle. And speaking of insulation, hello Bridget, thank you for sending this in via the Wave Weather app near English Station Road. That insulation flew far. She's out there in English Station, and of course this hit a little closer to Blankenbaker. And then there's a large tree down in Ricky's backyard here near J-Town. It missed the house, he says, but of course parts of the fence there looks like they have been damaged. So continue to send in your photos and videos via the Wave Weather app, or of course on that dedicated Facebook post we have on the Wave Weather Facebook page, just with the text on it in the purple color in the background there, Kev.
Okay, Ryan, thanks. We look again, we're watching the circulation that we have going on. The tornado warning continues to our south. That is for parts of Greene and Taylor counties. That warning will be in place until the bottom of the hour. That's 2:30 Eastern time. And
and we're still seeing some broad rotation showing up on the radar, and that's the reason the tornado warning continues as we track it to the east. There are still a number of tornado warnings. While this is the only one in our viewing area, there are many more. Brian, I see you've got the wider view of the radar pulled up, and we still have tornado warnings streaming from northern Kentucky and southern Ohio all the way down past Memphis, Tennessee.
I can't even imagine how many warnings have been issued today across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley because it's been nonstop, just red polygons all day long today, and really started this morning. But you can see how the northern part of that line is now becoming more east-west as it is tilting across Kentucky. Now we're seeing the push on the western side, which will begin to allow for that rain band and storm band. And West Tennessee will also lift to the north as well, and that will allow for another round of thunderstorms to track along this entire boundary. But it will take, I would say, another 18 hours or so to really get the atmosphere ready to go again for another round of strong storms. But I can't rule out additional severe weather later tonight for Thursday night, but to the level that we've seen today, this many tornado warnings, that is not in the cards. There's not as much energy to work with, but there could still be some active weather and warnings getting issued even in the next few days ahead of us. But you can already tell that line tilting over the area. That's what we're going to be concerned about, is the flash flooding threat. We just got to get through the last little piece of wind energy the system's got, and it only has the limited amount of fuel to work with, the warmth that is still holding on in southern Kentucky. The rest of the area has already been rain cooled down, which is a good thing. That'll keep us quiet for the rest of the night for the rest of Wave Country.
You know, I look at that push of rain coming up behind you near Little Rock, too, Brian, and as that continues to come up, eventually that has to come our way, and we really could be faced. I mean, it's been called historic. It's been called life-threatening. That was all terminology related to the flooding threat that we had, not the severe threat necessarily. So I think we're in for the long haul here as we go into the weekend with what could be some impressive rainfall totals on the order of that 8 to 12-inch mark.
Yeah, right now we're about an inch and a half is what we're looking at across Wave Country. West Kentucky is already crossing 2.5 inches. And again, this is just one piece of 4 pieces that we have to get through between now and Saturday. So we'll be watching those rain totals climb. But please, if you have to venture out while we're watching that rotation there into eastern Greene County, please be careful traveling. Watch your flooded roadways, because there will be many cases, I'm sure, Kevin, that the power is out in some communities. Traffic lights may be out, street lights may be out, so you may not be able to see like you normally would. You can't tell if there is a flooded roadway, so just be careful and take it slow.
Yeah, for sure. Black Nat, you are the one seeing the rotation near you, between you and Bengal. This is going to approach Campbellsville. Strong winds likely already moving into Hatcher and Campbellsville. This is crossing over now into Taylor County, so that will be pushing through. Have had no reports of damage out of that. We're tracking the tornado warning that we have to our south. Our reporters are out in eastern Jefferson County, where we know we've had a tornado touchdown. We likely also had a tornado touchdown in Washington County, Indiana. We know that a farm there, I believe it was a turkey farm, at least a couple of turkey coops or whatever they're called, may have been hit, and we have had some damage. Power is out in New Albany. We know that transformers were blowing. We saw those. So we have had some damage, and the core of that has been in eastern Jefferson County. We'll check in with our crews on that in just a few. We've got a new thunderstorm warning coming out. Again, we're coming up at 2:29 in the overnight hours as we go into early Thursday morning. New severe thunderstorm warning will include Adair County, so this is just encompassing areas south of that tornado warning. This goes all the way to the Tennessee border, so Scottsville, Tompkinsville, Burkesville, all in this new warning. As it moves to the east, 70 mile per hour is possible with that. 60 moving off to the east at 60 miles per hour.
The tornado warning is dropped off the screen there. So I didn't hear any word back from them if they're going to reissue a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. But this storm did have a history. I did look back in Barron County, and now the damage reports are coming in from when it was in just west of Horse Cave, and it was producing trees being knocked down the roadways there. So some of these reports may be a bit delayed, so there could still be some wind damage there that's taking place, especially in Greene County when it was entering near Donaldsburg there. So
yeah, and we still see a pretty sharp mark on the velocity, where we have some pretty strong winds just south of Campbellsville, close to Hatcher. That's not too far from the lake. That would be moving off to the east. So we'll still keep watching this. While there's technically no tornado warning currently, they could reissue that depending on if any damage starts to come in. Clearly, we have the severe thunderstorm warning farther to the south. That's the one that goes closer to the Tennessee border. Let me put the radar on, and I'll mention that we have no tornado warnings in the viewing area. The southern part of the viewing area, that would be southern parts of Greene and Adair County, under the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, I'd like to get our crews back up. It's 2:30. Maybe we could just go another 15 minutes so we can watch this storm and get it out of here, because that warning will
there's a severe now for it, so that looks like that's the game plan they're going to go.
Okay, and that warning is in place until how long?
3:15.
3:15. All right, so that's a little longer than we were looking at.
We won't be in that polygon though for our
for the viewing area.
Trim it back,
So that's 3:15 to get it to this point of the polygon. So maybe let's just plan on staying on for another 15 minutes here, maybe 30 minutes. But I want to be able to go through some of the damage reports. I want to be able to talk to our reporters that are out in the field, and then we'll wrap up our coverage here. Again, the latest severe thunderstorm warning for parts of our area include Marion County, that's extreme southern Marion, and Taylor County. Lebanon is in this warning as well as this moves through. I'll zoom into that, and then we'll check in with Ryan, and then we'll try to get out to some of our live crews in eastern Jefferson County. Brian will give us an idea of what unfolded across eastern Jefferson County. I know we may not be able to get all of that imagery in, but we can at least explain it. So let me show you the velocity on this. Moving through Marion County, you can see from New Market over to Lebanon.
A little bit of rotation there.
Yeah, a little bit showing up not far
about
from
3 or 4 notches, actually.
Lebanon area. Yeah, so you can kind of see that jaggedness in the view from the velocity. Again, strong winds and the rotation showing up in a number of places through there. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke. Ryan, what do you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you some of the storm reports we've had here officially from the National Weather Service. You can see some of them, of course, in central Jefferson County. The eastern part of Jefferson County, not so much yet. They're still trying to figure out what may have transpired there. And we'll, of course, continue to monitor those reports as they come in. You see out to our west, holy cow, look at all these tornado reports across western Kentucky. It wasn't just us who saw tornadoes today. It was parts of Indiana. It was parts of Kentucky. It was parts of Missouri down that way as well. What we're going to show you now, of course, is going to be the power outage numbers, if we can get those up here. And you'll see, of course, the wind damage reports from MPing, several of those all around the Louisville metro area to our south as well. There's those power outage numbers. And I want to show you specifically Jackson County, Indiana. That is one that is now starting to really pop up on our scopes here. That is one that I can't query, of course, but there it goes. 43% of Jackson County, Indiana. That's about 12,000 customers now without power. That is significant, all right? So a significant power outage going on in Jackson County, where Freetown, Medora, Brownstown, and Seymour are there, up there I-65. And, of course, Louisville, we continue to monitor to see what happened here in Jefferson County in terms of power outages. And it looks like about 1.5% without power. So even though we've had a tornado touchdown in Jefferson County, we've not had a widespread, huge power outage here in Louisville. This was more of a surgical sort of situation where the tornado touched down and probably, of course, caused the damage that you saw there on the screen and that we've had in our video and our live shots there. But this wasn't like a massive, huge power outage within Louisville, guys.
All right. Appreciate that, Ryan. Again, we're watching what's happening to our south. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is the only warning that we have in our viewing area. It covers our southernmost counties. That's southern Washington, Marion, down into Taylor and Adair. Very small part of Greene County under that warning. The velocity that I have on shows us the wind. The reflectivity will show us the radar view with the heavy rain spilling across the area. We have had some reports of heavy rain in
areas. So when we look at some of the reports coming in, we can look at the MSD rain gauges that we have across the Louisville metro area, and we've picked up in some cases an inch of rain. Most of the gauges are very close to that. Other folks have seen slightly lower rain totals depending on where you're located. So if we look back at the reports, I can show you some of the rain totals from across the region, and you're going to notice Brandenburg, Hardinsburg, Litchfield coming in with the higher totals, obviously, and lesser totals down to Campbellsville and Columbia. But that's about to change. This rain is moving your way. Some areas where you see the orange indicating upwards of maybe 3-4 inches of rain across far west Kentucky. That's what we've seen so far this evening. Obviously, we're adding to that. The radar view still shows quite a bit of rain spilling across the area. That's not going anywhere anytime too fast, so we continue to see rain. Lexington still with the tornado warning across its metro area. Our sister station over there, WKYT, the CBS station in Lexington, on with nonstop weather coverage for the Lexington area. And those folks have been warned as that storm has been moving through our region. So again, passing along the data that we have all across the region. We started tracking these storms this afternoon. We haven't gone anywhere since we've been on with nonstop coverage at 8:15 this evening. Brian, we have been tracking a number of these storms embedded within the rain shield, which makes it very hard. But one thing that we did catch earlier was as the storms were moving across Jefferson County, not only do we have some strong wind, but we also noticed some damage coming in from what we call our correlation coefficient, or the debris detector.
Yeah, exactly. Let me show you, before we get to the images of the damage, let me show you how this unfolded earlier tonight, because we had two things really were happening. We had strong winds that were taking place in Floyd County. Still think there could have been a brief touchdown here. We're going to be analyzing that, as well as into southeast Washington County, Indiana, I'm sure, into the coming days. But going back to 12:18 this morning, this is when that surge of wind was pushing into Valley Station, moving to southern Jefferson County, prompting the tornado warning that came out. Now watch what happens as it moves to the east. The wind really accelerated. A new tornado warning was issued, covering over portions there of Okolona, and as it continued right there into J-Town, that is when we started to get worried that something was developing on the northern side of that push of wind, and that's what led to what looks to have been a touchdown into the parts of J-Town, Blankenbaker area over toward I-64 and the Gene Snyder Freeway. And that continued to race all the way to eastern Jefferson County, Middletown, all the way into Shelby before it dissipated. So all that happened in about a 10 to 15-minute window, Kevin, as those storms roll through the area there. So pretty wild setup, but that's going to be the main damage we'll be showing. The good news, again, tornado watch has been cleared for Indiana and the Louisville area. We're hoping to clear out at least part of the parkways here very soon as well.
All right. I have been sort of communicating with the control room. Fernando's talked to some fire officials. I'm curious, do we have his interview that we can show? Okay, so we'll work on getting that so you can see it. We'll check in with Fernando. So again, we watched that storm move across eastern Jefferson County, and it did touch down, and we do have damage, and that's not far from Plantside Drive, Capitol Drive, or Capitol Way. It's not far from Blankenbaker or Hurstbourne, so it's sort of bounded by those two, close to the BMW shop, close to the Lexus shop, close to that new Chick-fil-A. I know there's the Metropolitan veterinary that's out there, the emergency 24 vet. We know that there's a number of credit unions along there. Papa John's has their headquarters out there. I'm just trying to name some places that some folks may know, but that is an area that's very well known and quite an industrial area out there in the industrial park, so near Bluegrass Parkway in eastern Jefferson County. The only warning that we currently have, severe thunderstorm warning, now moving almost out of the viewing area. It's across parts of southern Marion down into Taylor County. This will be moving out within the next few minutes. I suspect we're going to be able to get you back to late night programming and allow everybody to at least get some sleep before additional rounds of storms move our way late tomorrow with additional heavy rain threats that will stack up over the next few days. We already see that we have flash flooding that's underway, but we will likely see additional flooding, both in terms of flash flooding each day, and then river flooding as we take on quite a bit of water that's coming up, all being fueled by high pressure off the east coast, funneling in those southerly winds. That's bringing in moisture from the tropics and the Gulf, and it's going to ring out across us thanks to a stationary front that is stationary. It gets hung up over us, and that will provide the sort of wringing out of the moisture on top of us. All right, so that's what we're looking at this point. Let me again just ask Ryan and Brian if they have anything. We're working on getting you some of that video where we talk to the fire officials, and we'll see if we can hit some of the live reports, and then we'll wrap things up. So, guys, Brian, what do you have?
Let's cover the rain totals real quick and kind of update you guys on that, and then I'll show you real quick on the futurecast what's coming ahead. And Tawana will have more on that with sunrise starting in about 2 hours from now. You see the rainfall. Look more at the yellow. You can see indications there where several spots, those bands, we're getting a little closer to the 2-inch mark. So the totals in Indiana did reset at midnight, so got to keep that in mind there. So ignore those numbers. But in general, across Kentucky, these are legit totals that are coming in at about 1.5 inches in many spots there. But West Kentucky now approaching right around the 2.5-inch mark. So where do we go from here? Well, this line is going to continue to sag down to the south and sink into our southern counties as we get into the overnight hours, producing still some very heavy rain bands as it moves on by. But as we evolve into the overnight, most of the severe threat is going to be coming to an end. Even for our southern counties, that should be the trend as this continues to race off to the south and east, and eventually we'll end up with that flooding threat that may materialize into the very early morning hours of your Thursday. As we saw that surge of rain out of Tennessee, it's pushing back in. Flood watch is still in effect all the way through Sunday morning. Ryan Hoke, you got the latest on some of the video we've been getting out from our reporters, but from the viewers as well.
Yeah, this coming in from the Wave Weather app. We're still trying to ascertain where exactly this is, but you can see a large tree down, a police presence there, likely somewhere in the J-Town, Middletown area. There.
It looked like the police car is in the middle of the tree.
It almost looks like that, and
may
it may
be
very
the
well
Dixie
be.
Highway
Oh, it is, definitely.
I'm just seeing this in HD for the first time, guys, so you're witnessing this with me. Yikes, that's not good. Police SUV there looks like it was hit by a tree. We're going to get some more information on this here in just a second. If you guys in the control room have anything on this, I know Julia just sent
I know it was
this
Dixie Highway. That's all I've seen. A lot of reports of that incident.
Okay, so perhaps that's where that was. So, yeah, we've got that video now in our system here. And then I have a fresh report here from the Copperfield neighborhood. Ashley says, my grandparents were hit in Copperfield. They're in a cul-de-sac. Large portions of their roof are gone, and water is pouring into the house. And, guys, that's the really sad part about this situation. Is we've got a lot of damage in residential and commercial areas, and now we're getting ready to put several more inches of rain into the places that were damaged here over the next few days. So that's going to really hamper cleanup efforts, make it really tough to salvage what's left.
All right, let's get to the radar. Quick check of this, and then we're going to wrap things up. I'm not sure if we have crews that are out or not. So let's just jump down to the south, and we'll be able to take a closer look at this area of concern. And this is moving off to our east out of the viewing area. So once that exits parts of Taylor County, we should be in decent shape. I don't think we're going to have to deal with more severe or more tornado warnings or necessarily severe thunderstorm warnings, but we still have that pocket of strong wind moving across far northeastern parts of Taylor County, could clip southern parts of Marion County. That would be south of the Lebanon area. That's going to push on and eventually move over toward Houstonville. Chilton is also moving in that area. So that's the area we're watching. We continue to track these through. The storm tracker is on the screen. That's coming back to home base here at Wave. So we've talked to Fernando. We've gotten his reports. We're going to be able to play for you that audio coming in from the fire officials that are on the scene working, and we will do that momentarily. We also have Jose Zazaya, who's been out showing us what it looks like just off of the Blankenbaker area. That's not too far from Capitol Drive, or Capitol Way, I believe it's called. In addition to that, Logan Perrone has been at the Stables apartment community that's not all that old, and that has been damaged by the tornado that's touched down in eastern Jefferson County. Of concern now is the one lone storm that we have moving out of the viewing area, and once this area reaches the far eastern part of Marion and Taylor counties, we'll be able to
take our coverage back. It's 2:45. I think we'll do that probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes here. So that is what we're watching. And then, of course, we have to worry about the rain that's coming in on the backside of this. That will be with us for quite some time. Brian, anything else to add?
No, I think we're finally at the end of the severe weather side of this, which is good. Only just the very southern edge of that, but in the next couple of minutes, it should be out of our area altogether. And I've had 0 reports of anything in that particular spot. Doesn't mean we may get some delayed, but just know at least we were watching and trending it carefully in case any notches did develop there. But so far, the parameters have really eased back. I think it's just really going to be a flooding issue as we get into the overnight. I think that's going to be our biggest concern we usually have in these incidents, especially at night.
Okay, and one more check with Ryan Hoke before we go. Ryan, any new information coming in on your end? We're going to wrap up our coverage here. This storm is moving out, and we'll certainly be here through the overnight to keep an eye on things for you. But before we send it to the overnight programming, let's just check in with Ryan one more time.
Yeah, good timing on that. I just got a new photo in from Michael Ramirez here in J-Town, and you can see the scope of the damage with the lights on in one of these warehouses. This is likely near Plantside Drive in Blankenbaker, very familiar spot to folks who are over in J-Town. Look at that. That whole wall has collapsed on the side of this warehouse. You can see the steel beams in the middle of it, the entire infrastructure. And the wild part about a lot of what we've seen this evening is that you've seen damage like this and the power's still on. So you can see this actually pretty well. You know, we've seen areas near Blankenbaker Crossings apartments, power's still on there, but you can still see all the damage that they've sustained over there. You can see, of course, this, you know, the side of this building is collapsed, and now you've got all the debris in the parking lot here. There's likely a lot of debris in a large field of debris probably in front of this. That's just off camera here, but you get the idea here that this has been, you know, a substantial tornado event over in J-Town tonight near that Bluegrass Industrial Park. If you know where like the At Home store is, it's just a little bit east of that down Blankenbaker that we're talking about here. Mostly an industrial area, but as we've seen, neighborhoods like Copperfield, areas near English Station Road, those have been hit. Homes have been damaged, and folks are going to have to be calling their insurance companies early tomorrow morning.
All right, yeah, no doubt about that. And we have more weather on the way the next few days. You can see that warning being extended out of the viewing area. So again, while it's on the very edge of Marion and Taylor counties, it is moving out, and that warning will continue pushing off to the east. So it's sort of being shored up on the backside of that. So that will now move into parts of Boyle, Casey, Garrett, and Lincoln counties, Madison as well within that. Let me go back to our home view. We have been focused again on all storms that have been going through the viewing area, but we also have been paying special attention to what's been happening here in Louisville, especially eastern Jefferson County. Fernando Garcia Franceschini, he's in the storm tracker making their way back downtown. He just finished up an interview with some of the firefighters that are out on the scene in Jeffersontown. Let's take a listen at what they're working on right now.
Several buildings sustained pretty good roof damage, and we actually had one building over on Ampere that was completely blown down. So.
Have you heard of any injuries, people injured or anything like that?
We have not heard of any injuries at this time. We've had several gas leaks over on Plainside and Technology Plus. LG&E's been working with our crews over there to get all the gas lines shut down.
And for people who have buildings who have suffered damage tonight, what should they do? What are the next steps?
Next step is really, I guess, get with your insurance company. Louisville EMA is going to be out tomorrow assessing the damage, and we're going to go from there as far as if an emergency declaration is going to be declared or not, and they would just have to get with their insurance, I would believe, from there.
Anything else people should know? Anything else you think is important?
Right, just take heed to the weather. You know, stay inside if you don't have to come out here. You know, we've got a lot of power outage around this area, so just stay away from the down lines if you have come across any, and call 911.
All right, we appreciate Fernando and all of our crews that have been out and about getting that information back to us. Again, a full report from all of the staff coming up on Wave News Sunrise. That begins at 4:30 in the morning. You're looking at a live view of the radar. Most of the storms are pushing out. We have still a few heavy downpours in far eastern Marion down into Taylor County and Adair County. That will be moving away from us within the next few minutes. It's a severe thunderstorm warning we're watching. One more check from from Ryan Hoke before we wrap things up. Right?
Yeah, just wanted to let folks know that if you've been watching us on TV this evening, we've had live extended coverage even outside the bounds of our TV coverage here on Wave Weather Now. It's Louisville's only 24/7 live weather stream. We've been on for more than 6 hours on Wave Weather Now. We've got thousands of viewers all across the world watching Louisville's tornado damage right here on Wave Weather Now on YouTube and all the other social platforms that we reciprocate that to. So if you ever want to see tornado coverage, severe thunderstorm coverage, this is the place to be. It's on the Wave Weather app and, of course, wave3.com/weather now.
Easy to find. We appreciate everybody that's also watching on our main channel, Wave 3. And Wave 3 News and Wave News is going to have the latest on sunrise. We're going to wrap our coverage up. We're here all night. Tawana's already getting the forecast prepared for the Thursday ahead. It includes another chance for some storms during the afternoon and evening. It also includes the risk of flooding as we go into the weekend. So you want to be sure and catch that if you're up early, or we'll all be back again tomorrow, late morning into the afternoon. We're going to say thanks to all of our crews who've been out in the weather tonight to bring you that coverage at home. Appreciate all of our weather team who's here. Tawana Andrew now in for sunrise, but a big thanks to Brian Good, who's been in all day long, and Ryan Hoke. And we'll say bye for now. We'll be back tomorrow with more weather coverage from the Wave Storm Tracking team. Appreciate you watching and choosing Wave.